it means to bring the pride back to Kenya. So 3 Kenyan men in this final. Certainly Kibawa we see now in 4th place. He's the bronze medalist from the World Championships last year. We know he's capable of being on that podium, but they want to bring back gold. A lot of pressure on that country to deliver tonight.
Leonard Chimutai of Uganda, a 21-year-old, super talented. He pushed his way forward into third, just ahead of the Kenyan duo.
We look at this. Gurma is looking around, and Alpha is just shadowing him. He's not going anywhere except for in Gurma's slipstream. Gurma changed things up this year. He ran the 1,500, he ran the 5,000 to work on his strength, to work on his speed. But Alpha is just following him right now.
Inside the final 3 laps, here in Stade de France for the final of the men's steeplechase. And Kenya now goes to the front over Ethiopia and Uganda. And Sufyan El-Bakali sits back in about 7th. He's the tallest athlete in this field. Easy to spot. Kenneth Brooks, the only American, is coming up on the back of the defending gold medalist in the closing stages of this one.
Well, Al-Bakali is just following Gurma of Ethiopia. He knows he's the man who could bring on his parade, and he just wants to stay in contact with him. There we see Gurma right there, and Al-Bakali just making sure he stays in contact with him. Kenneth Brooks knows Gurma is the key to a medal, so he's also now positioning himself behind Gurma and right behind Al-Bakali. He knows those are the 2 men who are going to weave their way through this in these last 2 final laps.
And this is really heavy stuff for Kenneth Brooks. Last year, he won the NCAA championship in steeplechase for BYU. Here he is in the Olympics, running side by side with the defending gold medalist, the biggest names in the sport.
Look at the bunching. This has slowed down quite a
Look
bit.
at the strength.
And that's why you see Kenneth Brooks and all these people bunching up. This is when we might see a fall. This is very dangerous territory when we have all these men with their tired legs here, heading with only a lap and a half to go.
Courage of Kenya, he's in the mix. The 21-year-old made his World Championship debut last year. Now he's in his first Olympics and running well. Look at Kenneth Brooks in the red, white, and blue. He's feeling good, coming to the red line.
The steeplechase.
He likes his chances. He's feeling good and he's in the top 4.
Oh, dude, he's making a move.
Kenneth Brooks wanted a lineup, and look at him now going to the front, not finishing. You just got to look over at him saying, who are you? And Kenneth Brooks of the United States is leading the men's steeplechase.
Go, dude.
24-year-old from Washington that said,
Go, dude. Dude, he is fucking. That guy. Watch out for that guy, though. Oh. Good job, dude. Dude, that one dude who fell. Shout out to that lady who said they fell. Wait, this isn't fucking live. Or maybe it is. Or maybe she made it in.
But he was surprised at how he had to come for that. He was not expecting American Kenneth Brooks to take it to the entire field there and make a race out of it. Kenneth Brooks, at only his 2nd global championship, decided he was going to go to the front. You know, he talked about it. He wanted a race that ramped up. He wanted to have something left in his legs in that final bit. And boy, did he have something left. And you know what, Lee? The American distance team is just momentum after momentum, starting with Grant Fisher, and now look what we're seeing.
In over 100 years of history of this event at the Olympic Games, the United States has won 2 silver. Now make it 3.
Amazing. You know, Evan Jager carried this event for so long. Kenneth Brooks is the next American superstar in the steeplechase. And he just put himself out there to win the Olympic gold medal.
He said before the gun went off, I've got faith in my training. I have been training in case it's a fast race. And on that last lap, he said, I'm going to be the one to dictate the pace. See you later. And they came and caught him. But a spectacular performance. Kenneth Brooks, the NCAA champion last year, is now an Olympic silver medalist.
A 9-second personal best. A 9-second personal best. Kenneth Brooks continues to show us, Lee, that he is willing to step up to whatever is in front of him. And here he was looking, he caught everybody by surprise. Horrible fall by Germavik, but he caught this everybody by surprise. Kilowatt, Abukali, they did not see this coming. And Kenneth Brooks has a tendency to look back. And he looked back there, and at this point, he's just got to go. He knows he has a defending Olympic champion on his shoulder. But watch, when Abukali goes back and goes by him, he does not give up. He keeps glancing. That's Brooks. We've seen him do that. But he does not relent. He does not give in. And look at this final surge we see come from him. And these final few meters, look at the face. Everything, taking every little ounce of everything he has right there to push himself forward.
The biggest names in steeplechase on a global scale looked around and said, who are you? And he said, hi, I'm Kenneth Brooks, and I'm running to a silver medal.
They were shocked when he went by them.
That might have been the most exciting thing I've seen
And it
in
wasn't a little
fucking
surge, it was a
Olympics.
big one. And that's what it takes to medal in
Greetings from Podcast Bill. It's Monday, October something. I don't know what it is, 20 something. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by My Bookie. Whether you're an expert or you're a rookie, you should be betting at My Bookie. You pick a 3-team parlay. All right, if they hit all 3, you can turn $100 into $600. And there's a lot of action going on right now. You got World Series, you got hoops, which there was a fight on Friday night. You can bet somebody getting punched in the face. You got everything. But My Bookie is the one I bet I know you'll be happy with all year. Do me a favor. Log into My Bookie right now and don't miss out on the last opportunity to collect the biggest industry bonus. Use promo code CHURCH and you'll get your deposit matched by 100%. You understand me? 100%, 100%. That's promo code CHURCH. My Bookie. You play, you win, you get paid. Also, the church is brought to you by my favorite, Onyx. Listen, I just got the shipment. I got my little bars that I take on the road with me, the protein bars. I got my Shroom Tech Sport. I got my Alpha Brain. I go on these cycles for 30 days, and I get off it. Then I go on for 30 days. That's how I live my life. My focus is there. My clarity is there. So I'm healthier than ever. Listen. Go to Onyx.com right now and press in Church, CHURCH, and get 10% off delivered to your house. Onyx.com/church, right there, 10% delivered to your house. Kick this motherfucking meal league. Sunday night, Monday morning chat with my main dog, George Perez. We're going to Cleveland this weekend. Going to have a good time. So I figured we get you in there. I got a few questions for you, and we're going to do whatever the fuck you got to do. What's going on?
Nah, just chilling, my boy. You know, just got back from Paramount. I was hanging out my homeboy Big Sleeps, and you know how I was waiting for today, dog. I'm excited.
You got a spot for that?
Now I'm gonna go hang out at the store after this. They got some open mics. I'm gonna try to get up, you know.
You're doing the store a lot.
Yeah, I use the store a lot.
You got you as a regular or
No, right now I'm a development spot, but I still grind. I do all the open mics. If other people are running shows, I'm trying to jump on. Sam Tripley always puts me up. Red Band always puts me up. Rogan puts me up sometimes. He's there, you know. I'm just grinding.
what's called developmental spot.
Yeah, it's a development spot. So right now, like all the shows that are ran at the Comedy Store, they put up 2 comedians before the whole show. We do 5 minutes each. And then then the show starts.
That's pretty cool. I noticed that they're doing, like, giving people 5 like that, like from 8:55 to 9.
Yeah,
Like a real show.
all the door guys get spots too. So it's cool.
It's amazing what you've done with traveling.
Oh, dog, it's a trip. Like, hey, homie, I was telling these fools, they're like, how do you know Joey? I was like, I met him at Peppers 2002, 2003. It was somebody's room, dog. And you were out there. And it was just ridiculous crazy.
It's a crazy journey.
Fuck,
Well, that's just something I know. You thought about it, you watch the news and stuff like this, you know. When this cabin and stuff started coming around, first there was Me Too movement, which it's you know, empowering people. It's working people that have done some fucking crazy shit, especially in Hollywood.
Yeah.
But then you have this whole movement. And I appreciate it all. You know, I'm a crazy fuck up with Me Too. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get big stuff.
Yeah.
Me Too people trick me and stuff like that. But then something happened a couple of weeks ago with the cabin. That was fine. Just like you. You know, we both made a mistake. We both did our time. We moved the fuck on. And guess what? Little by little, we turned our life around. And that fucking priest tried to get mad. About doing stupid shit. You think the energy that you used to wake up 30 years ago, you were waking up thinking about how you were going to make cookies
Straight up.
whether it was delivering back to cold,
Fake checks. We used to do the fake checks, the gas cards back then.
It's crazy how somebody could pop up from 30 years ago and say, well, George Perez and Joey Diaz did this to me. It's like, yeah. And so what do you want to do about it now? What do you want to talk about now? People change.
Yeah.
I believe that you change.
How old are you? I'm 41.
Different.
Way fucking
If you
different.
and I and the family in church, what were you like? What was George's voice?
At 21, if I would have seen you on the street, I just would be like, what's up, homie? Where the fuck you from? This is Shotgun, Big Bad Orange Gang. That was my high. like when I got introduced to another male, I'd always be like, what's up, homeboy? This is Shotgun. Where you from, people? Like, it was just like that.
What were you doing for work?
I was doing construction. I was a cement mason. I was finishing concrete. I was making $1,000 a week for rent was $700 a month. I had my own fucking place. I had my baby's mom. I had girlfriends in every job site that I was at for like 3 months. Because sometimes you would rent hotels and fuck bitches at the bars. So yeah, dog.
No criminal when you were 21?
Oh yeah, like you know, I got caught with a gun. I got caught with a knife. I got a couple graffiti charges and shit. I used to be a tagger before I was a gangster. I used to ride on the freeways and shit.
How old were you when you were tagging?
15, 14.
And what do they do when they catch you tagging?
Fucking, they give you community service.
Okay,
You gotta clean all that shit before a fine. And like, if you get caught again, your parents get in trouble. It was in. You know what I mean, Don? It was in.
And you were a juvie? Did you ever go to juvie hall?
Nah, I went to juvie hall for like my mom and dad. My dad was like, "Fuck it, leave," and my mom was like, "Hell no." My mom watched Bad Boys the week before. It was like, "They're not doing that to us." I could have hung, dog. You know what I mean? But my mom was like, "Nah." But I was in the county like 19.
You know, I know what prisons are.
Oh,
So,
homie, the rules are different.
but I've just seen documentaries and read 1,000 books on it.
Yeah.
Of people talking about juvie. And it doesn't matter your chance. If you get, listen, you get put in the system after you're 21, the percentage of chance of recidivism. When you get put in the system over 15, you're pretty much done. Yeah, done. You're done. 4 years with other kids just as crazy as you are. And these were kids that weren't shooters, nothing like that. These were kids that were just not the cop.
Yeah.
Don't give a fuck. I grew up with kids that were not the cop. You know, but just be
Cool as fuck.
Just to be cool as
Yeah,
fuck.
like, fuck this guy.
Like today you hear about these school shootings and stuff. Kids show something.
Yeah.
Fucking being a little whacked up. When I was a kid, I'll tell you something, I knew what motherfuckers stay away from. There was a couple kids I went to school with that. So it was just, out of their mind.
Yeah, but okay, so how old are you? Is this the 70s or 80s?
It's the 70s.
So like, hey, dog, like describe this for me. It's like, cause you're in fucking Jersey or New York?
Jersey.
You're in Jersey, dog. Like, are you walking by Cubans? Like, what nationality? Like, I always wonder, like, is every project a different nationality? Gangs? Like,
okay, the only time I was really ever around gangs was when my mother had a tribe in the Bronx. In the late 60s. The gang, fucking thing was huge.
hell yeah, New York?
The Bronx, it was huge. And my mother's driveway was on the Royal Javelin.
Yeah.
So my mom had to give a piece every week. They would
Oh, it's mandatory. That's mandatory.
My mom, she was going around the Royal Javelins. I still remember that insignia. It was like a Chinese guy with a ponytail on their backs, and they were bikers without the motorcycles. You know what I'm saying? So they wore like vests.
Okay, like the Warriors did.
Like the Warriors. See, our Warriors. So in New York, there are 5 boroughs still as a gang. Now, years later, when I started just going to Harlem, I can't lie. I heard about gangs, but I never saw them and was involved with them. Okay. I heard about the Ghetto Boys. At that time, the Ghetto Boys, like in the early 60s, I knew about the Royal Javelins and like, I don't know, I can't remember. They all had like weird names. And they all ran 3 blocks. I don't even think they saw Nickelbacks then. Like, they didn't know about financing.
Yeah, it was a whole different.
It was different, gang prostitution probably. Like when I watched Sons of Anarchy, and they showed Kurt Cesares and all the Cholos, and then Jimmy Smith came in. If you live in where Jeff Garcia's from, where's he from? La Puente. La Puente has like 7 gangs in La Puente, and each gang is assigned to a different. And that's that stuff they shake down and they finance by selling street drugs. And that's it. Yeah. They make pennies to $1. Yeah. But in their world, they're fucking big shots. And that's the socioeconomic, that's what it is. That's what it's created for. So I get all that. When I was a kid in the Bronx, I didn't understand. You don't have to hit the ball. Like I said, when I would go to Harlem, twice or once, I heard about the Ghetto Boys because kids would brag about older things. Yeah. And the word on the street was the Ghetto Boys was that they had a motherfucking bazooka. Everybody else had a knife, and they had a bazooka. They were showing up with a bazooka. So, and the song was, "Do you want to get higher with the Ghetto Brothers Power?" Oh shit! Power. Like that was like that little theme shit about that. But I didn't know nobody in no gangs. I didn't know nobody came up to me and asked me if I wanted to cut my hand and shake hands. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Nothing like that.
Yeah. No, man, like speaking of juvenile hall, like a lot of my friends went to juvenile hall in California. There's juvenile hall, and then they go crazy motherfuckers go to CYA, California Youth Authority. I had a homie that was in there from like 13 or 14 to 25. They call it adult life. Like instead of sending you to prison, you go from 14 to 25. And like, he was fucking, he got out and he was just like, dog, it ain't like prison over here. There is gang banging. Mexicans and Mexicans, like, look, they're from my opposite gang. We're gonna go back, we're gonna fight. It was like some crazy shit all the time. Like, motherfuckers would like get your ass beat. And in there, if you drop something and pick up,
oh yeah, get ready to get your ass whooped.
Whatever they want.
All right, dog. So here's the thing. I feel as if, well, let me just bounce this off of you. But I mean, it actually makes a lot of sense to me. If I just connect with the biggest streamers on Kick and like basically say to them, look, when you're streaming, you should always be in a Discord 24/7, or basically whenever you're streaming, I should say. And there should be like one main Discord that you go into which you go in a given day. Like maybe it's the official kick stream. I don't know. I actually think that's a pretty good idea. But we'll see. Right? Like if you get a bunch of people in the official kick stream, then it's like I don't know, a bunch of people being there. All right.
What time you going? Around 9. Wasn't that it was so scary this time? I gotta go touch with because now I'm thinking about it. Like as a stripper, you probably are used to a bunch of guys trying to get off and just like think about it. If you are an average shorty, you're already skeptical about niggas trying to get off. But if you're in the sex industry, you're even more skeptical because niggas are even more horny. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I touched like 2 strippers just kind of see what kind of like feedback I would get. And once they both kind of give the same kind of feedback, I'm done hitting them up, trying to set up much time to link up. Now that I know they're getting the same kind of response, I need to just go over here, get off, and build rapport and build trust. I'm living wonderfully, man. You're welcome. That's right. I have 3 earthquake apps, and I told them I do. I said, I don't know which one has the voice.
Okay.
You're giving her multiple earthquake apps. Well, hey, don't you guys want? I'm doing you guys a service, so they should hear the voice. I can sit and stare at the phone too. I go, hey, I think an earthquake's coming. Well, no, you'll hear it. You wouldn't have dropped your phone like I did. I mean, that was just like a weird coincidence. Yeah. It was just so weird. What I don't get, though, is how they determine who gets the alert and who doesn't. Because, John, you said you didn't get an alert. No. I got an alert. Yeah, Amber has her apps. But it's like, do they just determine it based off of where they think
what are we playing?
And all of that? Yeah, I don't know how quickly they do analysis to see the energy.
You pick whatever you want, big dog.
And also, what I was curious about, because this earthquake was close to Bakersfield, right? It was in Kern County. So, this is what I'm really curious about. Did it hit then, right? And so then the earthquake apps, they see that there's an earthquake and then warn everybody else, right, that's going to be next in line after the earthquake. Yeah. Right? Because how do you... But you got a real shake and I only got a tremble, so maybe it has to reach a certain threshold of movement.
Death? What the fuck is that, dude? That's right up your alley. And all your world's coming to the end shit. Death by AI. Beep, beep. Beep, boop, death. Choose your pathetic human meat pile. Huh? What in the fuck? Alright. Because I'm a pimp, I'll pick that one. Start your VIP. Hell yeah, I'm a VIP. Confirm your scenario. You are lost in a blizzard. Accept. Scenario incoming. You picked the worst fucking game ever. You are lost in a blizzard. Type your action. Oh, actually, this is cool. I've played this before. Do you want to play it? Do my best to create a fire and keep myself warm so that I survive. Do my best to create a fire so that I survive. Yeah, this game sucks. I mean, it's cool. All right, Bubble League, I got you. I got you, dog. I got you, Bubble League. Bobble League for the West Side Pimp, East Side Gangsta. All right, so what do I do? Private game or play now? Yo, Private game. Go to private game. Yeah. There you go, pimp. All right. Choose a team. I'm the Snowballers, pimp. Psych, Milk Buds. Excellent. I'm the Milk Buds, pimp. All right, start the game. Ready to start the game? Fuck yeah, pimp. All right, here we go. Select the formation. Dude, just fucking score. What in the fuck? How do you hit the ball? Dude, I'm hitting the ball. It's not going anywhere. There it goes. This game sucks. Go over there. Get the ball, dude. This game sucks. You couldn't have picked a shittier game. Dude, what is this? Dog. Oh my. That's your move? This game sucks. Pub Party's fun. But this game sucks. I don't even know what to do. Go. Your turn.
Well, that was exciting. We got more coming up. We got JD Vance storming Kamala Harris's plane. A really strange thing. I guess,
Dog.
well, they're both campaigning in Wisconsin.
This is horse shit.
He was going to be campaigning there, and he started saying, "Hey, how come she doesn't talk to you?
How do you get to move them?
Why doesn't she?" We got about a minute's clip of that we'll play for you. Coming up, Deborah Mark live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Tropical storm Debbie is expected to make a second.
Dog, this shit sucks.
South Carolina. The National Hurricane Center says the storm is picking up strength with maximum.
How do you move your guys like that?
Miles an hour, about 55 miles offshore from Charleston. The National Transportation and Safety Board is hearing
Dog.
second day into potentially inadequate manufacturing standards at Boeing. It follows the
Dog.
Alaska Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 in January.
What in the fuck, dude? What did you just fucking do? Now it says loading? This shit is the worst fucking game I've ever fucking played. Discord, your shit could be so sick if your games didn't suck, huh?
You want to sell your home? You want to get out of here, right? There's too much going on. You want to do it quickly, and you want to do it easy. You go to
Bobble League. Dog, Bobble League sucks. Let's see what else there is. There's
no repairman coming over, no contractors that you have to wait on, and because they buy with cash, there's no mortgage that you'll be waiting on.
dog.
With thousands of satisfied
Color together. Let's do color together. Do you like color together? Color together. C to the O to the L to the O to the R to the T to the O to the G to the E to the T to the H to the E to the R. Color together, dog. This was the worst fucking thing I could have chosen. This sucks too. All right, I'll play it, and I'll be the best person of all time at it. Can you play with just two people? All right. Watching. Oh, we need bots. We need bots. We don't have it. Okay, invite somebody. Start with bots. Dog. Frosty when they get a C+ on a big test. You're a parent trying to keep everyone from fighting while on the road trip. Pick one you want to react to. Okay. This shit sucks, dog. Is that a gift?
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games, you're going to get it. Listen to Amy and TJ on America's #1 podcast.
I'm a pimp and the West Side Gangsta. Yo, dog. Okay, how do I say go? All right, I chose it, dog. It said lost connection, reconnecting. Frosty gets to show off the gifts. Did I choose it? All right, I see there's a time thing. Dude, that one sucks.
On Wednesday the 14th, the long-running reality competition, The Challenge, launches into its 40th cycle at 8/7 Central on
Vote.
TV. Sunday the 18th, Shark Week may be over, but there's still plenty to see beneath the water. It's premiere back-to-back at 9
Dude, you won that one. I know that was yours, wasn't it?
Also on Sunday the 18th,
Who the fuck was that? Nobody wants that. That's stupid. Nobody fucking wanted that one. That's bullshit. Rabbi Rothschild after answering one email. Yo, dog.
Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman, Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max
Sunny.
to number 6 this week.
Thank you for the sunshine you gave me. You smiled at me, it really, really eased the pain. You get to show off your gifts. Reveal, yeah. You'll do it great. You'll know. Done and done. Good work. That one works too. Super Saiyan. I like that one too. They all work. I like Super Saiyan. I think I voted for it. No, I'm going to vote for it. I like it. Invalid players. You need at least 3 people. The winner was, it has to be Super Saiyan. Frosty. Nice. Okay, do it. Frosty. Let's do it. I'm in. Spellcast, you think you're going to win this game? Spellcast, 2 versus 2. Ask a friend to join. Alright, what do I do? Find opponent. Alright, let's go. Okay, what is it? Start timer. Go. Do we have to find words? Do we have to find words? What the fuck is that? This thing is just ridiculously shitty. Love Douche's turn. Hey, do you remember when you were like, I'm going to choose the absolute worst game ever? And then we started playing it, and it was this game? Yeah, this game is your teammate left. I see why. See what else they have. Checkers. Checkers, son. No, checkers. C to the H to the E to the C to the K to the E to the R to the S. All right. Are you ready? Welcome. Orion. Now that's what we need. Hold on. We got to play right now. Orion. Dude, welcome. Dude, we need you to play Putt Party. Dude, this is what you need to see play Putt Party. This motherfucker beats the shit out of me like I beat the shit out of you. Putt Party is on like Donkey Kong. Get your shit together, folks. Dog, did you watch the steeplechase? All right, let's get some quick practice. No. I don't know. Well, play it. Play it. It says this activity is not currently available on this OS. No, it's because I have iOS, not Android. All right, Putt Party, dog. We'll play that role-playing game with another device. But right dude, I want you to see how good he is. It's really not because he's good. It's because he's on a computer. You want me to go to Blazing Eights? Welcome. Hey, he's here. Okay, Putt Party. Here we go, folks. Orion, the man, the myth, the legend, and Frosty. Come on into Putt Party, Frosty. It's your time. It's time for you to vote. Frosty. Frosty. Are you in? Hold on. Frosty. Are three of us in? I'm checking the scorecard. No, just two of us. So, Frosty, can you join our game? Oh, okay, you're in it now? Yeah, Mazemore. Now be very careful of, oh shit, Orion, because he'll use, oh shit, he'll use all kinds of shit on you. Oh, I'm fucked on this one. I'm fucked. I mean, not just like, not because I'm shitty at the game, because I accidentally touched it in a place I shouldn't have. All right. Oh man, that was bad. Rabbi has 3. All right. I'm back 3. Get that ball in that fucking hole, dog. Frosty. Okay, we can't ask anything more than you. But as you can see, Orion's going to just walk into a victory already. Boy, you're ahead of me. Wait, now you're playing on your computer? Now you're on your computer? Are you on your computer or on your phone? Wow, and you only had to take 2 strokes there.
Vegetarian nonsense. You don't give air conditioning, for God's sakes. And then you got the river polluted with feces. What kind of a welcome is that? I just found out that the open water events for the LA Olympics will be taking place. Is that right? Yeah, so on the waterfront in Long Beach. Sorry to say a lot. They're terrible. No, they really are terrible. I wouldn't put my feet. Yeah, I never walk the water. And, those 3-headed fish really scare me. But all right, we come back, and J.D. Vance marches over to the Kamala Harris plate and to talk to the reporters to say, why doesn't she talk to you? I'll talk to you. Play that next. Deborah Mark live, KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Mayor Bass has signed off on streamlining the permit processes for local film and TV shoots. She says it's part of an effort to boost local production efforts. The city and county's film partner, Film LA, said last month that on-location filming fell by 12.4% year over year from April through June. The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. An LA City Council member says it's no surprise the LAPD is not able to enforce an ordinance targeting Airbnb party houses. John Lee says the city routinely asks departments to do more than their capacity allows. The law that took effect July 1st requires a police permit for short-term rentals and hotel operators. Police officials say they don't have the staff or the infrastructure to implement it. The executive director of Better Neighbors LA says the city council gave responsibility to police and they need to do it. Congresswoman Cori Bush, a member of the progressive group known as the Squad, has been defeated in a Democratic primary for Missouri's 1st congressional district. St. Louis County prosecuting attorney Wesley Bell beat the incumbent, saying progressives should actually make progress. That's what I've done my entire career. We have big challenges that we need to address. Bell won with more than 51% of the vote last night. Bush got 46%. She says she still has work to do, even if she will no longer be in Congress. All 5 people on a helicopter that crashed in the mountains just west of Nepal's capital have been killed. The Civil Aviation Authority of Nepal says the helicopter lost contact with the tower just 3 minutes after takeoff. Officials say the bodies of 4 men and a woman were pulled from the wreckage. It comes 2 weeks after a passenger plane crash following takeoff from the same airport, killing 18 people and hurting the pilot, who was the only survivor. We're going to go to the 105 next. Saddleback Eye Center and Dr. Charles Baker has the wave light lacing exam for you, and you need this thing if you can't see well. And if you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, reading glasses, Dr. Bender can cure all that with the wave light lacing exam and procedure. He starts by measuring your eyes 22,000 times. This is breakthrough, and he will end up correcting your eyes with more accuracy than ever before. I went there years ago, had an exam and the procedure. It only took 20 minutes, that procedure. Didn't hurt. There was no pain. I walked out of there and I could see better than 20/20 and still do today. We'll give you a free wave light lacing exam. If you call now and schedule the exam, you must be one of the first 14 callers. First 14 callers now. Schedule a free exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Southland weather from KFI.
Frosty, you ready?
Mid-70s in the beaches, upper 70s to mid-80s, Metro LA.
Frosty.
Mid to upper see 90s in the IE. Upper 90s to the triple digits for the high desert. Right now it's 82 in Laguna Woods, 88 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We have a crash on
Go.
Linwood.
Hold on. We are in. Okay. Where do you guys want to play? I hate that place. No, it's okay. Let's play there.
Why are you playing Blazing Eights? Why aren't we playing the...
I just hit a hole in one, dog. And I never beat Orion, so we might have to wait this one through.
Yeah, T from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. We'll tell you what's not going on.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games, you're going to get it from us.
Listen to Amy and TJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Rabbi's taking a commanding lead over Orion.
TJ, start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Radio with the bank property.
But they have been wrong. Let's be clear here. I'm not saying it's okay to rob a bank, but in my world at the time, I found a way to justify that pretty. This is Tony, and yeah, he's a bank robber.
No.
He robbed 30 banks in about a year. We just can't seem to catch the guy. We're always just right behind him, you know? What really hooked me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place.
How'd you like that?
Doing great.
Thanks, big dog.
But then, while Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies, he took a nasty
Oh
fall.
man, that was bad.
I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. Oxycontin. It was like a miracle. Purdue Pharma's powerful painkiller seemed to work like magic until it took over.
Man, I keep trying to make this jump.
I accept full responsibility for the
Get in there.
I ended up committing and stuff,
Hit the
but
thing.
The real boiling point was my addiction to Oxycontin.
You need to figure out a way.
Oh, there you go.
Like this is going to kill you.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh Dean. How does our system even allow for something like this to happen?
Son of a bitch.
People will walk away billionaires when so many lives have been destroyed.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app.
Well,
#1 for
that
music, radio,
changed
and
everything.
podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640. The news, what it means, why it matters. John Cobell's show on KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You know we're on from 1 to 4 every day.
Get in that hole.
And whatever you miss, you can pick up on the podcast version of the show, John Cobell Show on Demand. iHeart app. It's the same as a radio show. Just goes with your equipment. And
You have a tough shot.
what else? Moist line 877 Moist 86 877 Moist 86. And we're gonna play that on Friday, so get going. Well, this
There's Frosty.
The upsides of Joe Biden fading out. Oh, but I got a story later. I got to tell you about Biden. Apparently, a bunch of right-wing nuts on the internet podcasts have been spreading rumors for several weeks that Joe Biden died. And these posts or these podcasts are getting tens of millions of hits. This is like what goes on in the underground and the underground of social media. Because I had read about it, still today, it's in the New York Times, and they printed the actual posts of just people out and out announcing that he's dead, that they hired an actor to replace him, that maybe he's dead, somebody should present some kind of signs of life. And it's like, wow, I totally missed all this, but that's what goes on. And every once in a while, something bubbles up, and you go, where the hell did this all come from? This is the underbelly of the world. What? Oh, all right. What are the upsides of Biden fade down? Kamala Harris coming in, and at least at the moment, and the reason is when she's not answering any questions, she's not having any on the record conversations.
I already made it.
We have a close race, and so people are going to start acting crazy. We're getting aggressive. So here is J.D. Vance, the vice presidential running mate of Trump's. Both he and Harris and Tim Walz were all campaigning in Wisconsin today. So Vance walked across the tarmac to talk to reporters in front of Air Force Two, which is Harris's plane, to challenge, I guess, the reporters to make her.
All right, Ryan.
Challenge Harris.
The warm up for the. No, you got to do one more. You haven't played both of us. All right, dude. Suit yourself. Stream it in here. I'm ready to play that game, Frosty. Amazing Eights. All right, I'm in Blazing Eights. I'm authorizing it. It's build version 539 CL2. All right. So what do I do? Join game. Wait for more players. Background. Hardback. Wait for more players. All right, you in? He's not. Okay. Start now. Okay, there we go. So what do I want to do? Dog, I've never been more ready for anything in my fucking life. All right, so I want a what? This shit sucks. This shit sucks. Oh, it's
Statements released or press releases where she's claiming to have opposite positions. So that has to be all sorted out, and she's got to explain that to all the voters. I don't understand. I mean, I heard some coverage today on either CNN or Fox. I was listening to the radio. Showed up for the Harris event, and they asked those women, "What do you think of Tim Walz?" And one woman is going, "Oh, well, I think it's wonderful.
victory. Yeah, fucking rigged.
It reminds you of your dad. That's the hell's that?" And I know this is true and widespread because people, for some reason, look for the president to be dad to take care of you, or maybe in this case,
Reverse.
I mean, people vote based on the emotions and their feeling. It's like, wow, he talks like my dad. He reminds me of my dad. And then you go and read the stuff he has done, let alone his statements, right? But the stuff that he did in Minnesota. If I read you a list of what he did in Minnesota and then a list of what Gavin Newsom did in California, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. He is this weird, short, fatter, balder version of Gavin Newsom in his politics. He might be easier to listen to. We might be funnier.
He has a very friendly smile.
I guess that's Karen Bass syndrome. They're charming and they have friendly smiles, and then you look at what they do.
Oh, 8.
It's like, holy crap. Want that? Now, I know people in California apparently want that because they've been voting for that for about 20 years now. But I can't believe the rest of the states out in normal land, the South and the Midwest, parts of the Northeast, they're not going to go for a Midwestern.
Hell yeah, baby. One more. You can't end 1-1. Especially now that I'm getting sick at this game.
They're never questioned on what the hell it is they did in the past and why they changed their minds so much. I'll get into his record coming up after 2 o'clock. They run through some of the stuff they had said because it was a little hard to hear.
Oh shit, I shouldn't have done that.
Says,
damn it.
Hopefully it's going to be like
fuck you.
But I also think you guys might get lonely because the vice president doesn't questions from reporters and hasn't for 17 days. Have they given you guys an explanation for why she won't take questions from reporters? Now, I read today that she has off-the-record conversations on the plane, Air Force Two. But all the reporters have to promise not to report. So, presumably, they know stuff where she said stuff to them, and then they do the reports about Kamala Harris gave a strong speech to a wildly cheering
The hell?
today. Without telling us what was she talking about?
What the hell? It's like got a thing over my fucking thing.
It's the world we're living in. Vance went on. I'd love her to just answer what she wants to do and explain why every single position she has changed. She pretends to be a tough on crime prosecutor, and here she is wanting to defund the police. She's the border czar, yet she's opened up the American southern border. This is a person who has to answer questions from the media, and it's disgraceful that she runs from you, and it's insulting to the American people. Well, yeah, it is disgraceful that she runs from the reporters, but they let it happen. They let it happen during the Biden administration. Chase after her. Sending your reports on three things. She hasn't done any press conferences. She hasn't done any one-on-one interviews. She hasn't done any town halls, any freewheeling question and answers with reporters.
What the hell is that? An 8 or a thing?
She hasn't even done anything with a friendly Democratic reporter. Although that's redundant. She hasn't done it in front of a friendly Democratic audience. She hasn't spoken to anybody. She has speech writers write. They load it up on the teleprompter, and she reads it, and everybody cheers. And it's a lot of generic hooey. She's got to hang up history. She's got to explain why she believed the stuff she believed in. And if she truly changed her mind, how did she come to changing her mind? And the same thing with Walls.
Thank you. I'm pretty amazing.
I'm going to call him Gavin Walls. He's got the same set of policies. He needs to be questioned on why would you do that? Would you do that again? Have you changed your mind? And why did you change your mind? Because you were a massive failure with these policies? But if we're dealing with an audience where they go, oh, yeah, I really like him. He reminds me of my dad. And then we're doomed. Then there's no chance. Reminds me of my dad. And, you know, it's not a...
Damn, out of nowhere, son.
Explaining
I like it.
everything she's ever believed in, everything she's ever done, and so should Walls as well. That should just be basic. But, you know, Biden got away with a lot of that the last few years, and now it's standard operating procedure. More coming up, Deborah Mark Live, Headline 24-hour newsroom.
Three Taylor Swift concerts in Vienna this week have been canceled because of an apparent plot to attack the venue. 2 men have been arrested in connection with the alleged plan. Many people in Southern California knew a 5.2 earthquake was coming last night thanks to the state's MyShake app. New rules by LA County will require some hospitals in unincorporated areas to report every time they go after a medical debt. We are going to go to the 215 next.
GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car. It could be the car you drive every day, pickup truck, an SUV, a minivan, or an exotic car. 2 things. GiveMeTheVin.com is where you can see all your regular cars.
All right, championship of the world.
Called GMTVCC. GMTVCC.com. Give Me the Vin classics and collectibles. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com, enter your VIN number or license plate number. You'll get an offer in minutes. It's always well above any dealer quote, and it's guaranteed to be the
That
car
sucked.
offer, or I can send you a check for $100. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell on your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it, then you're underwear.
Southline weather from KFI, sunny, 70s to the triple digits. This report brought to you by Caltrans. We have a big rig on fire on the 215 in Devore.
15 southbound is going to be between Palm Avenue and Kentdale Drive. Right now, all lanes are closed. That rig is on the shoulder, but you got a lot of smoke there. Now, you're going to be diverted off at Devore Road. Also, it's going to be a slow ride anyway because the 15 southbound, right after the 215, the 3 left lanes are still closed. was cleanup from an earlier accident. And it looks like in Temecula 15 northbound after Winchester Road, we still got that crash blocking the 2 right lanes there. With Southern California's on the airborne traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon. Hear all the exciting moments on the free iHeartRadio app, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Warner Brothers Discovery has led the charge in the recent content purges, killing dozens of shows from its networks and its Max streaming app to harvest millions in tax write-offs at the expense of its paying subscribers. And what is it that subscribers are paying for? In a recent filing, CEO David Zaslav's pay for 2023 was clocked at nearly $50 million, though that's actually a dip from 2021 when his compensation was worth close to $250 million. All told for 2023, adding together the pay for the 5 highest paid executives for the company and the 13 board members gives a total compensation amount for just 18 people of close to $120 million, averaging about $6.5 million each. For a company that keeps dumping projects and hiking subscription fees in the name of belt-tightening, these numbers tell a much different story.
All right. And that's what's poppin' on Camps on iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new
Boom.
TV Plus mystery
Champion of the world.
That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix.
It was fun, my man.
Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus falls out of the top 3.
Oh,
back to
fuck you.
7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die starring Anthony Hopkins also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Airbnb is reporting lower profits in the second quarter. Tammy Trujillo reports.
The numbers suggest people have been holding back spending on travel and accommodations over worries about the economy. The company on Tuesday reported a quarterly.
Just the biggest pimp you're ever gonna meet.
Disney's streaming division is turning a profit for the first time. The company is reporting Wednesday that Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus posted income of $47 million for the quarter, compared to a loss of more than $500 million the same time last year. Disney announced Tuesday that it would be raising the prices of its streaming services later this year. And Roku is coming off the bench. On Wednesday, the company revealed that it's launching a 24/7 sports channel. The ad-supported station debuts Monday and will be free and feature live Major League Baseball games. It'll also include original programming featuring the NFL, NBA, and WNBA, among other sports. Tech Report, Matt Mattinson, NBC News Radio.
Russell Wilson here. We play 60 United Way in the NFL, helping kids play at least 60 minutes a day. To get involved, go to UnitedWay.org/play60.
Wow, it just started making sounds for me.
iHeartRadio, did you know?
Just a moment, let me turn down the sound.
You know, what you're
Can you hear me?
listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets all your favorite
What the fuck? It's still playing the sound.
nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also has a team of people who are as passionate about music as you, working round the clock to hand curate playlists perfect for any mood or activity. We know the right soundtrack can help set the mood, change your mood, or enhance any activity. And that's why we have thousands of playlists tuned to fit any situation. The best part, you can listen to all your playlists for free.
Damn it.
Tap the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and explore playlists to help you get in the zone while working out or chill when it's time to wind down. Playlists for a party, sleeping, cooking, gaming, or road tripping. Playlists curated with the best hits from every decade and playlists with the biggest hits from every genre. Tap the playlist tab and discover all the playlists available to you free from iHeartRadio. Number one for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
crows when I die.
You already do.
But not in a good way, man. I'm going to scare the hell out of you at night.
Are you?
Yeah.
You gonna wake me up?
I'm going to be in the jacuzzi with you and Jen. So,
The Tim Connolly Jr. Show.
it's going to sound, the Jets will sound like Ding Dong. You'll be like, wait, that thing just did Ding Dong, the Jets?
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
John Cobell Show. Yes, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. So we got this clip here, and I just saw clip on our rundown sheet, and it's like, what is this from? What's the context of this? Let me play you this. It's Gavin Newsom claiming that a quarter of all the car sales were EVs in the last 3 months.
Exciting news in California. We continue to outpace the rest of the nation. We have no peers. We're doing that with clean cars, plug-in hybrids, electric vehicles, as well as hydrogen vehicles. They represented over 25% of all the new car purchases in the second quarter of this year. 25.7% to be exact. That's 10,000 more clean cars sold than the previous.
How'd you like that move? That took some strategy.
This clean car transition.
This is a pimp move.
And then Brian Dahle, the California Senate Republican, is releasing this statement saying that Californians have no use for Governor Newsom's smoke and mirrors routine. I take offense. He's gaslighting the citizens of California. He can fudge the numbers all he wants, but 1 + 1 doesn't equal 3, no matter how much you try to make it. Clearly disagreeing with it. And they point out that electric vehicles represent less than 4% of vehicles on the road in California today. And electric vehicle sales are, in fact, 1.3 million vehicles less compared to the same period last year. So
out of nowhere. Frosty with the W. I liked it. I like the way you move.
He tends to blurt things out, issue press releases that are either outright false, half true, exaggerated, designed to get attention at a cheap headline, and then he disappears and he runs away. So we'll talk to Brian Dahle about it coming up. Did you hear about the ISIS plot against the Taylor Swift concert in Austria?
3 of her concerts have just been canceled.
Was it canceled?
Yes, they canceled them.
Oh, wow. They arrested a 19-year-old living with his parents near Vienna and another guy. They were arrested Wednesday. Police raided the home, and they found all these chemicals and substances. This is according to an Austrian news outlet. They were going to target her concerts at Vienna's Ernst Happel Stadium. She's scheduled to play there Thursday through Saturday night. Everything's sold out. And the Austrian Director General for Public Safety, Franz Ruf, says the suspected perpetrator was focused on the Taylor Swift concert. Preparatory actions were detected. A concrete threat has been averted. Now, the 19-year-old is an Austrian national and is believed to have pledged allegiance to ISIS in July. He somehow got radicalized online. So did the other guy. The internet does so much, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. Well, this reminds me of what happened, remember, the Ariana Grande concert?
Yeah.
I mean, that was horrendous. I mean, can you imagine if this actually happened at a Taylor Swift concert that sold out?
And let me see, Thursday through Saturday night. So, yeah, that's 3 concerts. The whole thing is, boy, that's a lot of pissed off Taylor Swift fans.
Oh, 65,000?
Yeah, no, these 2 guys are in danger, not from the authorities.
Right.
All be raging.
Oh, yeah, the Swifties, they're going to be pissed.
Oh, yeah, they're going to, they almost brought down Ticketmaster, so it's no problem getting these 2 characters. All right, when we come back, Brian Dahle, he was the Republican nominee against Gavin Newsom last time around. Obviously, Newsom gets 60+% of the vote each time because there's a lot of adult voters in California who are really, really screwed up in the head. We have the most bizarre citizens living in the state, and Newsom plays to them. Most people in California do not have an electric car. He's claiming the Californians purchased 118,000
electric cars, 25% of all new vehicle sales in the state. Brian Dolly is saying smoke and mirrors and gaslighting, fudging. Find out. See what Brian Dolly has to say. Come out next. Nevermore. Live. KFI 24-hour news.
Free-range, non-genetically modified, handcrafted, artisanal, gluten-free, stimulating talk. KSI.
And KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Looking for justice. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Family members say they want the undercover cop accused of shooting and killing an 18-year-old man in South LA charged.
The family has filed a claim against the department. Family members say he was shot when he got out of a car to ask why he and his friends were being followed. They allege the sergeant in an unmarked car made no indication he was in fact a police officer before the shooting. Mira's sister says her brother did not deserve to be killed.
He was so kind, so funny.
The LAPD said last month officers observed people in the car in ski masks, possibly in a dispute with another driver. In downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The Riverside County DA is asking for help solving a cold case murder from 1988. Senior investigator Ebony Cavanis
Pimp!
genealogy finally helped ID the woman in 2022 as Jackie Danette Eppel.
It's heartbreaking that the victim, which we could move forward with the murder investigation with a Jane or John Doe, but it just means so much more to give them back their identity.
She says the 25-year-old white woman was about 5'5", 130 pounds with auburn hair and several tattoos, including the name John and a Harley-Davidson Eagle. She says Eppel lived in Long Beach and Bellflower, but it's unclear how her body ended up in Paris. 3 men from LA are accused of robbing a pharmacy in Riverside. The guys allegedly stole prescription drugs, money, and personal property from employees before taking off in an SUV.
Our investigators were able to determine the license plate of the suspect vehicle, so they were able to identify at least one of them first.
Riverside police officer Ryan Railsback says that guy was arrested on the 15th near Corona in June. Police then arrested another guy last month during searches of their homes in LA. The third guy turned himself in the next day. California's new earthquake warning system has worked. Many people across Southern California, including this guy, knew a 5.2 quake was coming last night thanks to the system.
I was on my phone and then I got an alert on Google saying there was going to be an earthquake, and so I was just ready for it.
The alert gave people around 10 to 15 seconds to brace and take cover. The USGS reported the quake in Kern County had 28 aftershocks, ranging from 2.5 to 4.5. A new study shows kids in LA County may be more likely to get hit by a car during a certain time of year.
An analysis of 10 years of CHP data by the Ryan Law Group focused on pedestrian collisions involving children 5 to 17 years old.
From July to August, there's about a 10 to 30% spike in pedestrian traffic-related incidents. And we attribute that to primarily the return of children back to school.
Lawyer Andrew Ryan says while data also shows an overall decrease in pedestrian crashes from 2013 to last year, he says the results highlight the importance of both drivers and students to exercise caution as kids return to school. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The San Diego Humane Society says inflation isn't just hurting people, it's hurting pets. SDHS's Nina Thompson says the family's budget is leading to an increase in strays.
We think that the economy has a lot to do with people not being able to afford their pets anymore. We know that when the economy is in a tough setting, people tend to move.
She says the shelter is built to handle a little over 300 dogs, but right now it has nearly 850. She says it's more financially responsible to adopt since the animals come vaccinated, spayed, and medically assessed. The National Transportation and Safety Board has heard testimony for a second day into potentially inadequate manufacturing standards at Boeing. It follows the blowout of a door on an Alaska Airlines Boeing.
How do you like that move, son?
Think about this airplane in tens of thousands.
I see that now.
All that air rushing in, just a deafening noise, a deafening roar.
ABC's Steve Ganyard says it was so loud, flight attendants couldn't communicate with each other or the cockpit. Boeing said yesterday plans to make design changes to prevent future blowouts. We're going to go to the 15 next.
Bellman Pavers. They specialize in pavers for your pool deck, patios, entryways, decorative walls, and synthetic grass. And Bellman Pavers can transform your backyard into a beautiful outdoor
He's involved in every project. You'll like him. He'll speak with you personally. First 10 callers get a free demolition. That is Victor's summer special. First 10 callers, free demolition. Call now, get 12 months, no payments, no interest. Renovate the old backyard and call 844-PAVER11, 844-PAVER11. And again, ask for Victor's summer special. Free demolition, no payment for 12 months. BellmanPavers.com. BellmanPavers.com.
KFI Financial Update brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow closed down 234, S&P 500 down 41, NASDAQ down 171.
Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would be worth after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny again tomorrow. Low to mid-70s at the beaches, mid-70s to mid-80s Metro LA. Upper 80s to mid-90s for the valleys, mid to upper 80s inland OC. 90s with the triple digits for the IE in the high desert. Right now, 78 Costa Mesa, 75 Mountain Valley, 87 in Burbank, 92 in Van Nuys. We have a crash on the 15 in Temecula.
15 northbound right after Winchester Road. Still trying to clear that wreck from the two right lanes. It's pretty slow from Temecula Parkway. In Grand Terrace, 215 north in Washington. Got a brand new accident involving a big rig making its way over to the right shoulder. It is a mess in DeVore. 15 southbound, right after the 215. The three left lanes have been blocked as they clean up from an earlier spill, and it's causing a backup on that 15 from before Kenwood. Now, the 215 is not a good alternate because the 215 south is completely shut down from Palm Avenue to Kendall Drive with a big rig that is on fire. You're going to be taken off of the freeway right at DeVore Road. Downtown LA on the 10 westbound between Mateo Street, Santa Fe Avenue. Got a stall block in the right lane. Seal Beach, 405 northbound before Seal Beach Boulevard. Got a crash blocking the two right lanes. And in Long Beach, 405 northbound connector to the northbound 710. Got a stall partially blocking that transition. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
The final week from Paris.
The 20-year drought is over for the Americans.
Get him.
Bring the summer games with you from your phone,
Damn it.
car, or wherever you listen. Open the iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Damn it.
John Cobell Show, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Thank you for coming. Thank you for listening. We're here from 1 until 4. And then if you miss anything, you missed the first hour, you should have been there. It's on the iHeart app after 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand podcast. And if you want to yap on the voice line, it's 877-MOIST-86, 877-MOIST-86. This might get going. We just played the clip. Play it again here. Gavin Newsom.
Damn you, dog. You should end on that. All right, you want more? I'll get you. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. That was sick as fuck. I just want to say that was sick as fuck. SAF, sick as fuck. All right, what do you want to play? Just in the park, pimp. All right. Arctic phone. Arctic phone. What the fuck is this? The basis of it all. Write and draw alternately until you reach the last turn. How to play. How to write. Each player must write a quirky sentence. Time to draw. You receive a bizarre sentence to draw. Try to describe one of the crazy drawings. This isn't going to work, dog, because we need other people. The chest in the park's going to work, son. Build version 660. Your turn. Frosty's turn. Hey, it's finally going to let us finish that game. Frosty's turn. Frosty's turn. How you like? Frosty's turn. Frosty's turn. Oh, hell yeah. Frosty's turn. When the annotation and the rule... You're up, dog. Frosty resigned. All right. Do another one. Create game. All right. I'm in. Waiting for opponent. It's waiting for you, baby. It's even saying, we're waiting on Frosty, dog. It's on you. Go ahead. How you like me now? 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 It's Frosty's turn. Frosty's turn. How do you like me now? How do you like me now? How do you like me now? How do you like me now?
So this is a fact. Electric vehicle sales are less compared to the same period last year.
How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now?
Boy, he's incredible at this. How many times has he done this? He runs to a camera or a microphone, makes some kind of crazy proclamation. It takes 3 days to figure out.
How you like me now? 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 That was sick as shit. Yo, dog, Frosty's turn. Remember that time it was Frosty's turn? And then Frosty went. And then everybody was like, yay, Frosty went. I remember. Pepper Rich Farm remembers. Yo, dog. You ready? Ooh. Why the fuck would you do that? How you like me now? How you like me now? All right. So that means you're going to concede? All right, so just concede. Okay, just concede. How you like me now? How do you like me now? How do you like me now? How do you like me now? Did you concede? There you go. Frosty resigned. Now we're going to go to checkers. Checkers is easy. Have you ever played checkers? Dude, come on. Checkers is easy. I'm playing whatever you are playing. Whatever you're playing, I'm playing. Farm Merge Valley. I've never played this. Is this the best game of all time? Farm Merge Valley. How do you like me now? 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 All right, what's it say? Howdy, I'm Francine, and I'll help you get started. New supplies just arrived. Let's open them. Howdy, I'm Francine. Okay. Dude, this game sucks. What are we doing, dude? Well done, you can grow crops? Dog. This game sucks. No one likes it. Boring. Actually, this game's kind of tight. Play it. I just leveled up. Okay, you want to play another game? Let's play another game because this game sucks. Farm Sketchheads. I'm the greatest person ever at Sketchheads. There's never been anybody better than I am in the entire world at this game called Sketchheads. I have to authorize it, so just be ready. I have to authorize Sketchhead. Blitz. Blitz mode is a chaotic co-op race. What in the fuck are we doing? Choose a role. I'm gonna be the drawer. Oh, well then I'll be the guesser. Well, shit. Okay, I'll be the... Alright, choose a role. Alright, go. You're up.
Probably outside Minnesota, nobody knows what he's. I got a rundown of what he's done, and this is why he has to speak to the press and has to speak to some reporters who actually want to actively challenge him because he did a lot of really stupid things in Minnesota that brings to mind only one person, Gavin Newsom. I'm going through these stories and I'm thinking, oh, that's Gavin Newsom. That's Gavin Newsom. Yeah, that's Gavin Newsom. But it's like it's like they shaved his hair off and added 100 pounds and squashed him into a fire hydrant shape and gave him a personality and a sense of humor. But policies, we can play a game. I'll read you a policy from Tim Walz. You tell me if the first reaction isn't, oh, that's Gavin Newsom. We'll do that after 2:30. Next segment, since we're talking about EVs, South Korea is actually considering banning electric vehicles from underground parking garages because they explode and catch fire and then everything burns. Wall Street Journal story. We'll get to that coming up. But we also got to get to the. It looks like Boeing's two astronauts. They're still there. I didn't know they were still there.
Oh yeah, they may be there for a long time.
They finally admitted that maybe Elon Musk and SpaceX is going to have to send an emergency craft to pick them up. They don't know how to fix this. Deborah Mark, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The tobacco shop owner in Norwalk has fatally shot a guy who tried to rob the place. Another store owner says a group of people went into the shop yesterday morning and used pepper spray on his partner, who grabbed a gun and fired. The injured man died at a hospital. At least two other would-be robbers ran away. President Biden has given his first interview since he decided to drop out of the 2024 race. He sat down with CBS News' Robert Costa at the White House today for the interview. It will air in full on CBS News Sunday morning this weekend, with excerpts being released tonight. Temperatures at the Great Barrier Reef have hit their highest level in 400 years over the past decade. Researchers are warning the reef likely won't survive if global warming isn't stopped. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to go back to the 215 in Devore.
Can you hear me?
It keeps reigniting, so all lanes of that 215 South, right at Palm Avenue, shut down. You're going to be diverted off at Devore Road. And it's still southbound right after the 215.
The guesser must be at least one. Okay. So then you wanted to. We're going to do watch together.
This is going to be blocking the carpool lane as well.
Okay. Yo, Pimp.
Bring the summer games with you from your phone to your car or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be stuck in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you cry, cry.
Look, it's enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Right, Carson?
I was on a podcast a long time ago.
Visit nhtsa.gov/rights. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV starring Rashida Jones.
Yeah.
That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to... Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman Caped Crusader, on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3, back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it, dog.
Bill's About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins. Period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3.
Okay, I'm waiting, dog.
On Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and
I'm ready.
I'm ready. On Hulu remains at number 2.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Is Presumed Innocent, starring
Yo,
TV Plus.
Frosty. 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 Frosty's a gangster. Frosty's a gangster. Yo, are you showing me? Do you remember? Do you remember that? Something?
Content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone.
Okay.
Apple in your vehicle, iHeartRadio.
Pepper.
Everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Android uploaded.
Yo,
iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio.
do you remember when we were watching together on Discord and you tried to find your video about words games and you couldn't find it? Not because you sucked, but because the YouTube search system, particularly Discord. Do you remember?
Access to over 300,000 podcasts, including all the most popular hosts.
Dog.
Best of all, you can listen to all your podcasts for
You can't.
topics,
What's your channel?
crime, music to politics, and much, much more. While you're listening, iHeartRadio
What is
back up when you return. You can adjust your listening speeds to slow down or speed up your time. Favorite title.
okay?
Next episode,
Here we go. Corrupted by the mercenary.
all the podcasts you want and all the functionality and listening for
Remember?
any other app. It's all on iHeartRadio. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasting.
Did you? Do you like? Most of these video I've ever seen, like, I should answer.
Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info. Brought to you by iHeartRadio.
Oh, I like that's a. If I, it would look something. I'd have a like the it'd be they'd be so sick. They'd say they'd say it's so sick it's sick. Oh, does this guy have like mice over it? Oh, I smoke like
More people buy that product in California than anywhere else. That's what he's saying. And look, he elects bad politicians more than anywhere else. Something wrong because they don't want to people are buying
Karen. Yeah, Karen. Yeah.
And then some of them are selling their Teslas or even buying Teslas because Elon Musk is raising money. So that's why they that's that much. And now because Elon Musk is icky,
That is. Let me see. Dog. Old school skate. Old school ruin skate. Old school ruin skate. Old school ruin skate. I find. Yo. Old school. Okay. Remember, you had words before? Remember? You want to see words before?
above the parking lot, lost power, lost electricity. Nobody died. But EV,
Pepper.
and it burned.
All right.
It was the biggest story in South Korea.
Yeah. In the.
So they're protesting. And now
Living life in a. Yo. Yo. This video is interesting and only on YouTube. What do you? Frost. Cinnamon. Do you just? I can't. But out. What? All right. Check it. It's under Cinnabon, old school. Frost, Cinnabon, old school, rune, skate. Frost, Cinnabon, old school, Frost, Cinnabon, 2 or 2 0.
has a significantly higher population density than even New York City or Tokyo. Which is saying something.
Old school runes. What do you do now? Chef Showdown. Chef Showdown. Dude, just Checkers takes notes. It says those version 573. Here we go. Join. Yeah. 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 I think you picked up. It's waiting. I'm black. Red. Remember that you joined. Your right. Neither do
It's not a technology that anybody wants to deal with right now for all the reasons we constantly talk about. And what I'm hoping right now, electric vehicle mandate has got to go.
What happens when we have a big, huge earthquake? Right? Power's out for days on end.
Right now, most of the charging stations, many of the change. And the ones that do work are very
Frost. Okay. Who?
We've got so many natural disasters here that affect
Frosty.
electric vehicles. I mean, this is high risk.
Frosty.
And I'd like to see his how many of those are hybrids. Certainly something that I would even think of.
You're up. It says Frosty turn. There you go. Right?
Speaking of a product that's gotten a lot of hype here, but I don't know. I think like electric cars, there's going to be a bust here too. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Because Walz joined the ticket yesterday, a lot of people were caught flat-footed, and most of the country knows nothing about it. I'll tell you a lot about it, and you tell me if this doesn't sound like this Midwest involved, better version, shorter version, same policies. We'll talk about it coming up. Denver Mark.
Oh, I'm. There are whole.
Ran into a pharmacy with masks and gloves on. One of the guys.
Spider-Man.
Not just some prescription drugs and money from the pharmacy, but they actually robbed the 5 employees. Riverside police officer Ryan Railsback says police were able to use the license plate information of the getaway car to track down one of the robbers from June. He was arrested on the 15 in Corona.
Frost.
Homes in LA last month. One of the guys was arrested during the raids. The other guy turned himself in the next day. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. New rules by LA County will require some hospitals in unincorporated areas to report every time they go after a medical debt. Supervisor Catherine Barger says the county wants to better understand bills are.
Frost.
Other essential medical care, they should be receiving. And that's my biggest concern.
The board is
Frost.
debt for thousands in the county.
Do you remember that?
Nearly $3 billion.
I remember when it was. I remember when it was Frosty's turn. Frosty's turn. For Frosty's turn. Can you hear me? Frosty resigned. Create rematch. You know how to play now.
Starting in April of 2022, January first month during that time that more than 100,000 abortions across the country were counted in a single month. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says
Okay.
has the power to
All right.
ensure a ceasefire deal is reached in the Israel-Hamas war.
You want to play Rhythm. What is this? No one knows. No one's ever known. And perhaps no one will ever know in the future. This is the biggest event of all time, and everybody knows it. Rhythm is loading. Authorize. Rhythm is loading, starting session. This is known as rhythm. R to the Y to the T to the H to the M. Rhythm is black. Back. Get started. Terms and conditions. Millions of songs. All your friends. Listen for free. Oh, this is just a music listening app. Add music. Invite friends. Add a song to get started. Add music. Do you know the Beatles? Yo.
Metro LA, upper 80s to mid 90s in the valleys, mid to upper 80s for inland OC, 90s to the triple digits in the IE and the high desert. Right now, it's 76 in San Juan Capistrano, it's 84 in Stanton. We have a crash on the 605 in Pico Rivera.
605 southbound rights are coming up on Washington Boulevard.
I'm not going to join premium.
It is stacked up from the 60. Also in Baldwin Park on the 10 eastbound Park Boulevard.
I don't either.
An accident from the left lane. It's making a slow ride from at least Santa Anita Avenue. Glendora 210
We're going to look at top hits.
Still trouble in Devore, 15 southbound, right after the 215. Cleaning up from an earlier accident, the 3 left lanes are blocked.
Rap, pop, country.
Between Palm Avenue and Kendall Drive, all those southbound lanes are shut down due to that big rig fire.
Japanese city pop, aquatic. How about just the Beatles? Do you know the Beatles? Yeah.
Bring the summer games with you, from your phone to your car or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for
This game sucks so much cock.
NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles.
I don't know. I'm just going to pick one. What the fuck? This shit sucks so much dick.
Tiger Woods is one of our most awe-inspiring sports icons. A reflection
All right. It's time for the best game ever.
its values and ideals.
We're going to play. What are we playing?
Tiger has been world famous for decades in his many chapters.
You pick it. Do it. The server doesn't have access to the requested activity. Why can't I play that game? The server doesn't have access to it. I don't know why I can't play that game.
What many believe is the greatest sports comeback of all time.
Welcome, welcome. How you living, pimp? What's good? Yakas. How you doing? Yakas. What up, dog? Yakas. How you living, pimp? It happens.
Another dynasty. Best in the history of golf. No question in my mind.
I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
This is All American, a new series from Stitcher, hosted by me, Jordan Bell. And this season, with the help of journalist Albert Chen, we're asking,
What if the story of Tiger Woods that the media has been telling, what if it's been completely wrong?
All American Tiger. Look out for episodes every Thursday, wherever you listen to
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio.
Have you ever played Crunker Strike?
Music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
All the good stuff.
Yo.
Keeps you on top of pop culture.
John Lennon set another posthumous record for the highest auction Beatles instrument.
Have you ever played Crunker Strike?
Julian's auction saw the Walrus's 12-string Bootnanny acoustic guitar fetch just under 2.9. Another Lennon
Hey.
acoustic guitar by over $500,000. The auction took in. Other high-priced items included $900,000 for Prince's Cloud9 guitar, Bob Dylan's 1965 Fender Telecaster went for $650,000, Steve Jones and the Sex Pistols' 1974 Gibson Les Paul sold for $390,000. All for $5K, and Bono and two tied at $263,000.
I don't need the past. I already have it. I can trace my people back to Africa. As can everyone. It's the cradle of motherfucking civilization. So just because I don't use it doesn't mean I can't. Alright. I'm waiting. What are you showing me, dog? Dog.
Mostly progressive Democrats are just nodding along, saying, well, isn't she cool? Isn't she cool? And so J.D. Vance, this is like first full day of the campaign with the presidents and vice presidents on board, right? Because Walz was just announced yesterday.
Is that Kirby? That was my favorite one thus far. That was the best one thus far. I like it. I like that argument.
He's on Fox this morning, and he says, look, I do business with everybody, so I know Democratic operatives. I called one up.
Your animation is fire, dog. Fire.
What's in it for her to answer questions? Well, doesn't she have any policy she wants to talk about? And the guy said, yeah.
Dog. This shit is fire.
That is a huge insult to every person in America that she doesn't think it's necessary to tell us what her belief system is about, especially since she seems to have two of them. One of them in operation.
This shit is fire. I loved it.
And the other one in operation the last 2 weeks. But she ran for president in 2019, and it was a disaster, and partly because she had policies that nobody liked. She explained. She wanted to ban private health insurance. I'm making it up. Go look it up yourself. She wanted to ban private health insurance, put everybody on Medicare. She wanted to ban fracking, which is a major source of oil in this country. Now she's apparently changed her mind on both. Why did she change her mind? I accept people change their minds, but I'd like to know how she went from A to B. And how do we know that she's
A lot of mistakes out. I've seen them do their acrobatics better than they perform them today, but none of them were problematic.
the This is legitimate stuff here. I just gotta talk about it. If she felt it so deeply that she
Do you really like Sonic?
how do you not believe 5 years later in the same things you believed in to run for president? You know, people evolve and change over time, but man, by the time you got an ego that says I should be president, here's what I'm going to do, and then you tell everybody, and then 5 years later it's all never mind. I don't trust them. So they're rolling out walls. And see, they're selling his biography. Former football coach, manufacturing worker, teacher, 24 years in the Army National Guard, got an A rating from the NRA 2 years ago. He's changed his mind on some gun issues since then. But here's what he did as governor. When he was elected governor, he wasn't this moderate guy who kind of looks like a Republican and has a smile and a good sense of humor. He had the most aggressive lockdowns of any governor east of California, which may play in California because it seems we got a lot of people here who want the government to lock them down and take away all their freedoms, with a certain exception. He actually created a hotline for people in Minnesota to snitch on their neighbors. I'm not making this up. If you saw a neighbor not properly socially distancing, you could call them into the hotline. Now, I don't know what would happen. Maybe some government official comes over and spanks you. Or yells at you. I don't know. I mean, in China, they put people like that in jail. I don't think he was suggesting that sort of thing. People were getting snitched on if they were outside walking their dogs. Walking their dogs. Excuse me. I don't understand this. Wouldn't you like to see a reporter ask him, why did you set up a snitch hotline? And the only time I've heard about snitch has been in the Soviet Union, East Germany, China. Why was Minnesota on that list? And at the time he was claiming that 75,000 people were projected to die of the virus. Of course, that was one of those other hysterical wrong predictions. In the end, it was 14,000. And in the end, it was mostly the very old and the already very sick. Hardly anybody who is healthy and, under the age of 7, not. A few, but very few. So he created this pain. He had declared an emergency and had full power for 15 months. Just like Gavin Newsom. Although I don't think we had a snitch hotline here, did we? I don't remember that. You imagine? He actually outdid Newsom with a snitch hotline. Now, when we come back, we'll delve into his George Floyd response, because if you remember, George Floyd was murdered by the police officer in Minnesota. And that cop was convicted and sent to prison for the rest of his life. But the locals decided to have a big riot, and Walls let the rioting happen for so long that it inspired rioting all over the place, including Los Angeles. Maybe if he'd snuffed the thing out right away. But he sat home watching it on television. And his daughter was actually sending messages to one of the rioting groups that giving them a heads up on whether the National Guard was coming. Not making this up either. More coming up. Deborah Martin, live, KFI 24-hour news.
The Dodgers have reached a settlement in a lawsuit filed by a fan who was attacked in the stadium parking lot in 2019. The guy says he was in a hospital with a serious brain injury after being beaten by 5 people. The lawsuit says it happened after a game against Arizona, and that stadium security relied only on guards without any uniformed LAPD officers. A Southwest Airlines flight has made an emergency landing at Fresno Yosemite Airport. Officials say the Boeing 737 was headed for Sacramento this morning, but pilots got a maintenance alert. It did land safely, and the passengers got on a different plane. The LAPD says it cannot enforce the city's rules against house parties and short-term much earlier that the
I'm
department
watching.
had more time to develop an enforcement strategy. We're going to go back to the 15 next.
I think your editing is very good. Your editing is fire, dog. Oh, I thought they were. Yeah, I'm watching exactly what you're showing right now.
Southline weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow, highs ranging from the 70s to the triple digits again. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm. Back we go to that 15 into 4.
Southbound, right after the 215, we had an earlier incident, and they're still cleaning up from it. The 3 left lanes are going to be blocked, and then 15 is a crawl from before the 138. And I would take the 215 south as an alternate. Stay in those 15 lanes because the 215 south between Palm Avenue.
I don't see anything now.
Shut down due to an earlier big rig fire. In Glendora and 210 eastbound before the 57, trying to clear a stall from carpool lane. Baldwin Park eastbound before
That thing's cool.
Boulevard, got a crash in the left lane. And in Rivera, 605 south of Washington, that accident is still blocking the carpool in 2 left lanes. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reporting sign, Jenny Harmon.
iHeartRadio brings the 2024 Paris Olympics straight to your car. Plug in the iHeartRadio app to your car's dashboard and listen to NBC's 24/7 live play-by-play coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Listen now on the totally free iHeartRadio app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Nominations for the 2024 MTV Video Music Awards are out, with Taylor Swift topping the list, scoring 10 nods. Post Malone was right behind with 8. Ariana Grande, Eminem, and Sabrina Carpenter each picked up 6. And Megan Thee Stallion and SZA tied with 5 nominations apiece. For Artist of the Year are Ariana Grande, Bad Bunny, Eminem, Sabrina Carpenter, SZA, and Taylor Swift. Benson Boone, Jeff.
There you go.
The New of the Year nods go to Ariana Grande for We Can't Be Friends, Wait for Your Love, Lunch for Billie Eilish, Doja Cat's Paint the Town Red, Houdini from Eminem, SZA Taylor Drew Post Malone on Fortnite, and Song of the Year nominations go to Beyonce for Texas Hold'em, Love and Not Me by Jack Harlow, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, Espresso from Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift featuring Post Malone with Fortnite, and Lose Control by Teddy Swims. The 20 live Tuesday, September 10th. Alright, and that's what's poppin' at camps on iHeartRadio.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Some say they are the eternal, mortal enemy of mankind. Others say they're so similar to us that we can befriend them. Like us, they're born and they die. Like us, they fall in love, marry, have children. And like us, they hate and fight and destroy. But truth be told, they're nothing like us. They are powerful and ancient, and they exist right alongside us in their own dimensions, their own tribes, and their own kingdoms. Billions of people throughout history and across continents have believed in these creatures, hidden from our human eyes, invisible, but as real as the smokeless flames that they're created out of. The Jinn. My name is Raghad Chaudhry. I'm an attorney, New York Times bestselling author, and producer and co-host of the popular criminal justice podcast, Undisclosed. But I'm also someone who grew up in a culture rich with the legends and stories about the Jinn, swapping Jinn stories like other kids swap ghost stories, both terrified and in awe of them. And that's why I will be your guide into the world of the hidden Jinn. A new podcast exploring the centuries of tales, tradition, and belief about these supernatural beings. Created and written by me and executive produced by Aaron Mankey from the hit podcast Lore. The Hidden Jinn will take you on a journey into a world that few of us may be aware of, but one that has existed since the dawn of time. The Hidden Jinn. once worshipped and always feared. Join me to find out why.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Farming meat accounts for 14% of global greenhouse gas emissions, the same as all modes of transportation combined. Help reduce the impact your meals have on the environment by going meatless 1 day a week. When we all chip in, our world becomes a better place. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
Altercation. And I said, hold on.
What son?
In front of everybody. He took that as an opportunity to just drive away. As far as I'm concerned, I won that. 7 to 10 here on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We've been going through Tim Walz's record, governor of Minnesota. Now Harris's vice presidential candidate. So we went through one of the COVID things. He had his next line. People walking the dog and a neighbor would look outside. Somebody, I guess, walking their dog without a mask. Maybe the dog didn't have a mask. They snitched on the government.
Isn't it amazing that you like Sonic and I'm wearing Sonic?
We were here.
There you go.
Okay, we got a badge. It says we're emergency responsive.
Yeah, I'd rather keep the cash.
Actually, Renee, I used that badge to get the vaccine early.
So did I.
You know, it expires November of this year.
Next vaccine. That's a good story in itself. I walked up to this table. She was very large, and she looked at me, and she just sensed that I was pulling a scam, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It was the little card we got because we were emergency workers.
Yes,
we're government because somebody's got to run the radio station, right? So we broadcast all the emergency news. And actually, it was meant the cops pulled over. Let's say they blocked down the freeway, which is one of the few things they did do. We could show our little card, and then the cop wave was through. We could get to the station. However, Ray and I thought this would probably show, little bureaucrats, the goody bags. And he was right, but I got kind of caught. Just looked at it, finally, one person said, I guess. But only 60% of the money went to action. Thousands of it's a classic. Like Newsom, this was hundreds of millions of dollars, and it was.
There you go.
The nonprofit was called Feeding Our Future. They advertised themselves as spending money to feed poor children. The money didn't go to poor children. It went to luxury goods for the nonprofit's leaders. No food for the kids during the COVID pandemic, but probably Birkin handbags and Mercedes and BMWs, like those Black Lives Matter leaders. Boy, I tell you,
Excellent. Dude, you should go to sleep. You should go to sleep. I could keep you up all night. You need to get your rest. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Take care, Frosty. Frosty's the man. Frosty. Take care, Big Dumb.
Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA School District is asking voters in November to approve a $9 billion bond.
The district says it really has $80 billion in immediate infrastructure needs, but $9 billion will get the ball rolling on things like retrofitting old buildings, adding new HVAC, and improving green space. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says it's unfair that some schools are already renovating.
And then you drive down the road 1 mile and you see a completely different world that I cannot explain.
Voters agree the bond would add about 2.5 cents for every $100 of assessed value on a property. In downtown LA, Michael Bunks, KFI News.
The news is brought to you by Sweet James Access Attorneys. A jury in LA County has found a man guilty of sending his 17-year-old son to kill rapper PNP Rock. Freddie Crone was convicted of 1 count of murder, 2 counts of robbery, 1 count of conspiracy to commit robbery. During the 2-week trial, both sides agreed he walked into a restaurant in South LA in 2022 and shot the hip-hop star, stealing his movie. The rapper was pleading with the mother of his 4-year-old daughter when he was shot. The now 19-year-old is charged with murder, but a judge found he is not competent to stand trial. The family of an 18-year-old man who was allegedly shot and killed by an undercover cop in South LA has filed a claim against the LAPD. The family alleges Ricky Ramirez was shot when he was out of a car to ask why he was being followed. Ramirez's dad says his son was visiting from Northern California.
He was doing nothing wrong, but a police officer was antagonizing, following them. For what? Because they're brown.
The family claims the officer did not identify himself as law enforcement. The LAPD said last month officers saw people in the car wearing ski masks, prosecuting an argument with another driver. Prosecutors in Riverside County are asking for clues from the public to help identify a woman's killer from 1988.
The cold case sat dormant for decades until forensic genetic genealogy ID'd the woman as Jackie Danette Ebel.
The family had no idea what happened to her. She just disappeared one day.
The West Side Pimp. Oh, fuck.
County DA senior investigator Ebony Cabinet says Ebel lived in Long Beach and Bellflower, but her body was found in Paris. The 25-year-old was white, about 5'5", 130 pounds with low-burn hair, plus several tattoos, including a horse and flower, the name John, and a Harley-Davidson Eagle. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
CHP data shows drivers in LA County may be more likely to hit a young pedestrian this time of year. Ryan Rothschild, founder Andrew Ryan, says his team analyzed CHP data from 2015 to last year.
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Fujisports.com. Listen, I love Fuji. I never give up on Fuji. It's all the gi I wear is Fuji. If you're a big guy, you want a durable gi, Fuji is the way to go. They got bands, they got rash guards, they got chin guards, they got mouthpieces. Whatever you get need, they got Fuji Sports is there for you. Also, this podcast is brought to you by one of my favorites, my bookie. Listen, whether you're an expert or a rookie, you should be bet at my bookie. If you're the type of guy who likes to bet a little and win a lot, like playing numbers on the roulette, you can create a huge parlay. Pick 3 teams to win, and if you hit all 3, you turn 100 into $600. Listen, this weekend we got UFC, Cormier versus Lewis. The World Series is done, but you got the NBA. You got everything, and it's all under one roof with my book. I recommend these guys, so do me a favor right now. Log on to my bookie right now, and don't miss out on the last opportunity to collect the industry's biggest bonus. Use promo code CHURCH, and you'll get your first deposit matched at 100%. 100%. You understand me? That's promo code CHURCH. My bookie. You play, you win, you get paid. It's Tuesday the 30th, Netflix Day, Degenerates, and my main man, Jerry Rothschild. Kick that motherfucking muley. That's too much. If you're not awake after that. No. Deal. Greetings, you bad motherfuckers. Thank you very much for streaming fucking Degenerates If you haven't, then you had whatever the fuck you did. You know how we do it here. Uncle Joey loves you no matter what. It's up, it's ready. I don't know what to say. Anyway, Jerry Roach is here, direct from Laredo, fucking La Palmaville, the original. We got my little brother, Lee Siam, Stone to the gills. I'm trying to make him the Twitch man of the year.
I think you're right, though. We just got to rip those hits on Twitch. He'll be the most popular channel.
And he got a big dick. And you can't say it. So you gotta get those bong hits. You know what I'm saying?
I try to hit the bong hits, but you hit bong hits that, like, my lungs go on fire.
Don't worry about it. That's all that means. The reason why I was thinking about you lately, Jerry, is because it's just so weird.
Cleaning up after Hurricane Debbie dumped
There's a certain breed of people.
This afternoon, Governor Ron DeSantis
I've been here for 20 years.
that were underwater this week.
I've been doing this podcast for 6 weeks. We've had all types of guests. You've been on the podcast before.
Yeah.
I dig you to death. I love you. Come on, I love having it. Yeah. But it's so weird that you're a grind. Like, for LA to get rid of you, you're either going to have to get a warrant.
Oh, yeah.
Get a bad case of chlamydia. like, you're always up to something. And I've known you since day one. How long were you in the game?
I've been doing comedy maybe 3 years, 4 years. We've been in El Paso, Texas. I was middling for you. It was one of my first ever, I think that might have been the first week Bart ever gave me 2 middle. And once I had 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and the DHS tape, and I've been bugging every day. And man, you know, here I'm open. Of course, my veils were wide fucking open, you know. But I would always lie and say, "Oh, this week I can't do it." But next week, you know, I was at a bookstore, working at a bookstore in the music department of a big ass Barnes and Noble in Dallas. And and I was just, and they were cool enough to write, hey, I need next week. What year was this? 98, maybe 99, somewhere around there. I was thinking, yeah. I know this. You were for 20 years or 20 years. You had just done basketball, I believe. You had just finished basketball. That was, I believe. I think that's about the time. Does that ring a bell?
Okay, the first time I went to El Paso, I emceed.
Yeah.
I took a fucking bus down there.
Volunteers through Hope, Florida.
$250.
Yeah.
4th of July weekend. I forget the two guys' names, so I even want to.
Right?
And then I didn't hear from him for a long time. And then I think I got booked with him through an agency in New York City. And then I became friends with him.
Because he really trusted that dude in New York.
Now, did I headline the week before?
Yep. Bart was really, he really valued that dude in New York. The agent in New York, that guy, Bart would kind of throw Bart a rack, and Bart was like, oh yeah, okay, great. You know, like he was kind of silent. He worked with that guy a lot. And I remember, I think it was my first time ever middling. It was still in the West Side, the second room in the West Side, the really big one. And yeah, I remember I got there, and instant we're talking about Pink Floyd. The minute I walked in the door, we bonded over that. I remember you went with me. I went. It was like Thursday. I drove across town to a comic book store to buy some action figures. Do you remember that? And then we go to the Chinese buffet, and then we got to get. I almost bought like 4 action figures at the comic. You're breaking my balls.
I was just like, how long did he last in the comic book store?
Oh, he didn't go in. He waited out. He was in the car. I was real quick. I got him, and he was just laughing his ass. I walked in with Thor and Iron Man, and he was dying, breaking my neck. And then we went to Burlington Coat Factory. Remember this? And we stocked the fuck up on. Remember when Outkast had a clothing plant? The rappers, they had like those velour sweatsuits and shit. Dude, we were fucking. We went all the rest of the weekend. Joey and I were just an Outkast velour crushed velvet. Dude, we were like fucking G's, man. The hoodies on and fucking sweatpants, and then
in those days I was so big. I was starting to get big. And the only place I could buy clothes is in Texas.
Yeah, because, dude, yeah.
2X
we got you, boy. We got you, son. Get over here.
Oh, the 2X in Texas is way bigger than the 2X.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's really weird. You go to Texas and you buy a shirt, it's 2X and it's big on you.
Yeah.
I lost weight. I'm going to eat. Oh, my God. It's weird. So I remember working there as an MC.
Yeah.
And then I did a lot of feature work in El Paso. Like at this, I give props where props is due. And that was a club that I learned.
Oh, yeah.
That old club with the gay manager who I dearly loved, John. What was his name?
He was John. You're right.
I mean, I loved him with everything I had. Like, whenever I would get the call to go down there to feature, because I had a relationship, I got all her cancellation.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest ball busters I ever got in this town, which I'll tell the story now, is, Bart would call me on Monday afternoons and say, you're going to can you come to El Paso? Somebody featured from New York canceled last minute. And in those days, you were getting $5.50 for the week.
Yeah.
Okay? But the flight, no matter when you fucking looked online, it was always $180. It was always $180.
So that's a third of your pay.
That's a third of your pay gone. So, and you look at that, and you look at the Greyhound bus, and you got
$45.
It was 20,
maybe 25 back then, 28. Yeah.
And 35 for the Mexican bus.
El Conejo,
where they put the Telemundo on.
Yeah.
Grandma sell tacos.
Those buses are nicer than the Greyhound, by the way. Those Conejos are fucking dope, man.
They have safe places where you can hang your shirt and laundry.
Yeah.
You get the Southerners to watch your shirt.
They get laundry done on the bus?
You gotta see these things.
They don't fuck around. Because you have to think a lot of those people are on a 2-3 day trip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of them they're coming from deep in Mexico and they're coming up and start going back, whatever. And yeah, that they accommodate. It's almost like being on like a fancy train, except it's just one big bus. Yeah, like it's all.
After I became tight with El Paso,
yeah,
like I was such a regular down there. Like anytime he had a fallout, he would call me last minute. Yeah, Joey, I got this guy, or if somebody's agent was busting his balls,
he would be fuck this guy. Yeah, fuck him.
He would call me.
Yeah.
Light him up. Like, do your fucking nastiest material in front of him.
Dude, he did that to me a couple times. It was the best.
He didn't like you as a headliner. He would sick the dogs on.
Oh,
because your agent, it was at that time, it was a guy from Romney Pops. And he was booking real features.
Yeah.
Great comics, but they were features.
Sure.
But they were booking them on as headliners because at that time El Paso was a B room.
Yeah.
So I was a fucking B and a feature.
Yeah.
And I was like these fucking guys like Christmas trees. I still remember one Saturday night, this poor guy had a ukulele out.
Oh, that's it. That's over. It's over.
With one weekend, we buried somebody. Once a weekend, you and I, okay, so when we did bury somebody,
yeah.
didn't you and I team up on somebody and just bury them on us? We laughed our asses off.
Because and then what was funny is when you passed on, when you went on to headline, I kind of took your place as the fallout middle guy, right? Because I mean, and of course, I would drive for Dallas 10 hours. I'd just do it. I would just get in the car and drive. Yeah, because it's almost halfway, so it's almost the same driving LA to El Paso, Dallas to El Paso, and yeah, like about 9-10 hours.
So I'll never forget being in Houston. And Pete Pirelli come downstairs and he goes, "Hey man, I just got a call." Like it was Saturday.
Yeah.
I was snorting coke like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Whatever my salary was down in the shed. I should already went. And I would just go to Texas. Like I would just tell Terry, like, I'm going to Texas. Like when I'm coming back, I have no idea.
Right.
When I was in Houston, I got a call to go to some place, and I agreed to go. I forget the comic's name, and I was so coked up, and I agreed to go. I got a call from the kid Monday, and he's like, "All right, yeah, I'm gonna pick you up Tuesday night at 11. We're gonna drive all night." And I go, "All night? We're going to Midland, maybe?"
Yeah, probably.
It was a 9-hour flight.
Yeah, that's about right.
From Houston to Midland is 9 hours.
And you're not. That's not even like. That's like you're covering like not even half of the map. You know what I mean? Like,
Is it the biggest state in the country?
I think Alaska technically, but it's just all ice, right? So yeah, like land-wise, it's right up there with it's Texas, California. It's like
I think California is like what 7-8 hours.
It's a little more to go from like if you go like from
from San Diego to the very top. That's a haul. Like, I mean, Texas, because you go both ways, though, right? Like, so Houston to El Paso, that's a trek, and then from the top of the Panhandle down to Laredo's, and that's a fucking.
How far from Houston to El Paso?
God, that's probably more than Dallas. I bet that might be. You're looking at maybe 10, 12 hours. Yeah, 10, 12 hours.
I still remember Ralphie coming to visit me in El Paso.
Yeah.
That club was that corner club. Yeah. I don't know about when he moved. Yeah. I don't know about now. Whatever. That corner club, I got a knack in there. Like I just had a knack for fucking. Like I was in there so much. Yeah. That I just became comfortable. Like I was one of the few feature acts that killed on military night.
Dude, those were, yeah, man.
It was rough. Yep. Wednesday nights was military night, and I figured them out.
It was packed.
Oh, we go to the bar up the corner. There was a cocaine festival. Everybody was fucking high as fuck. I never saw anything like that in my life.
I remember you wouldn't let me drive home the weekend we met. It was Monday morning, and I had like a 10-hour drive back to Dallas, and I woke up at like noon, and I'm getting ready, and I'm packing my shit, and you're like, where the fuck are you going? And I'm like, no, I gotta drive to Dallas. Sit the fuck down. You're not going anywhere. And on VH1, it was the Behind the Music Pink Floyd. Remember that? You're like, you're not going anywhere. You're gonna be here for 2 more hours. We're watching this, and then you can fucking leave.
Yeah, supermarket.
The Lion something? Was
right
it?
at the edge of the
Yeah.
Walk down there, you could walk.
Yeah.
And I was a fat fuck, and I used to mind making me walk because the food.
Oh, it was real good. The homemade food, the homemade Mexican food there.
The homemade Mexican food in the supermarket was Fridays. I always made sure I got cooked up on Thursday nights. It was Friday. They had fresh Yucatan fish soup.
Right.
And it was like this Mexican soup with everything included. Fins, eyeballs, spine, spirits. Every time you take a bite out of it,
you're getting something. Yeah.
But the food, the soup was so good for you. You could see this was real fish soup. This was no couple pieces of fish.
Right.
Cream. This was a Mexican style fish soup. I would get the big container of it, and they would have those packages with those fucking chowder things.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. And they give you lemons to pour in the soup limes.
Oh, man.
They give you like 5 limes.
Fuck yeah, there.
And I'd be hungover as fuck. And I'd bring that bowl home, and I'd drink half of it straight up. And then I'd put the limes in there. I'd put chowder in it. And I'd just sit in front of the TV and eat everything. So at the end, there'd just be spines, and we stripped them out. There was every type of fish in there. God knows. I mean, right. You don't have.
Right.
And they had ceviche in the corner. They had a bunch of shit in there. And they had Hardee's, which at the time, that was the last time I ever ate Hardee's. Yeah, because I ate it one time, and the second time it tasted funny. And I took the bun off, and the meat was skin. It was human skin. Yeah, it just been Hardee's. The people were just in a fuck. And they called it was like the charcoal burger. It was because the people had just been burnt. I looked at it, you can see the face. That's the when the horseradish fucking can't the taste of meat.
You're done. It's something wrong there.
I was always an Arby's guy.
That's Soylent Green. That's
you remember the Arby's on Paso? Arby's. There was Arby's, the supermarket. Then you made the right hand turn up the hill. That Arby's was on the west side, and it was next to a Radio Shack.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I used to fucking go to that Radio Shack, and I used to go to that Arby's. And if you're broke, you got to live off.
You were making like a week. Yeah, 180 goes to the plane ticket.
Yeah, 180 goes. No, it's no thing like the $30 bus. Yeah. So now I have to go regular. Like I was telling you the story. So I'm sitting there with John Wesley, Ralphie May, and Jody, and I say to them, I'm so embarrassed that I had a lie. Right. They're like, what time are you leaving for El Paso? And I go, I'm leaving tonight. And they're like, what time? You need a ride to the airport? I go, no. I need to ride down to Union Station. the guy I'm working with should have picked me up and you.
Right.
I was too embarrassed.
Dude, I feel it, man. Yeah, I've been there. Fuck yeah.
John Wesley. You had to take I had to take a fucking bus. Ralphie drove me down there. And Ralphie, the cocksucker of the year, went around the corner, sat there, and watched me
get on the bus.
Like, no, like going to the bus station. Right. Like I waited out there, like waiting on him. Right. 5 minutes, and then he went up the corner and waited on me. And they saw me going to the bus station.
Oh man.
So when I got back, he's like, "What time did your flight get back today?" I'm going past him. I'm like, "Oh, like lunchtime." He was just fucking lying. And I'm like, "No, I didn't." So for years, I didn't claim to it at all. No, I kept saying, "No, not even that." I took a plane. You didn't see me, did you? So for years, he would bust my balls. He just forgot about it. And he would always ask me, "What time your plane coming?" Because El Paso was a great route to do on Saturday. Because I think that you can still catch the bus.
Yeah.
After the show on Saturday.
Those buses went late.
Yeah, there was a 1 a.m. bus.
Yeah.
Yep. I got you back here at 1
or 2 o'clock in the afternoon next day.
Yeah. There was an
Just
express.
sleep on the bus and you're good, man. Just crash on the bus.
Sleep. Oh my God, I used to get fucked up on those buses.
Yeah.
That's the only way you can go on those buses.
I remember when I met you. Do you remember how we met? I got to the condo and you were just sunbathing like a gangster at the swimming pool. Remember that? You were just sitting there by the pool sunbathing. It was good. Yeah, man. That's how we met. That was a great week.
Doesn't Coke make you want to like walk around and like do stuff? How are you getting that high on a bus for 12 hours when you're stuck in a seat?
Man, I would sit there by myself, just get
lost in your thoughts, right? Probably bring a notebook.
I would give a notebook, I would bring water, I would sneak a beer on.
Yeah.
I would have like a carry-on bag. There was no dogs then. When we got into Mexico, the first time I went down the bus got pulled over.
No shit.
July weekend, the bus got pulled over. Dogs came on and snort all the coke. The dogs knew I snorted and he kept barking weed.
I get in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I knew it was him.
But they can't do shit if you already snorted it. Hey, it's too late.
But that was it. The guys never came on.
Yeah.
But that bus was. Today, if you think about that bus, it was torture. But it's what we do.
Dude, this shit we've had to. I remember one time I was doing a triple run. I hit black ice. My tire exploded, and I had to make the show. Too bad. I fucking put on the donut and did 80 the other 150 miles. I can't believe the donut made it. And it's fucking.
I've driven a donut for 2 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the bullshit. You only did 25 miles of it.
Bullshit.
You can get out of a donut when you get out of a donut. I've gotten, and I can top dog, you laugh. I had a donut on my Nissan for 3-4 months, taking 4-hour triple runs. Wenatchee, I was just laughing. I think I had 2 of those circuits. I think I had 2 of those at one time. You think I'm fucking kidding?
Donut in the front, donut in the back, when you get out.
Oh my God. When I was on the road, those cars were fucking. But once I figured out it was just all bullshit.
Yeah,
it's 25 miles.
But you did, so you can go buy a tire the next morning. That's it.
That's going to go to fucking death. When that thing goes, then we'll get another one. That's what I used to do. I used to drive with the real tire in the back.
With the donut on.
Because I knew the donut would go. They're always going in the right hand lane.
Yeah.
Because if you're in the left,
oh, dude.
If you're in the left-hand lane and that right tire pops, you're fucking done, though. I used to have a car. When I first got here, I had a car that had no brakes, no registration, no insurance. And whenever I would step on a brake, you would hear the metal like,
yeah, man.
Sparks would come out of here.
I can see why you didn't drive it to El Paso.
That one was local. That one was from local gig.
I drove from Texas to Washington for the triple run. Drove from Texas. I remember one time I drove to host. I lost money, obviously, but I just wanted to try to get in with every club I could.
that Club Bananas in Poughkeepsie. Remember that in the hotel? Drove from Dallas, Texas to go fucking MC there.
Okay, so
for a weekend.
let's do something real quick. Let's chronologize this wise.
Yeah, man.
All right, so I met you in El Paso.
Yes.
And then did I work with you in Addison?
Yeah, it was right after Longest Yard. Yeah, and you were questioning, hey, you want to come in? Because I was living there. And so I went and hosted for you in Addison a couple of times. Yeah.
And then you moved to New York at one point.
Yep, about 2006, 2005, 6, around there.
How long did you stay in New York?
About a year. And then it got to the...
You got mugged in New York.
I didn't want to leave. I loved it. I didn't give a fuck. I got mugged. I did a show. I did a spot the very next night. My fucking face was purple. It was after here. There's blood everywhere. I was like, fuck it. I wanted to suck. The night it happened, may he rest in peace, my brother, Mike DiStefano, he called me because I had to hear from him. We used to get him when we get home from the gig, and he calls me. And luckily, I had two cell phones. I had a New York cell phone and my regular cell phone. And my New York cell phone I had with me got destroyed. And he called me. He goes, what the fuck, where you been? I was like, Mikey, I got jumped. He goes, what? Nah, what fucking street corner? I'm like, no, it's okay, man. Go on the jury. You doing me? My brother just really wants to beat the fuck out of a couple of Puerto Ricans tonight. So here, tell me where it happened. We'll bring some bats. We'll let you get a couple of shots. I'm like, nah. But yeah, I went to the spot the very next night. And so I was in New York for about a year. And it just... I loved New York. I loved it. I fucking loved it, man. And I was getting love at some of the clubs. I was kind of, but there was just this weird... Because before I left, I was already passed at the Improv out here, right? And so part of me just thought, I felt like, man, you remember you got me that spot at the store? And I was starting to get a couple of those like friends and family spots. And I was like, man, I just kind of missed LA, And I'm like, I think I should be in LA, just for me personally. And so
Now, were you in LA first before New York?
I was in LA. I was staying with my buddy for a couple of months on his sofa. Remember that? And then I went back to Texas. And then I went to New York, and then after New York, I went back to Texas, saved up a shitload of money, and then came back here for good. And that was it.
And how long have you been here for?
That's almost like 10 years now. A little over 10 years. Yeah, straight. Yeah. And it was just, and I remember you told me, I remember when I moved here, when I moved out of here the first time, you called me and you said, you're going to be okay. I remember you telling me it saved my life in a way, because I was thinking of like, because you know how hard it is when you have to move. You know what I mean? And you told me, goes, look, you're going to be okay. You're going to just fucking grind, come back. And you're like, trust me, coming back the second time is the hardest move you're ever going to make. But you're going to have to do it. And I was like, yeah, fuck, you're right. And you just, you grind through it. You fucking just, I worked day jobs, shitty gigs in Texas in that period to save up enough money to
1 year in New York.
Yeah, I loved it. Oh, fuck, I loved it, man. I loved it. Man, I love New York. I lived in Astoria, Queens. It was right there, right off the N train. Man, it was, I loved it. It was, when I was there for about a year, it was great. I mean, we would talk a lot. I remember that too. We talked all the time when we lived out there because I didn't know anybody with Mike. Mike was Mikey D and I became instant friends. But, that was it. He was really one of the few people I really knew in New York because when I met him, I was opening for Stanhope at Caroline's. And he was pissed because he wanted to open for Doug. But Doug knew I just moved to New York. I said, hey, come and open for him. It's all right, fun. And I went over there, and Mike was mad that he, and that's why I met Big J. Big J was hosting. And what year was this? God, 2006 maybe, something like that. Yeah, Big J, and it was like, and he was one of those. He was like, he was super cool to me. He was one of those guys who was like, hey, welcome to New York, man. He got me in touch with a couple of bookers, and it was great. And I don't even know if they remember that, right? But I used to work for Big J. The Big J got me in touch with Lewis. Lewis used to book a couple of rooms. He used to book a couple of rooms, and he would, man, just on Big J's rec, he got me sight unseen. It was really kind of him, man. It was really helping.
Those rooms paying those days?
A little bit, yeah. And then fuck yeah. And then Mike got me in at a club that he knew the owners at, and it was, and we would work there. It was the Ha, and we were there
in Times Square.
And we were there it was, look, I know a lot of comics talk shit about the room, but man, Mike and I, every night, fucking almost 6, 7 shows a night. It would start at 6:30 in the morning, 6:30 evening, it would end at 2:30 in the morning, and every hour on the hour, they had 2 showrooms. You just run upstairs and downstairs, and you can't help but become a good comic, right? It's like, fuck, you're in front of tourists. You're like, God damn, you really got to bring it because the guy before you just crushed. You're like, shit, okay, you know, and it made you good. And it was,
why did they talk shit about the club?
It just, the owner was, you know, he was fine with us, but he just wasn't that kind to other communities. Yeah, fuck. I mean, the problem is, I think he only paid the guys he liked. You know what I mean? So I was lucky enough to be a guy that he liked. But he would pay, yeah. I mean, you would leave, he'd give you a lot of cash every night, you know, stuff like that. Yeah. It was great. But I just, as much as I love New York, I just had this nagging, I wanted to be back here. Something about LA. I just felt like I wanted to be back in LA and nothing against New York, but I just felt like, there was something missing. Like, cause it felt like when I was out here for those first few months, things were kind of starting to go good. And then
what year was this now?
2004. And then my buddy that I was staying with, he had to leave. In
2004, there was a lot of action going on.
It was nice. Pat Buckles put me on that Latino Laugh Festival TV show. Yes. Like, it was all this shit. It was like, fuck, this is great. Like, I was like, man. And then, you know, it just, again, I was staying with my friend, and he ran out of money, and he had to move back to Texas. And I was like, fuck. So I was working a day job at T-Mobile in Westwood. And I was like, oh, shit. Like, I wasn't making enough to afford, you know, taking over the rent for that apartment. And I was like, I was like, shit, I don't have enough to just start getting my apartment right now. Like, fuck. So I was like, well, I moved back to Texas, too. And then that's when I saved up bread and moved to New York. I wanted to give New York a try. And I loved it, but I was like, man. And you were great. I mean, you would always give me pep talks, like, you'll be all right, whatever you do. But you always say, but you know, whenever you want to come back to LA, we'll be here. You know, it'll be waiting for you.
Okay. Let me tell you something.
Cat day, it's likely a map will be involved, but you can take part.
I went to Cleveland and took a red eye.
Yeah.
To Cleveland on Wednesday night.
Nice.
Which I never take.
Right? Oh, yeah. All right.
I got to tell you both the story. Because if something happens, this is the next show I'm pitching.
Deal.
Next show I'm pitching is about those 9 months that I did in New York. When I really think about those 9 months really made me a comic. But it brought me back to speed as character. There's certain times in your life when you have to do something for maybe 8, 9, 12, 14 months, and it seems like a bump in the road. But 10 years later, you look at that, it's the best thing that ever happened.
No question.
I was in a horrible, horrible state as a human being, as an individual. You guys called depression. I was stuck in living it, and I was stuck. I was never stuck in losing reality or something. I was just down. Yeah. The Boulder place had fired me as an MC. There was a new comedy club opening. Judy Brown had taught these engineers from the University of Colorado to open up a comedy club and not to serve booze, to serve popcorn and hot dog, and everybody sat at the desk. You have no idea. The school desk, they called me University Comedy Club, and it was all PG rated. The fucking Chinese guy told me not to come around no more. The guy was beating. Oh, shit. I was beating this little Chinese dude for about a year. Out of money for all these open mics and shit. I guess I would bring Cosby and Richard Pryor. When he wasn't there, I would bring a black guy. And I told him my brother, I get $300. Like all my avenues had dried up.
Fuck yeah, man.
I was just down and out. I was losing a divorce. I lost my job in the sports betting service. And I knew it was time to touch New Jersey ground. I had been through prison, I got married, I got divorced. I hadn't been home in 8 years, and I had lost the pep in myself. Yeah, I knew my soul just needed to go back to that area and start from scratch, you know. And I went back, and the first month I had a cushion. A buddy of mine, I would just wake up and every day he'd just peel off a yardstick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
That's great.
Like that, nobody does that.
Yeah.
Those are friends I had.
Yeah.
He would give me his car if I had to run errands or go to New York and pick some random blow or whatever. At night I would stay with his wife. We'd get checked. She was pregnant. Then after that, I moved to Fort Lee, New Jersey, Coastside Park. I lived with George. George was a fucking heroin addict. And me and George shared a room the size of this office. There was a single little kid's bed.
Yeah.
Like a little kid's bed that your feet hung off of. And there was a couch. George was a gentleman, so he took the couch, and I took the bed. Because I had the bed while he was in rehab.
Right, okay.
I moved in with his grandma to help her while he was in rehab. So when he got out of rehab, he lived on the couch. And those were the most fascinating 8 months of my life. He taught me how to get up in the morning again and go into the city and how to make money selling cars. And just, it was a brilliant time. And something else happened. I figured out the equation of comedy. I figured out that you just didn't get on stage. I figured out that if you wanted to write a joke, you had to write it and then add to it. And it all came to me, and I was ready to pursue it, but I couldn't pursue it in New York.
Right.
I was just going to spin my wheels in New York.
Dude, that's weird. I felt the exact same fucking way.
Spinning my wheels in New York. I wasn't going to get to that next level. There was a big gap.
I felt like it's crazy. Yeah.
It was just too big of a gap. I didn't have the chops to cover it.
Right.
I did not have the chops to cover it. And there was no way I was going to get the chops living in New York at that time.
Yes.
If I knew one thing about Denver, was that the comics, since the Comedy Works was such a high-level club, and they handpicked that the comics all had to go out and hustle. Denver taught me how to do comedy the right way. Thank God. And knock on wood. Yeah. Then I have to bring 4 people, 8 people.
Oh, man.
So anyway, to get back to this New York stage. So it's September of 93. It's August of 93. I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing okay. I'm getting on stage maybe 3 times a week, 4 times a week.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'm not getting anywhere. I'm not getting any laughs. I had 2 or 3 jumps, but my health was improving. My whole, because of this heroin addict. It was just, I love torture. I just tortured at night. Never the guys on me and tortured me.
Right.
But there's this one Sunday that I get up and I got about $18 in my pocket to join. I don't know what I did for breakfast, but it was 1 in the afternoon. It's a Sunday in New York. It's warm out. Jesus Christ, I'm 30-something years old. It's 1993. I'm 30 years old. I should be out in New York having a beer at a bar. Meanwhile, all I want to do is go to Harlem and get a bag of weed, which I can. Yeah, I got $18. I got $10 to get 2 joints, and I can eat lunch. And I can eat a hot dog and a slice of pizza and soda. But Jesus Christ, is my life really this pathetic? I got $18, and we lived underneath a chick that had a kid.
Okay.
That's all I know. A chubby type chick.
Sure.
And one day, I'm sitting on the bed reading the book about comedy. That's when there was that magazine. It was out in all the comedy clubs.
Right. Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm reading this magazine. I'm reading the Judy Carter book. That's when I got Gene Perret's comedy. And I was just, I had this day job, but I also had this dream at this point. I'd seen Jay Leno in New York. I'd seen a couple people. And now I knew I wanted to go with it. I seemed like it was on. Well, now I was just waiting to get out of it. I was trying to figure out how to get out of fucking New York. Because New York is, I was just an addict in New York.
Right.
New York, it's too easy to get drugs.
Jesus, isn't that crazy?
It was just too easy.
I mean, I don't even, you know me, I'm clean. I don't do any of that shit. But you were junkies. Fuck, you could get
My
anywhere.
friends would give me money to get them coke. And so the days I didn't want to get high, and then I was ending up getting high. It was just, that's what the problem with the East Coast was for me. Everything was too available. Yeah. So there's one Sunday I'm sitting there with my $18. It's 2:30 in the afternoon, and there's a barbecue grill in the backyard. And I see the mom come out with the barbecue grill and the little boy.
Yeah.
And she opens up the barbecue grill and she's putting burgers on and stuff. Now, I had lived in this building in 85, and I've lived in this building now in 93, and I had robbed this building 1,000 times. So when I lived there the first time, on the third floor, there was a couple. I was just robbing them once a week. Like if they had left $100, like if they left 5 20s, I would take 3 20s. And I would take their credit card, use it, and put it back a week later. They had a stack of
Oh, that's where it is. I don't know where that thing went.
Yeah, they had a stack of credit cards at the desk. Oh, God. I was robbing them every 2 or 3 days. And I always put money in the circle. I would steal something every 3 or 4 days. So it's 93. When I left, I remember George saying to me when he came to Colorado, he's like, "Yeah, man, the girl upstairs called the cops." They said, "Listen to the Did you know I didn't do it? And George never accused me.
Oh, that's great.
That was 93.
Why the fuck would you leave it out? You deserve it. If you leave your shit out like that, how fucking stupid are you, man? Come on.
So it's Sunday. George, his grandma would leave on Sunday, so George had the green light to shoot heroin.
Right.
So by Sunday, he was broke, and he would save just a little taste, just enough to get him high. Right? Yeah. So I see Grandma leaves for an hour. George gets up, goes into the bathroom, blasts off, and I can see he's coming back. And
man.
He would watch that stupid fucking show on MTV, Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, yeah.
So he's watching Beavis and Butthead giggling, all knotted up on heroin and shit, right? And I see this lady cooking, and I run upstairs to her apartment. I open up the front door. I knock first. I open up the front door and I look at this, a table with a purse in the middle of the fucking right on top of the table. And there's an envelope sticking out of it. I look at the deposit envelope, I look at it. I just take the envelope, close the door, and I go downstairs. I go in the bathroom, I count out 8 bills. Right. I take the envelope, I rip it up into 1,000 pieces, I flush it down the toilet. And I take the 800, I take it, and I hide it in the mailbox. Somebody with upstairs mailbox Sunday that I'm gonna check.
Right.
And I just wait. I ain't that stupid. I know this is not. So we're laying on the bed. He's all fucked up on the heroin. They return the kid upstairs with the cooked meal, and it's not 20 minutes, and I hear. I already had problems with George because I've been in the building that was a heroin addict. So she's like, shit. The grandma opens the door. Hello? And she's like, is your grandson home? I'm missing $800. I know he's there. He's the only heroin addict. And grandma's going, no. He's been laying down the whole time. Shit. And he goes, George, wake up. This lady say that you blah, blah, blah. And George's like, I've been fucked up. I've been laying on this couch for 2 hours. And I'm sitting there giggling inside. I cannot laugh at all. I cannot laugh at all. I'm just holding it in. And now the cops come. Oh, and there's 2 cops in the hallway. They got George out there, and he's fucking nodding. And fucking the cops are asking him, is he robbing? Yeah, he's like, I'm telling you, it was him. I left it on top of the table. And I'm sitting back there howling my ass off. Pretending to read the newspaper. I didn't know something. I'm napping. Right. And all of a sudden I get up, I get involved. I go, what's going on, George? It was this fucking lady's accusing me of robbing. I go, George hasn't moved at all. Nobody robbed the lady, and she's fucking crying. And I'm feeling bad enough as it is. Right. It's a dog. George. At that time, I was crazy, and I felt, till today, I feel really bad. Right. Well, I couldn't give it back at that point. Right. And they interviewed George, and George outside for 30 minutes. He's out there all fucked up on heroin. They made him empty his pockets. So, boom, I fucking wait like an hour. I let everything calm down. I told George I'm going to walk into the city. I get the 800 out, and I'm in a Chinese restaurant within 15 minutes. Right. The enchanted living. The shredded beef. Oh, man. God, Szechuan shredded beef. And I was over the city. I went and picked up like an 8-ball. I went down and picked up this girl I knew. I went crazy for a night. And I gave my money like 2 days later, but I never told her.
That's crazy.
I leave October.
Sure.
We reconnect in 99, 2000, like 2005, one night we're at a restaurant. And I tell him, he's high on the house.
Right.
No, he's straight. He's been sober for his.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, he's been sober since 96.
Oh, that's good for him.
I tell him the story. He goes, I remember that motherfucker. I was high as fuck. You
killed his high.
So it was getting late. He's at a bar in Cliffside Park. And he's sitting there. And these girls, bar next to him, guys. I don't know what they're watching. Thursday night football. With the Giants, I don't know. It was this Thursday. We played this Thursday. And he said that the girls next to him asked him if he was from the neighborhood. He goes, yeah. And the girl goes, I'm from Cliffside Park originally. And he goes, really? He goes, where'd you live? And she goes, Inwood Terrace. He goes, get the fuck out of here. I grew up on Inwood Terrace. She goes, where'd you live? He goes, 754 Inwood Terrace. And he says to himself, come on. I lived in Inwood Terrace. He goes, where'd you live? I lived in that same building. Oh, shit. The girl goes, we lived on the second floor until one day my mom got robbed.
Oh, fuck. That was a baby.
That was a baby.
Fuck, man.
I'm thirsty. When I take a red eye at midnight, the Uber was picking me up at 8:30. My call time is between 8:30 and 8:45. He called at 8:10. I'm thinking to myself, it's George. I'll just call him because I had the baby in the living room.
Yeah.
We'll watch some TV shows my last 20 minutes, but I don't want to be on the phone.
Sure.
So I figured I'll call George back on the drive to. When I called him back, he's howling by himself. And he goes, let me tell you. He told me the story that he's talking to the girl. He goes, he just stopped. Once he said that he moved because he got robbed, he stopped because he knew if he told her that his grandmother was the super,
she would know, That is fucking great, man.
Has that ever happened to you before? Like when you were living in Jersey, would someone sit next to you and you'd be like the person you robbed?
Right, that is a crazy. That's a fucking crazy coincidence. Man, what are the odds? What are the fucking odds? Amazing. My mom, we got robbed.
We moved 2 months later or something. He said he was crying.
Fuck, man. That's great. Oh, shit.
So how many? Now you have a Netflix special?
Yeah, it was only on for a year, but yeah, it was up there for a year. Yeah, that had it up there for a year, and now I'm doing my CD on Thursday.
How long have you been doing comedy totally?
God, since I was 17. Yeah, I started when I was 17. I'm 41 now. Fuck, that's been a minute. What is it? 24 years. 24 years.
I've been doing comedy 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah, I started in '95, right before I graduated. Actually, right after I graduated high school. So it was after the summer, like the beginning of summer, like in August, at the end of August, I started doing open mics in Dallas. You know, God, since New York, so about 12 years, I guess. Not on wood. Yeah, just
took how long to start making?
At least 10. At least 5. I was just consistent. Yeah. But because it was always like, because I like
Tom Costello, thank you. That's great. You have a day job. You get like 3 weeks in 1 week. Oh,
that was the best. Yeah, dude. I'm buying all the fucking video games. I'm going to GameStop and I'm cleaning them out.
How about being a local comic, having a local job that pays you okay?
Fuck yeah.
Covers your bills, and then you do. There's 3 different comedy clubs, an hour apart, and each of them give you a week, every month for 500, 300, 600. You're making a killing,
You have no idea how great it was when I'd be like, I pay all my bills, from work, and then I'd be like, I just have like a couple of bucks left over. That sucks. And then kind of scary, and then boom, Randy from Hyenas calls me. Hey, gonna come down to Arlington this weekend? Fuck yeah, I'll be. The best. The fucking. I remember those days. I would go work at the bookstore. I would clock out, run to the bathroom, put on nicer clothes, and then drive down to Arlington, do a spot in Hyenas. Oh yeah, that was the best, man. That was great. That was just so.
Did you ever get discouraged along the way?
I get discouraged every night. I was discouraged this morning. Yeah, I get it because I don't think this. Look, I'm not trying to belittle what people do, but I think if you're not just working, if you are chasing something that's been in your heart since as long as you, for me, it's 4 years old when my aunt Sandra took me to go see Beverly Hills Cop when it came out. I was in fucking, I forgot how old it was. It was second grade. I was like, because when I was 4, I snuck out and saw Delirious at my grandmother's house. She had HBO. We didn't have HBO, but when I would go visit my grandmother in Laredo, she had HBO. And I snuck out in the middle of the night and I saw Eddie Murphy Delirious. And I was 4 or 5. I had no idea what the fuck he was saying. I didn't know what half of it meant. But when he did the thing about the Andy's got the mustache and all that, and the ice cream, I was, oh God, I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. And then I loved Dana Carvey on Saturday Night Live, Weird Al Yankovic, Eddie Murphy, and Monty Python. Those 4 things were just, And then so when I was a kid, my aunt took me to see Beverly Hills Cop when it came out in the theater. I think I was like in first grade. I was saying motherfucker at recess. The next day, went to the principal's office. But like, I made kids cry because I was saying motherfucker. I was like, oh, I think it's funny. But when something is in your heart for that long, me, comedy is what I wanted to do since I was 4. You're going to get discouraged. Even if things are going great, you're going to get discouraged. Because for whatever reason, there's always that nagging voice in your head that's telling you you still aren't doing what you really wanted to be. You know what I mean? Like whatever that is. It's like there's this mythical extra rung on a ladder that your fucking soul or whatever your insecurity creates. And it makes you feel like you're nothing but grabbing. And I always feel like I'm not grabbing. Like I always feel like I'm still reaching for something that I don't know. But yeah, I always, fuck yeah, dude. I get discouraged all the time. An hour after I have, that's why I think people do heroin and people do things like that, especially entertainers, because an hour after you crush, you're back to just being Jerry. You're back to just being Joey. You're no longer that guy who just had 500 people crying and screaming and cheering. Now I just go back and I'm just this fucking dude alone in a fucking hotel room, right? And that's all I am. And that's the hard part, is I just sit there and I'm like, fuck, I'm just this dude who's just fucking all by himself in a town you've never been in before, and I'm just here. And then sometimes when you're on the road, I remember I was working with this guy, I forgot his name, but he had Crohn's disease, the headliner, and so you're sitting there just depressed that you're working some shitty gig in South Bend, Indiana, right? And you're in this shitty condo, and if that isn't bad enough, you're just alone with your thoughts. You hear this guy taking a shit like every other hour, just fucking horrific shit, and you're just sitting there right next to it. Your bedroom's right next to the bathroom. So you just get woken up in the middle of the night by this guy just shitting. And you're like, like, fuck. But you had a great set that night. So you remember that at least a little bit. Like, yeah, but I did that. And not many people can say that they went and smashed a room. So, fuck yeah. Okay, I'll keep fighting. And but yeah, dude, I get discouraged all the time. All the time. It just, because it's, comedy's been in your heart, I bet, longer than you even know. Right? Like, you probably don't even realize. I bet if somebody were to hypnotize you, they would probably find memories.
I like the art. I like the art of laughing.
Yeah.
And I like the art of making people laugh in a scenario. I never dreamed of staying.
Really?
Now thinking back, I was funny on the bus.
Yeah.
When it was 10 of us, and I could torture Lee.
Yeah.
He would torture me, and Lee would torture me back. We all grew up together. We were on the basketball team together. That scenario, I was good. I didn't know about the solo shit on stage.
You know what got that for me was my first ever performance was And when I was a kid, my uncle, my aunt's husband, him and his brothers in Laredo would have these carne asadas, and they would just have me. They would give me quarters, like $1, maybe quarters, change, if I would just go do impersonations. I was like 5 or 6 years old, and they would love it. They would start giving me money, and I was like, "Whoa, that feels good." And then when I was in 5th grade, I was a class clown. Right? I was always trying to make my friends laugh in class. And the teacher pulled me aside. I'll never forget this. My 5th grade teacher, Aiden Cravens, may he rest in peace. He pulled Mr. Cravens, he pulled me aside, and he goes, "Hey, can I cut you a deal right now?" And I said, "Sure, what? Am I in trouble?" And he goes, No. He goes, "Just do me a favor. If you don't interrupt my lesson to tell a joke, every Friday, I'll let you tell 5 minutes of jokes at the end of class." And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, deal." Shook on it, and every Friday at the end of class, I would go up and do 5 minutes. I was impersonating the principal, stupid shit like that, but the kids loved it. And I was like, "Oh, that felt good." And that was it. I just knew that was planted it. And I was in high school on a date with my girlfriend at the time.
Who the fuck is Rabbi Rothschild? Bitch ass nigga. My boy, you look a little crusty.
Hi, how is everyone? Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Living like a pimp. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast.
No, you can't keep doing that though. He can get banned. He on Twitch. Wait, what's the owner's name? That's Stepper. He on Twitch, bro. He can get banned for that shit. No, he can't, because I did not. That's not. You saying nigga, you can get banned. You can get banned for saying the N-word? No, you cannot. On Twitch, yes, you can. On Twitch, yes, you can. No, you can't. For saying the N-word, no, you cannot. You cannot get banned on Twitch. What about Cox and that, for example? He be saying nigga. You're not saying nigga. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying nigga. You saying it with the E. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You can check the clip. It was with the A. On God. It was with the A. I'm saying my nigga. I'm like, what's up, my nigga? I'm saying it with the A. You can hear me clearly. But he got the white boy accent. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Because when I'm doing it, I'm like, what's up, nigga? So you gotta stop. You gotta stop with saying the N-word. You gotta stop your accent. That nigga will ban your ass for life. Listen. A permanent ban. They getting mad and shit, bro. I don't know why they getting mad. That nigga's the owner getting pressed as fuck. Niggas in this chat. Don't nobody say that, but don't nobody say that, but Stack Swappo, bro. Do you not know Stack Swappo, my nigga? Stack Swappo, they know Stack Swappo personally. Yeah, so niggas is getting mad when I say it, but other dudes. They know him personally, though. I know. They know he's not white, nigga. He black. Yeah, but they're getting mad. They're saying I'm black too, so I just go as black. I'm like, yeah, nigga. No, but listen, I'm gonna shut up. This shit is not working. And don't say when a diss to it either, nigga. What you mean? I didn't get banned for that shit. No, I told him I was deaf, and I told him that's why. Metropolitan Transportation Authority, which Sheila Kill was on. See what when I hop on my other character, nigga, he gonna come to me. Bro, just tell him, bro. Listen, say like something else. Make an excuse. Hello, nigga. Yo, never mind. I'm not trying to do that. I'm doing shit right now. Because I'm doing shit. Fuck all that, bro. I'm gonna get it. I get my princess at the street. So I can't keep trolling, bro. Oh, bro, stop trolling. Bro, that shit funny though. Just RP, bro. Just RP. Everybody know that John funny too. Niggas is getting mad and niggas is laughing. Princess, my beautiful queen. Hey, bro. They ain't letting me. I'm finna pull out a controller. Can I use my controller on some shit? That's fine. Why you always coming here? Insufficient evidence. One of my favorite vague phrases. It's like you're the only one that be in here. You're the only one coming here in China. Put her in the clear. It's just insufficient evidence to what? I'll use my controller right now. What is that? I got Conway
Didn't go on with you. Lucy Jones is coming on with us at 4 o'clock in 5 short minutes or whatever that commercial.
What time is it?
She has been the specialist and the go-to gal, the go-to person whenever we've had earthquakes here since I was a child.
Listen, I got somebody for you.
Always Lucy Jones.
I really should.
I think so.
He ain't the
Seriously. I remember
what your last man was.
She was around. Yeah. I don't know if she was around the 71 earthquake, but maybe she was. I don't know.
But he looking for a shorty.
Walking around the neighborhood talking to people. But they said
like a little wife and shit like that. He wants somebody that'll sell drugs with him and shit.
Okay. I was in Walmart in Burbank when it happened. I was, and
I'm gonna go get it.
I got home, watched 11 o'clock news, and Channel 7 is in that parking lot of Walmart interviewing people that felt this. True story.
I'm not very hidden shit. This is not. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Anytime when here's that tip, anytime a news viewer comes up and says, hey,
you got that bad on you?
See something, you saw it in a big way.
You got the bad on you?
Yeah, energy on camera. Right, yeah. Oh, you're not going to believe this. This guy came out of this building on fire. Like, no, we're here to, the cap was missing.
I don't want to take his jail.
But Lucy Jones is coming on with us. I have a theory that
why would I see where the niggas at?
all these earthquakes because of Ozempic. We're all getting lighter.
Just says you want on that.
Lighter, and the Pacific Shelf is moving underneath it. That's a good one. We're all going to die because of Ozempic.
Good one. Get that money.
That's right. Yeah, right. Because where did that weight go? It didn't disappear, or maybe it did. Not down the toilet.
Oh shit, you single? I got a job for you.
The ocean's pissed. Sea levels are rising. Roll us around. It's all that Ozempic fat.
No, it's for the event. It's for the event. It's a YMV20.
I wish I kept him in night. Got him, right? Yeah, got him. All right, Conway's gone.
Why?
And Jones, yeah. And Andrew Calvin. Sorry, Andrew Garrett.
It's not a business. It's an event.
Nothing gets past us. We are on it.
I won't be a drug dealer.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles,
Now you sell drugs.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And another shaker. Live from the KFI 24-hour.
I bet you got a car full of codeine. I bet you got I bet you got a car full of codeine.
This shit.
Yo.
The alert gave people around 10 to 15 seconds to brace and take cover. The USGS.
What time you don't want to talk?
20 aftershocks ranging from 2.5 magnitude to 4.5 magnitude.
I'm after you though.
A $9 billion bond issue will be on the November ballot.
I'm gonna need a gun. Fuck that shit.
Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says that a lot of infrastructure needs
I'm gonna get some bread.
interest.
I'll get bread at.
Old, outdated classrooms, buildings. While some schools have already been updated and modernized, that contrast, that difference,
you know what I'm saying?
checked by all of us. Now, if approved, property owners will see around a 2.5-cent additional charge for every $100 of assessed value. The Riverside County DA is asking for help solving a cold case murder from 1988. Senior investigator Ebony unfortunately, forensic genetic genealogy finally helped identify 22 as Jackie.
She got us. What
you said?
She got us.
What you said?
But it just means so much more to give them back their identity.
No, what?
Cabinet says that the 25-year-old white woman was about 5'5", 100 pounds, with auburn hair, and some names, including the name John, and a
Enforcer? That's crazy.
But it's unclear how her body ended up in Paris.
She called you a best friend.
He says inflation isn't just her.
She friends with you, bro. What the fuck?
As DHS's Nina Thompson says a family's budget is leading to an increased stress.
She friends on you as my wife.
not being able to afford their pets.
The nigga took my gun?
We know that when the
economy is in a tough place.
Yes, you is.
Johnson also says that the shelter is built.
Hey, what the fuck is you doing?
Now it has
Yes, you is.
150. She says it's more financially responsible to adopt since the animals come vaccinated. Spain
Yes, you is. I stopped it. I don't want to hear nothing else. Yes, you
Ford
is.
has heard testimony for a second day into potentially inadequate manufacturing standards at Boeing. It follows the
Why they don't
that
have it?
tore on Alaska
Why they don't have
Airlines Boeing 737 MAX 9 in January.
Think about this airplane in tens of thousands of feet going a couple hundred miles an hour in this giant.
Ask if she like what boys. We did not have a child.
You're rushing in, just a deafening noise.
Ask if she like if she like
ABC
white
Steve
boys.
Gagnier says that it was so loud flight
Oh, I got my best friend.
with each other or the
Ask if she like white boys.
said yesterday
My best friend gonna have my kids.
to prevent future blowouts. Britain has
Ask if
mobilized
she like white boys. What you doing?
officers in response to violent rioting.
You like white boys?
The UK. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says over 400 people have been arrested so far.
She do? So you want the white boy? Yeah, niggas excuses shit.
London's Metropolitan Police Service says that it would do everything in its power
He
to
said no.
the capital. Far-right extremists have been clashing with police for a week over the identity of a person accused of stabbing 3 girls.
Because you would chill with me.
The suspect was
That's what I'm trying to do.
sued for allegedly trashing and neglecting his penthouse in New York.
My best
A
friend.
lawsuit filed by the
You always chill.
court claims that Copperfield's actions have led to $2.5 million worth of damage. It also mentions illegal and ineffective plumbing that caused his rooftop pool to burst in 2015, flooding apartments, hallways,
You got a best friend.
The court alleges the condo, which has been empty since Copperfield moved out in 2018, has become dilapidated so badly the structure of the building is a concern. And the
You didn't say nothing.
barrier reef has been warmer in the past.
She didn't say nothing.
I'm
feeling the whole GTRC. I swear to God. I swear to God.
Melbourne University.
I think she didn't say nothing. She got a best friend in jail or something.
Tom Rivers says things really ramped up for the
Lord, bro.
president. Rivers says if the trend continues, the system off Australia's northeast coast will not survive in years to come.
I need to set my phone actually. Yeah, I'm with my best friend right now.
Real estate down 34, S&P 500 down 40, NASDAQ down 171. Revive Real Estate just released a new tool that lets you see what your home would
That's a
be
long time.
after renovations. It's free to use. Just go to KFIRevive.com. That's KFIRevive.com.
Your sister.
Skies pretty clear tonight. Lows are going to just be in the mid to upper 60s. Tomorrow, pretty warm.
You had the big head.
Mid 70s at the beaches, mid 80s inland for Metro AOC. Low
You had a tiny small
for
head.
those commuting to the valleys, upper 90s, around 100 for the
That's why they tiny.
right now, though, Irvine 84, Winterport 85,
All kind of small head when I see it.
90, and in Torrance 81 degrees.
Nah.
Taking a look at KFI traffic, we're going to head to a stall that's going to be on the 71 over in Chino Hills.
I'm supposed not to have my eyes on around you.
The right lane is plugged up, and that's loading the drive away from
Yo, it's tiny every 5 seconds.
Oil Lights with Mike O'Brien.
Change every 5 seconds. She might roll. That's all she hurts. That's the one. This nigga stepped and took my time, bro.
Terrible drive in the Cajon Pass, 15 southbound, loading up all the way from Ranchero Road. All
How the fuck you get money
What
away?
you mean?
just past the 215. Why is it so busy? Because the 215 is shut down due to a big rig fire from the 15 split to Palm. And on the 15 southbound, just past the 215.
Come on, I got a turkey device.
You got you got superpowers. That's all you gotta say.
Listen, I got a trigger device on. You know I gotta gatekeep my best friend. Everybody knows about you. I'll tell you something. Oh, I gotta watch you. Yeah, no niggas talk to you. Alright.
You trust he'll take care of your problem.
The only person you talk to is Steph.
And me.
When you talk to him, he's engaging.
I know. That's the only person you can talk to.
And me, bruh. What the fuck?
Yeah, best friend style.
But he has this dark side. And he likes to
I got like 9% left of my update. Charging.
I got a white boy for you, though, best friend.
Put their trust in a prominent surgeon.
Nah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. No, I don't want to hear it. No,
I believe that your doctor is on the news, but that he has been killing
Gangsta white boy.
And it's a story about a system that failed to protect
I'm
you
glad,
at every
turn. That's fine. You should have heard it yesterday. You should have heard it yesterday. You know how bad you were, you know how fast you were talking? You was just like,
Ask if she want to do a 20v1.
You too gangster. You too gangster.
Do she want a gangster white boy? Damn, she playing hard again. Oh damn, that booty fat.
You know that, right? You know I want to leave you right.
We have one of my favorite guests. She's on TV right now.
You know what I'm saying?
That must have been taped because we booked her for 4 o'clock. She
You,
said yes.
I will snatch that for you.
Celebrity.
Hold on, you want me to leave?
The LeBron James, the Michael
I'll shoot you right now.
and she's with us. Dr. Lucy Jones.
That's funny.
Like cops, that's what.
That's funny.
I can't tell you, Dr. Jones,
Yeah, she definitely a freak. She definitely a freak. Yeah, you know.
You're doing too much now. Look, best friend, I'm gonna tell you this. One time I'm okay. If I see a nigga talking to you, I'm gonna pop him.
And how long you been doing this? I think I remember you.
You gonna pop that booty?
Look up. Alright, we're gonna see.
You gonna pop that money like my boy Demon was talking about it.
Yeah, how you wanna do it, nigga? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so 87 was your first big earthquake?
Yeah.
Okay.
86, there was the North Palm Springs earthquake, but
I got it.
Yeah, but you're pregnant and I don't live there, so it was a ding dong for that one. But so last night I
Yeah, Fred or Kaiju, you a bitch.
in Burbank when it happened.
You a bitch for being like a Kaiju.
Run up over that thing.
I think that's one of the most valuable tools.
Go ahead, run up over there.
oh, I absolutely.
Bro, run up over there, bro.
White face look like that.
Dude, you know you dicks right now. You white and something else. You white and black, but what you got on your face, bro? What you got on your face?
Hey, yo.
What you got on your face?
He not doing black face, he doing white face.
Look.
He got baby powder on his face.
It's about 20 miles northeast of where the fault is, so we don't think it's going to affect it.
Okay.
The
Because he wants to.
You messing with the investigation right now.
Yo, you gotta search him. Search him. Search
I
him.
ain't say who said I was taking you to jail. Hold on. Stay right there.
Search him, bro.
Oh, I know exactly who this is.
Okay. And is it true that
Yes, I do, nigga. Hold on, we finna go across the street. Come on. We finna go across the street, oh boy.
Well, it's 32 times more powerful than a 4.3. So
You got them drugs on you, don't you?
You gotta rob him, bro. Rob him, bro.
Nah, I'm finna let him free.
Nah, you gotta rob him before you
Get up under here, dog. Get up under here, dog. Get up out
He
of
was
here,
just
dog.
dissing you, bro. You gotta rob that nigga.
You said what?
You gotta rob that nigga.
5.3 earthquake is 3.2 times more powerful than 5.2.
No, it's
I
not.
can't say nothing.
See, you got about that.
All right.
I'm careful with my shit. You already know.
Come on.
Okay, all right, okay.
I either say this
Big deal.
or I say what.
Long period of time is, what is that?
That's cool. We out, right? Geek.
Nothing.
You know what?
Nothing.
That's cool with you, right?
Nothing.
Gotta do, yeah. I don't be seeing the N word. I don't fuck with that.
You stay out here 24/7.
And that loose sediment will wash around when the waves come.
You lucky I don't punch you in your shit, nigga.
Is you getting ready?
Reverberations that happen as well. And so when you hit the basin, it lasts for longer. So when
It's on. It's 8%. 8% left. 8% left.
Dr. Lucy Jones is with us. She knows more about
Only 8% left.
Lucky I can't hit your ass, nigga.
Only 8% left.
This some bullshit. That's some bullshit.
Hey, bro, remember, I got a question for you, right?
Dr. Lucy Jones.
No, real shit though.
Is it sort of like finding a new wave in the ocean? Are there that many faults?
I ain't never arrest you, bro. If I ain't trying nothing, because if I wanted to arrest you, I would have gone ahead and took you to the police station and took you on side. You know what I'm saying?
We can't tell you in the first half hour. It's taken a while to relocate the earthquake to be sure of what's happening. So we don't think it's a new fault.
Hey, K3. You don't know who this is, though. You don't know who this is, gang.
I've been watching since 19.
You don't know who this is.
That earthquake, that Whittier earthquake, really knocked us out in the valley. But I don't remember ever seeing numbers adjusted when it was a.
He got baby pot on his face. The fuck?
If I was a dirty cop, bro, I would have left you over there dead.
And then they reduce them, like a 5.8 becomes a 5.6.
No, I'm talking about. I would have shot you and left you there. You wouldn't even know it.
Back in the day, right? Whittier Narrows, we voted on the map.
He deaf. The fuck?
I'm just saying. This time I'm a dirty cop. If I was a dirty cop, I would have shot you.
He said, it's because I'm black. That's crazy, bro. What the fuck?
If I said move you around. Get up out of there. Yeah.
All of the guesswork put out for you instead of waiting. We didn't need to give out the number for the first hour.
Bro, I don't give a fuck how you talk.
The other thing that's happening is this early warning system, when it tries to give you the information before the earthquake's even over.
You fucking with the investigation?
7% left. 7% left. Y'all already know that.
And that turned out to be fire.
I'm not going to tell you my name.
The part of the chips. You know, people don't understand that these things to you are like, especially when you get a flyer with your name on it, it's heaven, man. And you're performing on a Wednesday night in some fucking place, and you get there, and it's like, I still remember Mark Babbitt. God rest him, he's still alive.
Yep, that was it. Babbitt, yes.
Me, Freddie, and maybe Bobby Lee in a bar. It was a bar. It was like Melvin's Common Corner. And they threw the cattle out that day. Yeah, they swept up the hay. It's sad.
7-day forecast.
500 people. And Herbie from the town was there.
Oh, man.
I think he paid me $400.
That ain't bad.
Made so many improvements to make our grid the most
Right.
reliable.
Those days I would take
Our continuous tree
I would buy a
trimming
plane
and
ticket to Houston
services, and now
that connected in San Antonio, and I jump off the plane in San Antonio. Take the bus to Corpus because it's a lot cheaper. I mean, you had to pull tremendous scam.
Oh, fuck yeah.
It was a scam. And then I would go to the airport in San Antonio. This is before 9/11. And they would go, what are you talking about? You had to get on a plane in Houston. You're like, I missed it, so I drove here. And they're like, we'll let you on this time, but don't let you. That's it. You don't know how many times I did that. Because the direct flight to San Antonio was a lot of money.
Way more expensive.
But if you went to Houston, it was $200 cheaper. Directly to San Antonio. This is way before 9/11. You can't do this now.
No.
They'll throw you in fucking jail.
When I first moved out here, I didn't tell anyone. Trey knew, who used to run Addison, and Randy Butler, right? Because they kind of, they were nice. But the clubs in Houston, Austin, San Antonio, I didn't tell them I moved. I would just, there were times where they called me, hey, can you come feature tomorrow? And I did it. I packed my shit and I drove from LA to Houston in one sitting. Made it in time to take a small nap, try to recharge, and then go do the show. You know, I did that a bunch.
LA to Houston.
Yeah, I did that twice.
That's 24 hours.
I did it twice.
I did it one time.
It was what you feel, right? Remember, like, I did 2 times the first time, but a bunch of times I would just, like, they would give me a little bit of advance notice, so I would, like, get a hotel and go halfway. But a bunch of times I would do that, go halfway, and I didn't tell them I was, because that was a lot of work they would give me when I lived in Texas.
That trip. We start off in LA.
Yeah.
And the first stop is Tempe.
Yep.
You take your legs out, you fill up the tank.
Take a piss.
Get a fucking sandwich. And then your next spot is El Paso.
El Paso, if you step enough, maybe you get to Van Horn. Right?
But you gotta fill up.
You have to fill up in El Paso. You ain't gonna make it to Van Horn. Yeah. There's shit. Fuck, there's nothing.
Shit. You better be filled up in El Paso.
Man.
You better be tip top with glue. Your batteries better be charged.
Yes.
If you're tired, just spend the night in El Paso on the free.
Because the rest of it is that's the real test.
That's the real test. That's taxes for 4 hours. No gas station, no radio.
God forbid it's in the summertime during the day.
Oh, the radio would shut off.
It's 800. It's 100 plus outside, humid, and you're fucking like, oh God, it was, man, Jesus. I remember those saying, yeah, you had no radio to listen to, so that's
no radio.
I would burn my own mix CDs and save them for that trip. For that part of the trip, I'm like, all right, put in my own music and fuck you. Just, oh my God, what's the longest day? That was it. It had to have been LA. Oh, fuck it. I did the worst though was one time, the guy who owned the Hop in New York, he had Sweet Caroline's in a room in Virginia Beach, and you go headline there, right? Every now and again, it was great. But one time after I'd already left New York, I was still in Texas before I came out here, and I was, he goes, hey, I had a guy fall out, I know you're in Texas, I'll give you a couple extra $100, I'll give you a couple days notice, right? You can come out here. I was like, fuck it, I drove, headlined that room. And as I was headlining, as I was closing it out, I forgot when it was, but he had me stay. It was like a 7-night-a-week room, right? And he had me stay until like Tuesday. I forgot why, but I think a guy backed down. So I was there till Tuesday. I did the week, and I was there till Tuesday the next week. And then he called me. Jeff Jones called me in Little Rock. He says, hey, you want to come to Middle? And I'm like, fuck, I can make it. And so I was in Virginia Beach, and I was trying to nap in the club. I was trying to nap in the club before I left, and this local comic kept bouncing jokes off of me. Like, and I was too nice to tell him to go fuck off, and he kept waking me up to tell me, hey, what do you think? Maybe I should say this instead. And I'm like, yeah, fuck, that's great, man. I was like trying to nap, so I was already a zombie. And I get in my car after the late show Tuesday, and I'm driving the show, and I'm driving to Little Rock, and I don't know how I made it. I have no memory of the last 2 hours of the trip. No memory. I was like, all right, fuck. I don't know how I got here, but I made it. Like, it was crazy. But the longest, that was about 20, maybe, something like that. But the longest was Houston to LA for sure in one sitting. Fuck, man. That was crazy. I've been LA to Dallas, too, in one sitting.
I've done Colorado to Detroit. Oh, shit. Colorado to Baltimore.
Oh, fuck. That's got to be, what, close to 30, Colorado to Baltimore, right?
Baltimore.
Yeah.
Let's stop in Michigan.
Yeah.
Do the weekend in Michigan and drive back to Colorado. That was the longest. And then the longest in the car that I was had to be 8 months.
Yeah.
In a car, like one shot. Yeah. Then the second time, the last time I did it was like 6 months or something. Yeah. Something not natural.
Right. Yeah.
Like, you know what? It's time to get out of the fucking car. Because it's fun at first.
It is. Oh, it's great.
It's a great journey. It's a great way to learn. It's a great place to see the country. You see a lot
of material. You write so much material just being around these, and then
it's like going to summer camp to stand.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. You committed 6 months of your life to summer camp to stand up.
But once you take a plane,
there's no planes. There's no planes. You know that there's no planes. There's really no planes. It's buses or.
I've done Amtrak, Greyhound, and drive my own car.
Yeah.
Back then, fuck yeah, I couldn't afford it.
Now, you can't find it. As a feature actor, there's no way.
You can't. No, yeah.
Like most of these clubs don't want to put up a feature.
Nope. Because they got 40 people. They got 40 people in town who can do it.
So now you go into a town, you got to pay for your own hotel, and you take that difference. And it's, listen, man, what pisses me off is the people who think they're going to do it and make money. You have to go into comedy like thinking, I'm not going to make it done. And if I tell you what the secret is, it's the real secret. It really is. Somebody told me this, and this is wind on this. It's punching it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, everything you do for the first 10 years, you're punching it. The more you punch it, the more money you'll make down the road. But you got to keep punching it. Punching that card. Punching that card.
Yep.
You know what? There's weeks you break even, but you're working. You're doing it. You have to look at it that you're doing what you didn't want to do. This beats me being blah, blah. This beats me being blah, blah. At least I can prove to my mom that I stayed on. I made it one more fun.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
It's just this really weird feeling. And that's why I admire grind. And I see that you're doing a CD and I want to celebrate it.
Thank you.
You're trying to let people know that you're doing this Thursday at the Ice House. And then you're one of the guys that I've seen grow. You're not a fucking pussy. You've never been a pussy. You've gone through hell. You've had management, fucking stroke jobs.
Look at you now, though. Once you get out of here, this is over for you. No, you don't know who you're talking to, though.
One of your friends. You know, bro, you never called me complaining. You've always called with questions.
Oh, because I love your advice. Yeah.
Advice.
And I hope I never bother you.
You've always come to a conclusion.
Yeah.
I've always told you my advice, but then I make a conclusion of what works.
Yeah.
You know, if I don't have the answer, I'll call somebody who does. I have heard the situation before from somebody. Sure. You know, I got a call from somebody, hey, they want to book you in Laredo, Texas. Hold on 1 second. Let me call you back.
Yeah.
What do you think of this? Don't do it.
Right.
This is what part of this business is. It's having allies. That there's no animosity between you, right? And me. In fact, I was talking about one of the real jokes in comedy is you know, the white people in Mexico.
The racist uncle?
The racist uncle.
Yeah, man.
That has always been one of my favorite bits.
Thank you so much, man.
I just want people to know he's doing the show at what time?
It's 7:30 and 9:30.
Listen, man, if you're doing this, if you ever did me a favor, do me this favor. This kid's a real fucking star. When I tell you that there's comics out there that, for some reason or another, Comedy Central isn't talking. You guys don't put no verification on. If you learned anything through these podcasts, look at what you learned. That there was a lot more comics up there than meets the eye that you guys never would have known about without these stupid podcasts. If you're in the LA area Thursday night, please go down and support my main man, Rabbi Rothschild. Fucking take the CD, and I'm sure Rio goes there and applaud for you and jump up and down.
You know,
represent the church with a shirt on,
fuck yeah. Dude, I love you, man. Thank you. I gotta tell you, you kept me going. I never told you this story, but this is a perfect thing. When I ever got discouraged, one of the nights I was really discouraged, man. I think I got dumped. I'm on the road. The girl calls me and dumps me when I'm on the road. I think I might have been, I was in Tulsa. So I called you. I was almost crying. And I was just like, man, I just hope I'm doing the right thing. I remember telling you that. I said, I hope I'm doing the right thing. And you quoted the beginning of Apocalypse Now. And he goes, let me tell you something. He goes, everybody out here is getting soft because you're in the weeds getting stronger. You never forget that. And that kept me going. I was like, fuck, that was so, I needed that. I needed that. And I can't thank you enough for that. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah,
and you told me, you said, you're fucking, remember that line that he says in the beginning? I'm just here getting soft. Charlie's out
stronger as the weeds.
Out the weeds, getting strong.
I always knew all those years that I was sacrificing.
Yeah.
At a fucking bus station, waiting 4 hours in the middle of the night. You know, have 8,000 in your pocket. You got to shop with the old fucking hot dog. You always have at least that goal.
Yeah.
That you're in the bush. Being in the bush, there's people that live here right now that are not in the bush. And they've been here for years. They're not in the bush. They don't know how to get in the bush. And they'll never get on the bush because they don't get that way.
It also breaks my heart when you see those dudes who are the king of the mountains in whatever town they came from, and they come out here expecting the same thing, and they can't handle when they get that punch, right? You know what I'm talking about? It's like those fighters who have never taken a punch, and all of a sudden they're in the ring and they're being cute, and they get whacked, and they're like, oh, I got punched.
52 times.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
52 times and kicked and fucking stomped on and fucking liked and the whole thing. And you know what? I'm happy I did.
Fuck yeah.
I'm happy I did because, I see people, and I think I was telling, I went to Cleveland with George Perez. Me and George at one point, we're talking about all the people that came and went that had more talent than me ever dreamed of.
Right?
I could tell you people who came and went that were brilliant writers or a way of performing, and they just didn't cut the main thing, was perseverance.
Yeah.
They didn't have the main thing to stick out here. It was just a little perseverance, and that's it. You can wait around. If you give enough time, you wait for the miracle to happen.
Yeah.
It'll fucking happen.
Yes.
And it's your own personal miracle. It may not be being Louis C.K. and selling that thing.
Right.
It may not be being Kevin Hart.
Right.
But it's your own fucking private Idaho. And you created it, and you're happy with it and content, and you stay within your bounds, and you don't make believe you're Joey Bananas.
Right.
And you're not out beers, smoking cigars. You know what I'm saying? I love it. I love going to the radar. Listen, November 1st. Yep, 7:30, 9:30 at the Ice House. And do not forget, Uncle Joey, next week, New York Comedy Festival, Gotham's, Thursday sold out, Saturday late sold out. You got 3 shows to fucking choose from. And then the week after, the night before Thanksgiving, I'm an Irvine. That's all you need to know. I want to thank Jerry LaRoche.
Thank you, man.
For coming on this show, my man.
I love it. Thank you.
Stay blessed. All right, I want to thank my man, Jerry Roca. I want to thank my man, the Christ Killer. And I want to thank you guys for listening. Don't forget, the church is brought to you by my book. Let me tell you something. Watching football is fun. Watching sports is fun. Even the World Series was tremendous. But you guys heard me talk about this for weeks. And some of you are still waiting there with your pockets all empty because you're not making no dough. Don't rate me. That's why. Whether you're an expert or a rookie, you need to be betting at my book. If you're the kind of guy who likes to bet a little and win a lot, like playing numbers on a roulette, you create a huge, big parlay on my bookie. You pick 3 teams to win, all 3 of them come in. You can turn $100 into $600. You got the UFC this weekend. You got basketball, you got hockey. I recommend these guys because I trust them. My bookie has been in business for years, and they've got great online reviews in their mobile site. That's where the dough is right there. It's nice and easy to use. Now, my bookie, backed by popular demand, my bookie will offer 100% bonus for one more week this year. That's right. You've been thinking about placing a pick all season, but you haven't manned up yet. This is the time to make your move. After Sunday's kickoff, you can kiss that bonus goodbye. So this is the week to sign up right now. I'm not kidding you. Go to betmybookie.com right now. Go to my bookie right now. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Also, make sure to follow us on BetMyBookie on Twitter or Instagram. They personally respond to every mention and every direct message. Not to mention, they've given away nearly $10,000 in free money to their followers this football season. So you'll be the first to know as soon as new odds and props are posted. Now do me a favor. Log on to my bookie right now. And don't miss out on the last opportunity to collect the industry's biggest bonus. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, and you'll get your first deposit match at 100%. That's right, 100%. That's right, 100%. That's promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. My bookie. You play, you win, you get paid. I love you, motherfuckers. Don't forget, New York City next weekend. Thursday sold out. All you got is Friday. And Irvine, the night before Thanksgiving, with my man Lee Syed will be down there with me, all right? Have a great Tuesday. Enjoy the special. Thank you for supporting me. Without you guys, I wouldn't even have this fucking thing. So thank you very much, and have a great day. Stay black.
I don't know. Looks like a troublesome push spin. Not the worst kind. 700. Team. One team.
Like my vowel. E.
You got it. 2 E. 600.
R.
I know it's no R. Yep. Right.
N.
She would like an N, and she's going to get 4 of them. And while they're coming up, you can pick up that wild card. You also get $500 for each of those N's. That was a nice figure.
Yes, I'd like to buy a vowel. An A.
3 A's.
D.
Yep, 3 D's.
Like to buy the I.
2 I's. Then we still have $3,000.
Please I'll buy O.
You can buy another one or spin it.
Let's just buy to you.
Well, let's see. There's just that one. And that's it. We're out of vowels. Okay. Hope it works out. Yes, it will. And it's 550. Yes. 3 S's. That was worth a spin. $4,150 on that wild card. What do you think?
I'd like to call blended haze and mountain.
Sorry. Mark, it's your turn. Mark, you got the bankrupt again. Oh. Mario, it's your turn. You know what, Devin? Life is giving you another chance. Would you like to say? Yeah, go ahead.
Blended lakes and mountains.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Life really works out that way. And by the way, your first guess was a good one. Both those letters were available, and the mountains and games kind of work together. So we should give her 2 solves.
I'll take it.
I won't. I tried. I was stepping on her. $4,150. She has the lead. Everybody has some money, and we'll be right back.
You've heard the buzz about Port St. Joe. Come see what it's all about. The Port Inn and Cottages offers ideal accommodations and a prime location for your next adventure. Discover rest and relaxation in our beautiful rooms and private cottages, nestled just steps from the vibrant downtown and breathtaking St. Joe Bay. Whether you're planning the perfect family weekend, staycations, or a romantic getaway, choose the Port Inn and Cottages, where history meets hospitality.
Brakes for less. If you have the squeal, we have the deal. All 4 wheels for just $139. Why do customers choose us? Our fast in and out service. Our upfront approach. We only fix what your vehicle needs. Our premium parts. You won't find a better value for your money. It's simple. All we do are brakes. Don't forget, get us your keys by 4:30 and your brakes are done today.
Everything you need to know what's going on.
Brakes for less. Make an appointment online. Give us a call or just walk in.
You want something better than fast food? Think outside the bag. Burgers, chicken, salads, and more. Homemade, fresh to order. Order online or by phone. Telephone. Hearty home-style cooking. Satisfying hungry folks since 1975. Located in Callaway and Lynn Haven.
He's the sheriff known by one name.
Hey, Andy.
Hey, Andy. Andy. On the Andy Griffith Show.
The Andy Griffith Show, sponsored in part by Triple J Steaks and Seafood.
Tonight's Rail Tour Show is brought to you by the following. ZzzQuil. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles me falling asleep, so he takes ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, and wakes up feeling like himself. Get the rest to be your best with non-habit-forming ZzzQuil. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
Tonight's Mystery Round is brought to you by AARP.
Join AARP for $12 for 1 year and get instant access to member benefits and social programs. Join and get an insulated truck organizer free, plus AARP the magazine.
$10,000.
The regular deal is no, but a reminder we have we'll give you a Wheel of Fortune crossword here, and the clue is dog blank, okay? And Mario will start with
R.
What R? It's 500.
L.
Yes, 1 L.
Like to buy a vowel? All right. An O.
And then a couple of O's there. And if you look, there's 1, there's 2, and
T.
1 T.
Like to buy another vowel? An A.
Yeah, 1 A. It's gonna get better. Devin, $6.50.
An S?
2 S's.
I'd like to buy the E.
1 E. Well, this is an excellent time to find a letter.
Let's get started. Not only is Terrence Howard that guy that says money on TV, but he is also a self-proclaimed mathematician, physicist, and overall science god. A science god so powerful that he is single-handedly winning. Let's get started. Not only is Terrence Howard that guy that says money on TV, but he is also a self-proclaimed Not only is Terrence Howard that guy that says on TV, but he is also a self-proclaimed mathematician, physicist, and overall science god. A science god so powerful that he has single-handedly reinvented all things math, physics, and geometry, but also has the ability to create planets out of nothing but numerical sentences and vortices. The core of Terryology is the fact that 1 times 1 equals 2, because in Terry's own words, so is it multiplication.
Okay.
How is 1 times 1 equal 1 part of the multiplication table? I don't know where he got that from. That's not the definition of multiplication at all. Like, it sounds good because he's rambling and you're probably half-assed listening, but if you think about what he said for 2 seconds, you'll remember that negative numbers exist and decimals exist. Both things that make numbers smaller. And if you still think I'm hating on little Terry, look at the paper he wrote for his thesis, and you'll see in 2 seconds that it's batshit crazy. First and foremost, let's ask the most obvious question. Is this a finished equation? Yes. The answer is no. Let's start our forensic audit. It's an incomplete equation. Because it's not even on both sides. It is. Yes, nature desires action, but demands equally. See, that's one of those things that if you're like a little buzzed and you're half-assed listening, that sounds sort of
One between the ages of 50 to 80 years old. If you are younger than 80 years old, do you receive Social Security, disability, or Medicare? If you answered yes, you may qualify for $30,000 in funeral insurance for only pennies a day. The average funeral costs around $11,000, and Social Security only pays $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the balance. Call now to see if you qualify for $30,000 in funeral expense coverage from Senior Legacy Life. Your rate will never increase, your benefits will never decrease, and there is no medical exam, even if you have a pre-existing disease or illness. Financial burden to your family. Locking your rate by completing an application over the phone right now. Would you qualify for funeral insurance up to $30,000 for only pennies a day? Find out by calling Senior Legacy Life.
That's just how math works. Dumbass. You know what the saddest part of this is? I've had 3 people in my family tell me that Terrence Howard is 3, and those are just the 3 that I talked to him about. Who knows how many more think this moron is smart? One or the other. You should go to prison for just saying that out loud. Alright, shut up. Now, as I've been making this video, this man Terrence Howard had the nerve to have another appearance on Joe Rogan show, this time with mathematician Rabbi Rothschild, and tell me why when Aaron confronts him on his 1 times 1 bullshit, little Terry comes out and says
Visit TobaccoFreeFlorida.com to find free resources to help you put your way.
Welcome back. Food and drinks.
Really? This is your guy about food that he's written favorite about, has talked about all over the world, and has never referred to as a metaphor. But now that he has this mathematician child and this nonsense, all of a sudden, he was just being artistic. And we've got Joe Rogan over here with the biggest adult audience in the world looking at Terry like he's Dr. Manhattan like, wow, Daddy Science, please tell me more. You're so smart.
Your explanation of these things and your description of the very nature of reality itself is not something that should be taken away.
What is wrong with him? Isn't Joe Rogan the guy who reads scientists' books before they come on his podcast? You could have looked up anything on Terrence Howard. There's so much out there, and you should have realized that he is a dumbass.
And one of you.
We don't pray for Aubrey. Mental illness should be treated like pride. It should not be amplified and glorified from tens of millions of people. That is unacceptable. And Joe, you should be banned from America for 3 months minimum for the way you handle that podcast. But I'm 50 years, that is what I would do. Just saying. Now, to all the Rogan fans out there, I will say Joe did a much better job holding little Terrence's feet to the fire in the second interview. But also, I don't care. It's still 3 months.
There is one D. It's worth $1,000.
I'm
Now,
getting
there's
ahead
no
of myself
vowel
because
stuff.
Daddy Science has even more to teach us because according to him, the only reason we have this janky-ass math that's responsible for all human innovation is because of the anatomy of sky. He wrote this in his thesis. These are the things that he's sending to people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, expecting them to take it seriously. This man is saying that we have fake math because of the sky. Some call them the Anunnaki, the sky. Whomever they were, they gave that naive generation some 6,000 years ago a multiplication table and a flat view of the universal geometry. They gave that misguided people a false axiom upon which to build their world. A false axiom that would behave almost as a buffer for infantile-like species. I can hear his fans in the comments now. Okay, come on. Well, maybe the math is right. But what about the shapes? Terrence Howard invented shapes. So like I said earlier, Terrence has convinced himself that he has invented a new shape. And according to this Rolling Stone article, he spends 17 hours a day putting these little plastic models together so he can use them to save the world.
Now we have invented a new form of flight that I would like to bring here to Uganda to replace the drones, to replace the helicopters, to replace the planes. We've already got the funding necessary. What we need is just a more ground in which to build. This is the geometry of hydrogen. This is the proton itself.
And enjoy classic Irish charm, cuisine, and culture along the way. Customize your perfect vacation to Europe, Canada, Alaska, and beyond at railbookers.com. $7,299.
Well, that was worth waiting for. You've got the lead with $21,599.
This man just told the entire country of Uganda with a straight face that he has created alien technology drones that can combine with each other like Voltron and will single-handedly send their country into the future like it's vibranium.
Love this stuff. I was completely amazed and so grateful. Something finally works. Now we both usually email whenever we need relief.
Just because you can pretend the other people are singing bands, that's not me. You are a scientist. It doesn't necessarily mean you aren't a scientist or can't be a scientist, but it definitely does not mean you are a scientist. If anything, it means you're probably not.
A promise is a trust not to be broken.
Ultimate power that little Terry
Whether spoken with an oath or sealed with a pin. In 1922, a group of soldiers launched USAA with a promise to take care of their own. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community and their families.
$7 to make
That's
that
our
on
mission.
Fiverr right now. To be fair to Terrence, he has put in some groundwork to make these linchpins get real. He even created a contest with a $25,000 grand prize for whoever can make the best linchpins. But unfortunately, now it's going like this. That kind of cool looking, but it's basically just a shittier, slower version of something that's existed. And if I'm being honest, it would be really cool if Terrence just said he was working on finding a new way of flying. But you lose me and anyone who isn't batshit crazy when you say you're going to take these shapes to create planets and save the universe. But luckily for all of us, Terrence's science genius doesn't just stop. Because we're all about to witness how Terrence creates planets.
Without gravity and the hexagon that's observed on the top of it.
Fun and games is the category is number one.
Outward force pushing down that
Yeah, this is again just something Terry paid someone to make it an animation software. I know earlier he said that this is the same software Princeton uses.
We use the same.
And it's seven.
That's this is talking about like a filmmaking department or something, because this is Blender. It's just an animation software. Everything on screen right now also made in Blender. And also not real. You can't make the claim that every single person on this planet is doing math and science wrong with your proof being too shitty animated. That's just as batshit crazy as me telling my family I'm stopping everything to become a crime fighter because I watched Berlizzi play
Mario, just wait. Don't let all the letters come out before you're in.
Fighter would be stupid, but you know what's not stupid? Smelling.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so grateful to say that today's video is sponsored by Seven.
Scentbird is a subscription service that sends you new fragrances every single month. Now, I'm not someone who's super aware of everything that's going on in the world of fragrance. So for my first month, I got 3 colognes that were pretty different, but were all still something I could actually see myself using. So I chose a fragrance Tonka from Montana Marriage Group, who said that would arrive from Yellowstone and Denver, Jason. And yes, I did look up Madison's last night, probably. Each one comes in a bottle like this, and once you open it up, you can see they actually do give you a pretty decent amount. Another thing I really appreciate about this service is that each fragrance you get is going to come with this little card that gives you a great description of the fragrance, the key scents of the cologne and perfume, and even where to buy. Now, to give a quick review of the 3 that I got, Ember is going to be like your typical cologne. You got a first date, it's safe. The Arabian Tonka is definitely a more unique smell. That's going to be the one people are probably going to ask you about, because I've never had a cologne that smells like that. It smells really good, it's just different. And Ride by Yellowstone is definitely my personal favorite. It's a good mix of things like sage, tobacco, vanilla, and smoked whiskey because I'm an alpha. This really is a great service for anyone who's interested in fragrances and wants the ability to try different things. Their website has over 800 fragrances to choose from, and whether you want to go DJ, Christian music rock, maybe more indie rock, they have you covered. So if you want to get 55% off your first order, use the code CALL at checkout, or click the first link in the description, and begin to level up your fragrance game, because I guarantee you, the ladies will love it. Now let's get back to the concerns. And of course, we can't forget about Walter Russell and the University of Science and Philosophy, since those were such huge influences on Terrence's scientific mind.
It's a very in touch with the University of Science and Philosophy after watching some stuff about Walter Russell.
I'm going to play a video from their own website, and you tell me if you think these are the greatest innovators of our generation, or a bunch of sad loafers that got tricked into being part of a fake science.
We are driving down the road, and all of a sudden, bam! There's a crack in our windshield. You know what we can do now, right? And I think like, yeah, we're good to go.
Hey guys, I'll be replacing the windshield too.
You're still in there with you?
New cars come with cameras that can control your automatic braking systems.
This is where the sad people.
What you do need to
And
have
for
a time
Terrence's
to get your
slower
windshield
fans in
replaced.
the back, the University of Science and Philosophy is not a real college or a university. It's just where a defeated person's little remaining self-respect goes to die. So, yeah, Terrence is not a science genius, but he might just be a pathological one.
They get their names from arenas. We put ours on my lower back. So naturally, when they announced that we're raising their prices due to inflation, we decided to deflate our prices due to not paying. If this were one of their ads, they'd end it here with a happy customer. So we'll end up with an angry
Terrence also said he got his PhD in chemical engineering from South Carolina.
Some folks may be too kind to handle complex cases. Others might seem overwhelming and impersonal. Take the
The
vow.
only issue with that is that they don't offer a graduate program for chemical
We're just the right
So
firm to fight for
again, for
you.
the slow fans in the back, that means he's lying. Honestly, I don't think he went to brag either. I can't prove it, but I just. And again, this is a terrible lie, because how are you going to claim to have a doctorate when you admit that you don't even have your bachelor's? Another fun lie Terrence likes to tell is a story about how when he was a teenager, he was diagnosed with Bell's palsy, which totally paralyzed the right side of his face. And according to him, doctors said that he had a 5% chance of ever being normal again. So of course, Terrence did what any anime protagonist would do. He started electrocuting himself in the face. He says he cut the wires out of his dad's electric razor, attached it to a fuse box in the basement, and started jamming those wires into his face. I did that every day for 5 months, and then I felt the slightest little twitch inside. But my personal favorite lie is when Terrence told Joe Rogan with his straight face that he remembers his own birth, circumcision, and has been conscious since he was 6 months old in the womb.
My first memory.
Others are huge.
Almost like when you're dreaming and you're falling.
At Waborski, Bradley, and Clement, our services are catered just right for you.
I didn't wake up here.
Oh, wow.
I was inside my mother's womb. Now something
$21,599 and some support here. Yes, my really great friend Becky and her son Alex. People pulling for you, give that wheel a spin. out there somewhere that's $100,000.
Again, Michigan is saying that that's physically impossible. The human brain isn't even close to being developed enough to start gaining memories when you're that old. He's just lying. And even if Terrence Howard happens to be the only person in recorded history to have this kind of superpower, how would you know to focus and remember everything when you have no concept of memory or even existence? That doesn't make any sense. It's not like he understands, like, oh shit, I woke up 6 months into the womb. Let me try to remember this. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity that I can talk about in Joe Rogan. You're just a baby. You have no concept of anything. And how would you think to name your hand when you've never even heard words spoken? Not only does little Terry frequently lie about his past, but he loves to make a claim that is batshit crazy and then prove that claim with something that is totally unrelated. For example, this is Terrence's way of proving that he remembers his own.
My wife
We want to accept his deal.
When she was 6 months pregnant with my son, kids. I wanted to prove to her so I put a light on his phone every day at 6 o'clock. And I moved that light back and forth for a week straight. On Saturday, after a week, I didn't put the light back. And I moved the weeks.
This literally has nothing to do with the story you just told. I mean, you're both babies, but that's about it. And he does this all the time, like saying that this shape proves that the square root of 2 is wrong.
This is the proof that the square root of 2 is irrational.
It doesn't. This proof that he's a science genius and everybody else is wrong is that he has a bunch of patents.
If you're right, so many people everyone's wrong. The universe backs me up.
What a close match that was.
Actually, you can find 3 players that something store, but haven't happened since August of 97.
Really?
To using a washer
But I
for
figure,
wiring, that's what's proving that all physicists don't know what they're talking about. He doesn't realize that anybody can get a patent, right? And that this doesn't mean anything. Does he know? Does he know? Or is he just hoping Joe? That's the question I would answer. This man is so smart, but finally one person on this planet that has ever benefited from any of his inventions, okay? Because Terry has been talking that dumb shit for like 10 years. So where are all these people who are living in paradise because of Terryology? We're all alive right now because scientists, engineers, everyone realizes that one times one will always
home
equal
business
one
was
if
all
they
glass
listen to
and
Terry's
from
dumbass.
their central location
We'd
on
all be
Highway
dead.
77.
And for the record, if someone
Ours glass
invented
provides a
something and
wide
it's
variety
their
of custom shower
nameology,
doors and mirrors,
it's
along with
not
fall
great.
glass replacements, windows, entry doors, repair and installation
It would
service,
have made him
while
$7
providing superior
trillion
service that
if
will
those
exceed
rules
your
weren't there to
expectations.
shit.
Holly
All
Glass and
VR
Mirrors, celebrating
technology is
50 years
based
of
off of
clear
Terrence
transparency.
Howard genius. No, here is what actually happened. It is true that Terrence Howard applied for a patent that was related to VR and AR, but he abandoned it before it could go through the entire process. Patents need to be looked over and audited by professionals. This is a process that can take years and years. Terrence's patent got approved for nothing.
If you look at the patent,
That's just $4.89 a month on the Toyota Tundra.
they have multi-billion-dollar companies they build.
Toyota, let's go.
Sony,
At Bronco Harness Pest Control, our goal is to prevent pests from entering your home.
Our quarterly pest program is designed to treat the problem outside before it's ever a problem inside.
and it's still
Rockland
making
Pest
money. This
Control, the
patent is
standard and level of
$7
trust.
trillion.
Yeah, all of that was just wrong. Just because a company cites your patent application, it doesn't mean they took anything from your application. It doesn't even mean that they agree with anything that's in your application. The only thing that those sightings actually mean is that those companies looked at Terrence Howard's patent application. So when it comes to Terrence Howard acting like all VR technology stems from his genius patent, he's either lying or has no idea what he's talking about, which was basically that entire 3-hour podcast. And $7 trillion, honestly, I don't know how he came up with that number. I'm assuming he just took the value of all the companies that
allows
run
us
this
to
and
tell
added them together.
the best
But
of the best
hopefully
stories
that
and show them to you
explains
every
how
day.
stupid and arrogant it is to try to
Everything
take
you need,
credit for
all
the
in one
entire
place.
success of the
Download it
company
today.
just because they looked at your patent. But especially when those companies have been successful decades before Terrence even knew what a patent was. And that even if the patent went
High
through,
drama
there
on
is
this
zero
Wednesday. On the
evidence that these
sponsoring of the
companies
Olympic
would owe you
quarterfinals.
a
Men's
dollar.
water polo,
I
the U.S. facing Australia.
so much.
That started 7 after regulation. That means
People
little
like Terry
cheetah.
here have always
Australia.
fascinated me. Like,
Egypt
how
is
you
with this
have
goal.
the
But
balls
the
to go on
Americans
the
are still
biggest
in the driver's
podcast in
seat
the world
and
and just
to
spew
win.
very
Not out the
fact-checkable
Arsenal.
bullshit for 3 hours straight is
It will come down to
insane
this.
to me. And like I said, this man has just been pretending to be a scientist for a decade. So I'm sitting here thinking, right, like, what the hell is somebody to constantly make a fool of themselves over and over and over? You know what I mean? Because it's not like Terrence Howard is just that guy who's too good to be working at Barbie. He's a nominated actor, but every day he makes the conscious decision to take the L. I just don't get it. So I give him the period. And for the record, I have no links, I have no data. I'm just a guy shooting from the hip.
This is more
Okay,
respectful.
you were just two
It's the
old
team
broads
pursuit,
talking
a
shit.
wild sport.
Terrence
Teams
Howard
are simultaneously
played
on opposite sides of the track in acts. They have to stay together. The split screen shows who passes the finish line first. The U.S. in white, in the lead on the ceiling, looking for gold.
He apparently hated it so much he had to cut it out when he was editing. So when it was time to shoot Iron Man 2, instead of giving Terrence the $8 million he was supposed to get his contract, Marvel decided to cut movies for significantly and only offered Terrence $8 million. Terrence is still declined. Next thing we know, Don Cheadle is rich. Now missing out on one acting opportunity doesn't sound like the biggest deal in the world, especially for already famous. So Don Cheadle made about $50 million from that war machine. All the other but for Terrence, on the other hand, getting replaced kind of blacklisted him. It was rumored that Terrence was super difficult on set and one of the hottest directors. All he was saying he did a shitty job, knows how to go. And after everything went down, it's also rumored that Terrence's acting fee went from $3 to $4 million to $40,000 almost. So my theory is instead of Terrence Howard accepting his loss and taking accountability for his behavior, this man said, if I can't be Iron Man off the screen, I'm going to be Iron Man in real life.
As these
And has been
games
trying
were
to
fought
convince
here,
himself and the
joining
world
her
that he is a
teammates
science
Jennifer
god, that
Galante,
all of his
Lily
alien knowledge
Williams,
is
and
important.
Chloe
Tell
Kelly.
me this is
A
just
golden
an
moment for
obnoxious
Team USA
egomaniac
to start our Wednesday in Paris.
Tell me that's not what this is. Tell me. You know that's a genius theory. I have nothing to back it up, but tell me I'm wrong. You can't.
As far as me harming somebody, I really can't.
See, when you combine a loss of opportunity like that with a childhood, everything starts to make sense. See, Terrence Howard was born to a 15-year-old mother and abusive father and was raised in the God-forsaken Cleveland, Ohio. So it's safe to say that his childhood was ass. But unfortunately, growing up in dog shit Cleveland, Ohio was not the worst of it for Terrence, because when this man was only a toddler, he witnessed his father stab a man to death while in line to go see Santa Claus. This really happened. In 1971, when Terrence was only 2 years old, he went to go see Santa Claus with his dad, his pregnant mom,
never gets
and his
old.
3 other
The wondrous
siblings.
sight
At some
of the
point,
Eiffel
the Howard
Tower.
family is
Yes,
accused
it's
of running
never
by some other people
going
online,
through the
and a
heart of
fight
the
breaks
city.
out between Tiny
A few
Howard,
miles from
Terrence's
tower
dad,
and
and a
along the
man
river,
named Jeffrey's
you find another
who
striking
apparently
Terrence landmark.
taught people how to make grease, which is totally insane. According to witnesses, Jack had Terrence's dad pinned against the wall and kneed him in the groin, which caused Tyrone to take a sharp object out of his pocket, stabbing
One of the
Jack in
biggest
the leg,
stars, the
and
fastest man on the
he
planet,
eventually
4 miles
came
after
down.
holding
Tyrone then
100,
fled the scene,
smacking at
taking
you
his
tonight
family
in
to
the
his
2.
mom's house before
Meanwhile,
turning
the
himself
400,
in
the
a
U.S.
few
brings
hours later. Now,
multiple
according
medal
to my
contenders.
reality
The final,
TV research,
including
when you have
Kansas
parents
City's
that are
Quincy
batshit
Hall.
crazy, you have
And
2
the 400
options. You
hurdles,
can either
Tokyo
use them
silver
as an
medalist Ryan
example of
Benjamin
what not to
trying to
do,
run down
or
his
become
rival
exactly
and
like
continue
Guess
the
which
sterling
route
success
Terrence
for
chose.
Team USA.
Yeah, that
Some of
one,
the
yeah.
big names on the
See,
menu.
Terrence
Thanks
has
for
a
having
very
us
long
into our
history
home.
of being a violent
Paris,
psycho.
Mike Tirico,
Let's go
and
through a
Prime
brief
Time.
rundown of his history so
16
you can
medals
know
for
what
the
I'm
track
talking
team
about.
for
In
the
the year
first 5
2000,
days of
Terrence was
competition
arrested
stopped
for
France.
assaulting a
And
flight
tonight, our
attendant
adventure
who
tonight
asked him
has
to
the
sit
U.S.
back in
Olympic
his seat.
Noah
What a
Lyles,
bitch.
best of
I
best
know.
action
Less than a year
200.
after that,
Since the
Terrence was
gold medal was
arrested for
around his
allegedly
neck for
breaking
100,
down his
Lyles
wife's
called
door,
his shot
dragging
in
her to
2.
the
He's
backyard, and
racing for a
punching her
spot
in
in
the
the
face
final tonight.
twice.
As
A
the
little
field
while
is
after that, he
forward,
was
the
charged
wide
with
open, the
punching a
Americans
woman
with
in
a
the
real
face at a
shot for the
restaurant.
medal.
Now his
Those
wife
races
this
brought to
time
you with
will be
limited
just a
commercial
random.
interruption.
Now
By
she's
sales.
asking, come on,
That's
if
later,
a
we're going to
famous
start
actor
the night
punched
stop
a
France as
random
well.
woman in the
Send it out
face
there.
in the middle of a restaurant. Well, Terrence thought that she got sat before
Got some
him, so
semifinals in the men's
she got
110
had that
hurdle
one.
sound.
In
Pretty good, doesn't it?
2010,
That's what
less
we've
than
got coming
7
your way
days
right
after
now here
marrying
inside
his
the
second
Stade de
wife, she
France
accused Terrence of
on
trying to
a
throw her off of
76
a
degree
balcony,
evening.
and again,
Yes, the hurdles are
punching
set.
her in the
The
face.
athletes
In
are at the
2012,
top.
his
Welcome
girlfriend
back, Lee
Macy
Diffie,
Yang
along
accused
with
him of attacking her
four-time
in his house
Olympic
and even
medalist
filed a
Heather
civil
Golden.
suit against him.
We're
And in
ready to run
2013,
at a
Terrence
pretty
was accused of
fast
strangling
pace.
his ex-wife in
And
Costa
the
Rica,
headline
and
act
again,
in this
punching her in
happens
the
to be
face.
an American. It is Team USA's Grant Holloway, affectionately known, or as he calls himself, the Flamingo, the Big Flamingo. However, for everything that Grant Holloway has won, World Championships, National Championships, in Tokyo, the thing he wanted most eluded him, and that was a gold medal. Parchment of Jamaica beat him to the line, and that is something that has stuck with him,
because Terrence
not
isn't
in a
looking
comfortable
for the
way.
truth.
So he
He's
wants to
looking for
rectify
little
that
bullshit
these past
factors
games.
that will
He
make
and I
him
talk
appear
from time to
smart.
time.
To
If you
people who
want
don't
the
know
conversation
anything
to go
about
sour, when you talk to Grant,
which
mention Tokyo.
unfortunately is
I
almost
guarantee
always. That's
that
why
he'll change the
his
subject.
theories have
But
been
he's the second
critiqued by
fastest
people
man
who
of all
actually
time.
know what they're talking about. He either pouts like a child,
Now, we haven't
pretends that
scripted
he
this,
can't
folks,
hear
but
them.
just
He said
to
that
get
the
you off to a great start tonight, we've got the Olympic champ, his arch-rival, Handful Parchment of Jamaica, in this semi-final. So it's going to be a Grant Holloway, Handful Parchment semi being introduced to the crowd. Now, do you remember the story from Tokyo? If not, it was pretty crazy because he almost didn't make it to the event to win his gold medal. The reason why is he took the wrong bus to get there, and he was very fortunate where a volunteer actually paid for a taxi to ensure he made it to the venue on time. And what happened after that was all history. After he won the gold, he went back to that volunteer, found her, gave her some cash, showed her his gold medal, and since then, well, obviously back then 3 years ago, Jamaica's tourism minister collaborated with the embassy of Jamaica in Japan and offered that lady an all-expensive trip to Jamaica. How cool is that?
It's one of my favorite stories of the last Olympics. So just to recap, and to educate you about the form, about the 110 hurdles, they're 42 inches high, 10 hurdles in total, 45 feet to hurdle 1, 30 feet in between the hurdles, and then once you get over hurdle 10, 46 feet to the finish line.
Also on the site right now, we have 3 other designs.
There's Grant Holloway's parents, Stan and Latasha, ready to watch their son do what he does best.
Putting my face or a stupid saying on a logo for our city. Everything on the site is the same.
Semi-final number 1 of the men's 110 hurdles. And Grant Holloway for you is right in the middle of lane 6. His rival, Handful Parchment of Jamaica, up the top on the inside lane 3.
Boston hasn't been one to chase that he won when he won the Olympic gold 3 years ago. He was only third of the Jamaican Olympic side.
Making it this far to the video really does mean a lot. If you guys want to show support, that is the best way to do it. Appreciate you. Alright, you made it to the end of the video. Let it be known that I appreciate you more than most people in my family. Now, if you like this video where I make fun of obnoxious narcissists, I can guarantee you you'll appreciate this next video.
Top 2 advance. What a start from Grant Holloway. Are you kidding? Look and go. Parchment is coming back like he typically does, but it is Grant Holloway convincingly. My goodness.
He's been dominant so far in Paris, and the domination continues. Wow. Sub 13 and nobody close. Grant Holloway was started as a huge favorite in the 110 hurdles final. Let's get another look at Grant Holloway. He's the best ever to 60 in the 60-meter hurdles. So you know he's going to get away quickly. But sometimes he can get a little high over these last 3 or 4 barriers. He explained to us in Eugene at the Olympic trials that left arm and the way he tucks it right there, that's almost like in NASCAR where you have a restrictor plate. That actually is holding his speed back. Why? Because he is so fast in between the hurdles that if he gets too fast, he'll get too close to the hurdles and it makes him go straight up and down.
So there's that brilliant start as usual. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 hurdles. Now is when he has to sort of really put a check on himself that he's not getting too close to the hurdles. We see him giving a little bit of the lead back, but the truth is there was nobody close.
Now, Stan Holloway, his father, is wearing a heart rate monitor. His son's doing all the hard work. Dad's got the nerves, but not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Stayed right under 100 BPM. He knows how good his son is. That was excellent.
And look, here they are, two of the best to ever do this. However, Hansel Parchment is going to have to rely on time because it was Llopis of Spain who beat him to the line. That's why they have the green cues next to their names. And Parchment, the defending Olympic champ, will have to rely on his time to make the final. Let's join Lewis Johnson. Good evening, Lewis.
Hey, good evening, Lee. So, Grant, let's go right to it and dissect your form through this really hot semifinal.
Yeah, it was definitely hot. I mean, when you put the gold and silver medalists in the last Olympics in together, it's gonna be fireworks. But for me, I just want to make sure I just came out, making sure the next round and be better than I was 2 days ago. Just keep the rhythm going. Obviously, with 2 days off, you can lose that as a hurdle, but I like to start. I like to finish. Way better than I was 2 days ago, so I'm happy.
How much do you anticipate this opportunity to finally grab this Olympic gold that you've been waiting for 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, I know I've been trained to be Olympic gold medalist. Now it's just up to me just to come out here tomorrow and execute it. You know, it's nobody's race but mine. I just want to make sure I just come out here, worry about my lane, my space. Whatever lane I'm in, that's the lane I just want to be able to do what I can do in.
All right, Grant. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Doc.
So Grant Holloway on to the finals. He's happy about that. And in a moment, we'll hear what Dad Stan thought.
There's nothing chill about a hot, sweaty line. Unless you have mountain cold refreshment. Coors Light. Choose Jones.
Dave's company just scored the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee. High five. It's 5 years of reliable gig speed internet, 5 years of advanced security, 5 years of a great rate that won't change. Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time.
5 years?
Introducing the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee, powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities.
With Purina One True Instinct, her true instincts really came alive. From day one, it's the high-protein nutrition she instinctively craves. It's making a real difference, supporting healthy energy and strong muscles. Purina One True Instinct is the food she was born to eat, helping her live the life she was born to live.
Purina One True Instinct, a difference from day one.
Protect against RSV with Arexvy. Arexvy is a vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease from RSV in people 60 years and older. Arexvy does not protect everyone and is not for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients. Those with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most common side effects are injection site pain, fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint pain. Arexvy is #1 in RSV vaccine shots. RSV, making Arexvy.
So Grant Holloway on his way to the final, and I'm pleased to say now we are joined by Grant's father. Well, Stan, what a treat for you to be able to watch Grant Rather at the Olympic Games. You weren't able to do this in Tokyo 3 years ago. So what's it like? What's it like to see your son at the Olympic Games?
I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. It's the pinnacle of what all dreams are made of, whether it's the father with the son, the athlete, the parents, the grandparents, everybody back in Virginia. This is the pinnacle of why we do what we do for not only our kids, but for the sport.
What's your assessment of his semifinal run? What did you like about it? Maybe not like about it, if there's anything.
I like how he kept his arms tight. We have discussed that over countless times when we go on our film. Sometimes we just need to use our arms as something to keep our race pace going. Because if we get too close to the hurdle, we have a tendency to pop up. So Coach Holloway has done a phenomenal job down there in Florida just to make sure we keep our arms tight.
Your son is such a great athlete. When he was young, what did Dad want to see him do if he was going to be a professional athlete?
I wasn't sure if he was going to be a professional athlete, but the work ethic that he has, I knew he was going to be good no matter what he wanted to be. Whether it was going to be a naval officer, whether it was going to be a football player, whatever he decided to do, I knew that this young guy had the drive and motivation to do whatever he wanted to do.
By the way, as you know, we've got the heart rate monitor on you. You only just knocked on the door of 100, so you're as cool a customer as your son. How do you handle it when you're on?
We know what the assignment is. Of course, it might raise tomorrow in the final, but right now we're just trying to get through. We're just trying to survive and advance.
Fantastic speaking with you, Stan. Thanks so much, and we look forward to watching you and watching Grant on Thursday in the final.
Thank you so much. God bless.
Semi-finals of the men's 110 hurdles continue, and this is Team USA's Freddie Crittenden. He'll start in lane 2 right on the inside.
He really is having a dream season. Personal best 12:93 to get second to Grant Holloway at the U.S. Olympic trials.
He had an unusual road to this point. He was forced to go to the repechage, which is like a last chance qualifier, because this is what he did in the heat. And we were thinking, okay, maybe he's saving a little bit of energy, being quite clever. That wasn't the case at all. He's carrying an injury.
Yeah, he's carrying an injury, and they had 2 days in between the first round and today. So he figured, you know what? Let me try to qualify for the repechage. He did that, and then once he got there, here was the result. So he got here by winning this Heat 1 of the repechage round.
And that was a nice confidence booster for Freddie as well. He is in his first Olympic Games. Second semi, moments away. Can you be in the top 2 and go through to the final? Great Britain's Ojora in lane 3, right alongside Freddie. Mendy of Senegal. Jason Joseph of Switzerland in there. Keep an eye on Rashid Broadbell as well in the middle.
Yeah, he's the Jamaican champion. And he runs rounds well, so he'll be in 6 and figures to be a big factor in this second semifinal.
Can Freddie Crittenden run okay? Is he healthy enough? It's certainly a good start. Look to the far right-hand side of his screen. Crittenden is running well. Sawyer is digging deep, but slow. Broadbell and Crittenden. They're going to get those top 2 spots.
And the move that Crittenden made to run
just about the 55 right before the 22. Russell Ford came high in the sky.
that first heat the way he did, and then let it really come out in the repechage round, really is paying dividends today because he looks so much better than he did 2 days ago. And Crittenden is actually the first athlete at these Olympics to make it all the way from the repechage to the final. So it's Broadbell across the line, but you could see Crittenden, once he knew he was in the final, sort of back off. He's second across the line. But Crittenden on the right had a great start. So he was in the lead Zoya was there. Now here comes Broadwell, who, like Hansel Parchment, the Olympic champion from Jamaica, always runs well in the latter half of the race. So it was Broadwell that got there in 13:21. And then Freddie Crittenden. Those two are automatically into the final on Thursday.
But taking care of himself and his body in the heat rounds has paid off for Freddie Crittenden as he follows Rasheed Broadbell straight into the final on Thursday at the men's 110 hurdles. Third and final semi-final of the men's 110 hurdles coming up, and this is Team USA's Daniel Roberts. He made it to the semis in Tokyo and then was eliminated. Can he go further and make it 3 US men in the final?
It's going to be determined by how healthy he is. He told our Lewis Johnson that he has been struggling with some injuries since the U.S. Olympic Trials. The U.S. Olympic Trials final produced the 3 fastest times in the world this year. In fact, the 4 fastest times in the world, if we include Cordell Titch. The man on your screen has made every single U.S. team, Olympics and Worlds, since 2019. And the United States has been very dominant in this event. A little more about that in a second.
There's the lineup for the third and final semi-final. Martinez of Spain right on the inside. Watch for Izumir of Japan. This is Daniel Roberts. He's starting in lane 7 and right alongside him, the French athlete Pelosian. Here we go, last chance to make it to the final. Good start, Daniel Roberts. He's got Bennett of Jamaica going with it, and they're on the far inside, Dragovich. Roberts is trying to race his way into the final, and he's gonna do it. Well done, Daniel Roberts, behind Orlando Bennett of Jamaica. He's into the final.
You heard Freddie Crittenden giving credit to the U.S. medical staff as Bennett celebrates his qualification into the final. But clearly, Daniel Roberts has had some good work done on him in the last 48 hours because this is not the way that he looked in round 1. This is a much better effort, and it needed to be because this is the semifinals. Him and Bennett kept each other company the entire 110 meters of this race. And both of them were so clear of everybody else that they both backed off as they went across the finish line. And those are the 2 automatic qualifiers, Bennett with 13:09 and Daniel Roberts with 13:10.
I saw you look worried in the heat race. That was more like the Daniel Roberts that we know.
Yeah, because we were talking with possible sweep for the United States in this event, and I thought, well, Grant looks fine, but Roberts and Crittenden do not. Roberts and Crittenden look good enough to medal now.
Orlando Bennett of Jamaica and Daniel Roberts of Team USA get the auto qualifier to go through to the final. And will race against these gentlemen. Grant Holloway, Yopis of Spain. Freddie Crittenden is through as well as Hansel Parchment, the defending Olympic champion who got through on time. Coming up, Tokyo silver medalist, Rai Benjamin.
And the man who edged him out for gold in Tokyo, Karsten Warholm from Norway. That's coming up in a little bit. But next, it's diving. Men's springboard. Comes your way after this.
I'm going to party for Frank Moulton, the black guy collar. I'm taking Black Vegas. Where is that? I don't think you got any idea. Steve. These are heavy hitters that they robbed. Stealing it from me. Y'all going home in a box.
I can't believe Daddy never told me I have a half sister. He always said family is the most important thing.
Maybe that's why you started 289.
We have a bar. No, I have a bar.
Oh, boy.
I always wanted a good sister, even if she's old enough to be my mom.
This is Tennessee. I'm old enough to be your great-grandmother.
Here's Greg, this fall on NBC and Peacock.
In 2004, a retired vet saw a need in our community for quality equipment and scaffolding rental. Yesco was born. Today, Yesco keeps growing. As we move to our new home, we're still open and ready to supply you with all of your rental equipment needs.
Visit our new location at Cantan East Walnut. Our surroundings will have a fresh new look, but you can expect the same quality service you're used to. Only one way to the top. Yesco.
I spend the day in my steel-toe boots. I come home, put on my flip flops.
These thermostats don't work the same way ours do.
There's a button that you can switch. That's it. Hot, auto.
People want some level of control. That's why I look at the SPL website.
You can see this is the little thing that might be going on in your house that you actually do have control over.
Did you know that if you use cold water during the summer, it lowers the bill?
Find more ways to save energy and money at fpl.com/ways to save. FPL, working for you every single day.
That is not possible. It's just not, right? From smoking? No way. This can't be real. That's what I thought too when the doctors told me that I had Berger's disease. And it cut off my blood flow, and I had to have my toes removed because I smoked. But here's a tip for you. It's real.
Tobacco-Free Florida offers free nicotine replacement therapy to help start your quit journey. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN now.
Everything you need, all in one place. Download it today. French fries. This signature work of art just outside the beautiful new aquatics center built for these games. And it is home for the diving men's 3-meter semifinal, where it is Wang Zhongyuan. He has won the last 3 world championships after winning silver in this event in Tokyo. There are 2 Americans in the semifinal, 20-year-old Carson Tyler from Moultrie, Georgia, and Andrew Capobianco, silver medalist of the Tokyo Games, New York native, now North Carolina home. And Andrew Capobianco arrived into this final after a 4th-round dive in the prelims that left him in peril. The Capobianco rallied beautifully in rounds 5 and 6 to make 8th field in the semifinals. Now we're halfway through 3 of 6 rounds of diving, and the cut line here is at 12. Tyler is inside that line. Capobianco right on it. So for Andrew Capobianco, grew up a gymnast, and yet here he is, just as he was in the prelims, right on the line in the 4th round in his.
Hilarious, but it's still, this is the toughest dive that these men are doing. It doesn't carry 3.6, which is still huge, but it is the hardest one for these men to complete. Only 2 people did it for 7s in the preliminaries yesterday, and this is just if you back off the board and you're not close enough, it is really hard to make it all the way around.
Well, that's a miss, and that is going to make the final 2 rounds extremely tough on Capobianco. But he is not the only American who needed a rebound. More on that, let's go back to Andrew.
Well, but he did admit he was definitely concerned after the 4th round. He told me he was stiff and he just couldn't find his rhythm. When he did find it for the last 2 dives, Carson Tyler focused. Important to remember that was his first competition at his first Olympics, and yes, it was surprisingly different for him. Moving and both really working in his favor. 3-meter physically and mentally when it comes time for the 10-meter.
2 weeks of waiting to dive at Tyler, Moultrie, Georgia, age 20. Of a week, the first American diver since Mark Brewer games to qualify in both individual events. Right now in qualifying position here.
Oh, he actually missed that yesterday, putting him in a very strong. It is a low degree of difficulty, and if you have that low degree of difficulty, you have to hit.
Talk about this a lot more, Riley. It's risk reward. The execution here's 8s across the board, and that will put Tyler in a secure spot. 2 rounds remaining. It has been an excellent diving Olympic Games for Great Britain. Tom Daly in his 5th Games winning silver. Lois Tolson won her first. Olympic medal, and now watches her partner, Jack Law, win these games, has won his 4th Olympic medal.
And he is setting himself up to possibly earn a 5th medal tomorrow in the finals. That was not his best dive, but he has been so on point in this semifinal so far. One small mistake is not going to take him out of finals, and that is a dive he can do 4/8 and above. We saw him do it really well in the synchronized competition too. Sometimes the place to get your hiccups out.
So that dive, not Jack Law's best, but still comfortably in qualifying spot. The Tokyo gold medalist, Shea Suyi, stepped away from diving for 2 years since Tokyo, something you rarely see in China. Came back, and at age 28, made these games.
And he said he did it for the love of the sport. He loved diving, and that's why he decided to come back. After getting married and getting his master's degree, it's still an amazing dive, but it is past vertical. It's not the 8s and 9s we see from him so often, but it will not hurt him being in the finals. Again, maybe a good place to get out some of the little things right now and then come back strong, because they will start from 0 in the finals tomorrow.
That's not a terrific dive by his standards. So Shea stepped away after winning gold, and Wang Zhongyuan, who won silver in Tokyo, said, "It's my time." And he has won 3 World Championship gold medals since the Tokyo Games.
The jury in LA County has found a man guilty of sending his 17-year-old son to kill rapper King
And now you see why he is a world champion and set up as the leader here in this competition. Same dive we just saw from his teammate, Shea, but he does it beautifully. Strong kick, so tight going through the water.
His launch off the board is something.
It's amazing. He's got to be about twice the 3-meter up. He's got to be about 6 meters high in these dives.
And look at the score, 89 points. And so after 4 rounds, Wang has opened up a 28-point lead. Jack Law still is 3rd. And again, this is golf. We watch the cut line like it's Friday. And the cut line is 12. Carson Tyler is inside that right now, but Capobianco, after the miss, has some serious work ahead.
Excuse me, can I get this? Try me. Ooh.
Back to school means back to the doorway. Find new favorites that fit just right and save during our back to school customer appreciation event. Plus, earn Kohl's cash. Kohl's.
Marissa shines again in the 100-meter final.
The journey is taken along. Toyota. Start your impossible.
A couple weeks ago, I got a promotion. Came with a small pay bump and a large responsibility bump.
Mr. Lasky wants 14 oxygen and spices. Yes, we had a menu, and I said I didn't think so. That's a party.
If you're trying to become a destination medical facility, you need an area where you can outshine your competitors. And our area is going to be the breast area.
She says you can't start until her class is here.
Rabbi Rothschild's class. Just give it to me.
Oh no. I think the whole system just went down.
I still say this, it's kind of what I do. Caroline, stay with me.
Let's get out there and heal some people.
Zap, no more cirrhosis. Zap, no more cancer.
Cancer? No, you're just scared of anger.
We have a new floor nurse starting today.
Sick. Oh, okay. Wrong side. Got myself. Well, you need to go to the hospital.
You don't. It's not always glamorous. Like, we're all here for the same reason. We want to help people. Ma'am, I'm coming.
They told me that you're the one that saved my lower.
Thank you. Every now and then a moment comes along where you truly change someone's life. And that's beautiful.
It actually doesn't look too bad. Swollen, pale, kind of blotchy.
It's the other one.
Oh my God, that's much worse. Wow.
Screw down.
So with 2 rounds remaining in the semifinals, China holding 1-2. The usual suspects up top. Carson Tyler within the cut zone at 10, but Andrew Capobianco has significant work ahead. Andrew Capobianco was a terrific gymnast and junior floor exercise champions decided to take up diving, and now here's his chance, 3.9.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast preview.
That was great, showcasing his twisting ability that he had even as a young gymnast right here in this dive. He needed that really badly. That was nice. It was a little bit away from the springboard, a little bit too much, so it goes slightly past vertical, but he should receive some 7s and a 3.9. That may help him a little bit.
Carson Tyler, one of the few that didn't come out of gymnastics, he was at a tennis camp at age 5. And he saw diving and said to his parents, "This is what I want to do." His last 2 dives are his 2 toughest.
Oh, it's excellent. His toes were hanging a little bit over the end of the board. His parents, Charlton and Laura, cheering him on. They know it was good. Toes hanging over, but he is like a veteran in the semifinals. Stays with it, gets that patented Carson Tyler entry. He will be rewarded very well for this dive. Probably even see some 8s and a 3.5 degree of difficulty. That's going to help him sit pretty.
At good score, 7 5s, and that is half of what Tyler did to get through the prelims. Very strong at the end. See, ankles take Shea Sagi, platform doctor, broke ankles as a teenager. That put him down on the 3 meter. He's had more ankle problems since, and gold medal erase a lot of that better. Can't. Sure can.
This is amazing. He is the only diver doing this dive pike. It's an inward 3.5 somersault, and he does it with straight legs, where all the other divers are doing it with bent legs in a tough position. So for somebody who's had ankle problems, he knows how to use his ankles to work that board and make this huge degree of difficulty dive. 3.7 versus a 3.4 if the other divers that do it tough. You see his head, it looks like it's out. He is spotting the water. He's seeing the water on each rotation, which is why he's so consistent.
The score is an 88.8. Wang Zongyuan is from more of a typical diving background. He was a gymnast. Perhaps that explains the amazing height we're seeing him get on his launch.
And this is that back 3.5 that he did well in the prelims, but was one of the few divers who did. That's incredible. And I think that gymnastics background is potentially why he makes these so easy. His entire body above the 5-meter platform we see there, and just crushes the entry. This dive doesn't appear to be a problem for him at all. He gets his arms all the way out in time, so fast.
86.4. China once again establishing 1-2 as they were in Tokyo. They will be the two to beat in the finals. Carson Tyler in 7th, a much safer spot entering the final round. Henry Capobianco had a good 5th round dive, but still 17 points off the cut line.
When a doctor looks at a patient, what do they see? She can breathe on her own. Her brain just doesn't know it yet. I like to know what my patients are experiencing.
You want to change how your patients see the world.
I want to change how the world sees my patients.
Brilliant Minds, Monday, September 23rd,
Some firms may be too tiny to handle complex cases. Others might seem overwhelming and impersonal. Pick the balanced choice.
Jaworski, Bradley, and Fleming. We're just the right firm to fight for you.
Our summer game sale at the Appliance Center features this beautiful LG 4-piece stainless steel suite with a 3-rack dishwasher and a range with a super capacity oven for $27.96. Also, the top-rated LG washers and dryers start at $529 each. The super large capacity models with AI technology are $849 each plus $200 in rebates. See the most reliable line of appliances at the Appliance Center in beautiful, historic downtown Panama City.
Sundays. It's a new season of Collector's Call on MeTV. We're taking it to the next level with more memorable collections.
Some firms may be too small.
Others are huge. At Jaworski, Bradley, and Fleming, our services are catered just right for you.
Everything you need, all in one place. Download it today. One round remaining, and the magic number is 12. Carson Tyler in his first Olympics seems to be safely in, but those numbers give you an idea of what task Andrew Capobianco faces. Andrew Capobianco has answered this pressure before with this dive. It's been such a strong one, but he has 17 points to make up and at least 4 divers to pass.
It is a 3.8 degree of difficulty, so this is an opportunity.
May keep him out of the fun. Carson Tyler, everybody in Moultrie, Georgia, has had such pride for him. They adorned their hometown. There's some posters in their windows. His club coach at Moss Farms was with him just before Tyler left for Paris. He said he seemed very polished.
I tell you what, Carson Tyler has become an old pro here. He's come back from a little bit of a wobbly prelims and done this amazing semifinal. He is hanging, look how far over the end of the board he is, and doesn't panic at all. Gorgeous dive, burying the entry. He's going to get some 8s on that. Fabulous way to secure his spot in this Olympic final.
Coach Drew Johansson, and that is a clinch. Carson Tyler is in the Olympic final. 20-year-old Osmar Alvaro, silver medal winning synchro team from Mexico, and he has clearly placed himself as a contender in the individual.
Great finish for Osmar. That was a triple twisting front 2.5. It's a lot of things going on. That's why it carries a 3.9 degree of difficulty. He will come back for finals tomorrow to contend for a medal.
And the joy for Osmar Alvaro also means disappointment. That officially eliminates Andrew Capobianco. So there will be one American in the final.
Beautiful ending. Front 4.5 somersault tuck at a huge 3.8 grip difficulty. It is amazing how these men are doing such difficult dives so well, so consistently too. It is going to be an exciting battle in the finals tomorrow.
What a brilliant dive, 96.9. Same exact dive for Wang Sungyuan. Wang trying to establish himself as the last diver in the fun.
Beautiful. He will definitely stay in the lead with that. Amazing diving. This entire semifinal was such high quality. Whenever you have divers breaking that 500-point barrier, you know you saw some greatness.
Blowing by the barrier, the best 3-meter diver in the world right now, Wang Sungyuan, 102 points, 537 for his total. You want to come at me? That's not miss. The semifinal establishes China as the two divers to beat. It confirms Jack Law medal contender. Introduces Osmar Olvera to the medal chase. Carson Tyler will make an Olympic final, but it will be the end of these Olympics for Andrew Capobianco.
Yes, a familiar sight at these games. China at the top of the standings in men's springboard final. Tomorrow, China tries to make it 6 for 6, winning diving gold in Paris. Here's what else happened today around Paris. Women's sport climb. Speed final, just under 50 feet, as fast as you can, racing side by side. On the left, Poland's Alexandra Miroslav set a world record earlier this week against China's Deng Li Jen, and she won by 0.8 of a second to win the gold medal, the first for Poland in these games. Think you can do it? That wall's going to stand for public daily use after the Olympics. Men's handball, epic game. Germany, France in the quarterfinals. This is late. That's a steal from Germany, down 1. They tie the game in the final second. Great defense will take away the tie. We go to overtime. That is 2 5-minute halves. In the final 10 seconds, the German team in white were tied again, and they will score to take the lead by 1. Clock doesn't stop. France has to go quick. They're favorites. They've been in the gold medal match for the last 4 Olympics, but denied. A kick save and a beauty for Germany, who moves on to the semi, and the host French are eliminated. To the sport of skateboarding, and the last of the 4 skateboarding events in Paris, it's the men's park final. That's Tom Sharp from Malibu, California. His second of 3 runs was a good one. He threw down a 92.23. That was good enough for silver, but no one could catch the Aussie. Keegan Palmer is the defending gold medalist. First run 93.11, then held up the rest of the day. Keegan Palmer was his second straight gold. Fellow Aussie Arissa True won the women's park final yesterday. So in skateboarding, women's park, the Aussies get the sweep, but the United States gets on the platform as Tom Sharp takes silver. Coming up, more track and field. The men's 400-meter hurdles, New York's Rye Benjamin won silver in Tokyo. Norway's Karsten Warholm won gold. They're in the semifinals next in Paris.
Visa presents Small Steps. In 1976, a significant drought in California led to a lot of empty pools, but a group of skateboarders saw an opportunity with the smooth, water-free walls and started dropping in. It was the first incarnation of going vert and helped bring along an Olympic sports defining element.
Oh my.
Small Steps is presented by Visa, everywhere you want to be.
The only way to answer what comes next is by asking, how did it all begin? It was always about the joy. Setting a goal, trusting the process. It was always about the journey. Knowing you have the strength to keep going. My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back. Now with Sky Rizzy, I'm all in with clear skin. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clear skin at 4 months, and most people were clear even at 5 years. Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with Xfinity Internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. Plus, add the new Xfinity Stream Saver for just $15 a month and get Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. Hurry, when the Olympic Games end, so does this gold medal deal. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
This one is for you.
Welcome back to Stade de France. We're getting set for the semi-finals of the men's 400 hurdles, one of the most anticipated events of these Paris Games. And here's the defending Olympic champion and world record holder, Norway's Karsten Warholm, who's achieved it all under the guidance of his coach, whom he calls his best friend. Together since 2016, Karsten Warholm and Leif Olav Alnes are 2 halves of a May-December relationship. And you'll never guess who is the difficult one.
Depends who you ask, I guess. I think it's got to be me. I think the very unique thing with Coach Leif is patience. So sometimes when I get mad, he never gets mad back. He doesn't respond with attacking. He always responds with a rational solution. There's no way to attack that.
Those words were so nice. I was tempted to have a bad hearing. So we'd have
I want me to repeat it. No. I only say this once.
I'm very impressed with his attitude. As a top performer, you have to give up or prioritize away a lot of things to get something you really want more. And the ability to focus on that, I think, is unmatched.
7 days a week, 2 sessions per day, and all year round. Warholm is working out, most of the time in Norway's modest Olympic facility.
It's a triple extension of ankle, knee, and hip to get the most out of it. It's a little bit of art, how you swing the weight and make it work with the physics. Väldigt bra.
This is where the coach reigns supreme.
His understanding of physics is so unique because he can simplify the big questions. That is real knowledge, when you can explain something that seems to be very complicated in an easy way.
It's getting goal to Norway! 45-94, it's a world record!
Excellence is not as normal as we think. And if it was, we wouldn't know about Albert Einstein, we wouldn't know about Bach or Beethoven or Stradivarius or those that were in front of us. I think it's very smart to learn from the classics, the one that stood above the rest. It's really smart.
I need to show you a great picture.
I hope he's not showing a bad one.
So you guys ready?
Getting in the blocks can be a lonely place, loaded with self-doubt, nerves, and enormous expectation. The coach has a specific vision for his pupil.
That you should never be afraid to lose. You should only be afraid not to evolve. It's the only thing you should fear, not trying to become better.
What a wonderful relationship between those two. And now Carsten Warholm is set to defend his Olympic title.
In his third Olympics, he has won 3 world titles in this event. He has the world record, but he's already lost 2 races this outdoor season. That's very uncharacteristic of him. Once to Alison dos Santos, who we'll see soon, and the other to Ryan Benjamin of the United States, the second fastest man ever.
I know you just mentioned Alison dos Santos, and here is the Brazilian. He's going to run in lane 9.
A part of that big 3 that we're anticipating in the finals, Alison dos Santos is the 3rd fastest performer of all time. He was bronze in Tokyo, but he was a world champion in 2022. I'm excited to see what he's going to do today. If you see those burns on his skin, when he was just 10 months old, he was a part of a cooking accident where oil spilled on his skin. He was in the hospital for 4 months recovering. And boy, has he turned things around and become one of the greatest athletes ever in this discipline.
And Son, you know what he said? I openly acknowledge all the chat was about those two.
Yes.
Those two. He said, I feel I've done enough since Tokyo that the conversation should be about me. I realize I'm under the radar a little bit, but the conversation should be about those 3.
Well, he beat them both in 2022 at the Eugene World Championships.
So the 3rd member of those 3 is this guy right here, Team USA's Ryan Benjamin. Been this year, and this is setting up for a repeat. Well, he would not like it to he would like it to change. He'd like the gold instead of the silver.
Yes, and Ryan Benjamin is undefeated this year, and he's already beaten this man. That was about a month ago, 600 miles south of here in Monaco.
Trevor Bassett of the United States in his first Olympics runs right on the inside. He's super excited to be here in Paris. Trials was a real high point for Trevor. There he is. And here he is in the semi-finals of the men's 400-meter hurdles, racing against the Olympic champion, Carsten Warholm and Alison dos Santos.
He's probably going to be a season's best, though, if he's going to qualify automatically by place. Watch Warholm in 7th. He'll go out hard.
First semi-finals away. You're looking at the top of your screen for the fast guys.
3rd from the top, that's the world record holder. To his outside is Jaheel Hyde of Jamaica. So far, the starter on the outside side, they're pretty even, which is surprising given how hard Carsten Warholm usually goes out.
And there he is now making up ground like we anticipated. But Alison dos Santos also making a move, which is hard to do when you have no one in front of you to pace you.
So Carsten Warholm getting ready to take hurdle 8, but he's already built a lead, and he does not give leads back.
By the way, listen to the crowd, because there's a French athlete touch. That's Ducos, Clement Ducos of France. He's taking the fight to Alison dos Santos. And he's going to get that second on a qualifier. My goodness.
That is a huge surprise. Ducos with the race of his life to keep Alison dos Santos outside of the automatic qualifiers.
And it looked like Alison dos Santos almost didn't realize that you have to be in the top 2, because he did have something left at the end of the race, but he didn't do enough to pass 2nd place. Ducos, that is mind-blowing, because now he has to wait on time, and he will probably have a bad lane in the final if he makes it.
Exactly. There is no guarantee that with 47.95, which is what dos Santos just ran, that he's going to be in at all.
The 23-year-old Frenchman, Clement Ducos in the blue. Watch him bring it home, much to this crowd's delight.
And this is the way you're supposed to run when you're at home. So look at dos Santos. Remember, dos Santos on the outside, world champion 2 years ago. But he's way too passive off of hurdle 10. And Ducos says, okay, I'll take that automatic qualifying spot. So we have a Frenchman in the final, and the defending champ will also be there to defend his title.
Over on the inside, by the way, Trevor Bassett really digging deep, and Trevor holds the second time on time qualifiers, but that's going to be a nervous wait over the next couple of semis. Warholm, Dukos in, Santos and Bassett are watching and waiting. So the Olympic champ is through. No great surprise to see Carsten Warholm, the number one qualifier. He says that's the way to do it. I'm ready to defend my gold. But Alison Dos Santos is going to have to wait and watch as Ryan Benjamin of Team USA is ready to run.
What? Go, you man! Guess what that means? I bet you I could do that. With a little help from Google Gemini. Create an Olympic hurdle training routine for 6 foot tall comedians.
Set hurdles at a comfortable height. Gradually increase the hurdle height and distance apart.
Nope, not doing that. I'm gonna need a review.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is.
That's amazing.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve, 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve, strength to last 12 hours.
Looking for the perfect grill? Find yours at Ace, because at Ace, the perfect grill comes with free assembly and delivery, like the Weber gas grill, Big Green Egg charcoal grill, Traeger wood grill, and Blackstone gas grill. You won't find all these premium brands and services in warehouses, only at your neighborhood Ace. Around the block, where you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed. Buy a new grill at Ace and get free assembly and delivery.
Today, I'm testing out the new infallible setting mist. Let's see how well this holds. No transfer. It's giving 10 out of 10. I'm worth it.
Oh, that's it. Weather. Yes, they're calling it an atmospheric river.
Oh, flood warning in Louisiana.
Are they obsessed? Oh, yeah. The stuff they do on the green screen. Unbelievable. They said 10% chance of rain. Came more like 40% to me. No, it has nothing to do with the dew point.
Progressive can't save you from becoming your parents, but we can save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
You knew this close?
Hey, it's Stephen Curry. I couldn't be more excited to be competing with Team USA in the Paris Olympics this summer. Once the games are over, though, the excitement continues with my new show, Mr. Throwback. The series centers around a down-on-his-luck memorabilia dealer who looks for redemption, and that's where I come in.
Holy cow, Danny, what's going on?
We love a redemption story, but what people love even more, a train wreck.
Oh, sorry, dude. I am dead. I'm wide. You all right? Coming at you live, Snoop Bill Double G. What is it about this show that makes you feel so good?
The camaraderie we have, we're having a lot of fun. And it looks better.
I think you've never been on a team before. Like, I've always been a solo act. How does it feel having 3 All-Stars on the team? It's job easy, right? What are you excited about?
Like having you here, you and with legs, you never know if that's going to happen again. You add a little sauce.
For free.
This has been a much anticipated track meet for Team USA, and the biggest names of Team USA have delivered. Last night it was Gabby Thomas, the 27-year-old Harvard grad who won bronze at this event 3 years ago in Tokyo, out-sprinted the field 200 meters to take her place at the top of the podium, winning the gold medal for the United States. The medal ceremonies happened the night after the race, so earlier today she got to enjoy her moment.
Sponsored by Provide Real Estate. Now close down 234, S&P 500 down 40, NASDAQ down 171. Provide Real Estate just raised a new tool that lets you see the earth.
Gold for Gabby Thomas. Pretty proud of the U.S. sharing the podium as well as she has the bronze. St. Lucia Julian Alfred won the 100, silver in the 200. More from the tracks out to send back to the men's 400 meter hurdles semifinals.
Team USA CJ Allen, the 29-year-old from Washington, is about to run in his first Olympic semifinal. Exciting times.
That's right, Lee. He's the oldest American to make an Olympic debut in 32 years. He competed at Washington State, but now resides in Atlanta, where he effectively coaches himself. He said the last couple of years have really gone well, and he put a lot into it, focusing on his mental and his physical. And now he feels like he deserves to be amongst the best in the world.
And from the British Virgin Islands, this is Kyron McMaster.
At last year's World Championships, he took home the silver. It's been a good Olympics so far for Caribbean Islands. Tia LaFond in the triple jump, and Julian Alfred, of course, in the 100 last Saturday. He's from the British Virgin Islands. Population about 40,000. He was just off the podium when he finished fourth behind the so-called Big Three in this event at the Tokyo Olympics 3 years ago.
And this is McMaster's second game, so let's see how he runs. Who else is he up against? Abdurrahman Samba of Qatar is in lane 5. Also, Rasmus Margi of Estonia is in lane 7.
And Samba is a significant entrant because he's among the top 4 all-time in the event. Top 5. He's a sub-47 performer himself.
Need to be in the top 2 to go straight through to the final, which is on Friday. Otherwise, you've got to rely on your time. Alison Dos Santos and America's Trevor Bassett have those times to chase. We'll try and beat at the moment. CJ Allen of the United States is second from the top.
And you got to figure now that there no longer is a definite top 3, a lot of these men have an opportunity now to fight for that third spot. So someone like a CJ Allen is going to want to be in that final. And he looks really good. He's down the backstretch. He's already picked up Sevilio and looks good at this point, Otto.
And behind him, there's a real fight going on at 4, 5, and 6. McMaster, Samba, and James King in the middle. And now you see McMaster emerging in the blue, but Allen on the outside looks good still.
CJ Allen's got a legitimate chance at going to an Olympic final. Hang in there. Kyron McMaster. Now here comes Malik James King of Jamaica. He hits that track. Hurdle low. And CJ Allen's run out of gas. Kyron McMaster gets there. Well, that was close, and that may have been Rasmus Margi, who stormed to the line to grab that second spot.
But wasn't that an eventful second semifinal? We had guys hitting hurdles and a lot of lead changes and position changes up the straightaway side.
That's tough when you're out in lane 8. You're almost like the rabbit because you don't know when they're going to come. So you're anticipating them as well as trying to run your race. CJ Allen has set it up so perfectly to come off the turn in perfect position to be in the top 2. But right here, you'll see him start to run out of gas and everybody starts reeling him in. But it was McMaster who had the strongest race and was able to come off the gas in the final few stages of the race.
It was a great stretch run by Samba, particularly when James King hit that last hurdle. But Margi of Estonia, who has so much experience, he was 7th in Tokyo, so he knows what it's like to make Olympic finals. He gets the second automatic qualifier.
Wow, what a scramble. So the auto qualifiers, Kyron McMaster and Rasmus Margi and Abdurrahman Samba of Qatar will have to rely on his time. Unfortunately, he has bumped Trevor Bassett out, so Trevor will not go through to the final. But that's all that's on this man's mind. Rai Benjamin, he's up next.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema, and they can show off clear skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
Choose between Reese's Legendary Cup and the new metal shade. It's like trying to pick between Alex Morgan and Sophia Smith.
You don't have to choose.
So I get Reese's.
Actually, we get both Reese's.
Who can solve this equation? Me. Anyone else? Hi. Jake from State Farm.
It's the personal price plan zero. If you bundle your home and auto, that can equal an affordable price just for you. Bundle. Just another way to save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The one thing Kamala Harris has always been: fearless. As a prosecutor, she put murderers and abusers behind bars. As California's Attorney General, she went after the big banks and won $20 billion for homeowners. And as Vice President, she took on the big drug companies to cap the cost of insulin for seniors. Because Kamala Harris has always known who she represents.
This campaign is about who we fight for. We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. Where every senior can retire with dignity. But Donald Trump wants to take our country backward. To give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations and end the Affordable Care Act. But we are not going back.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
What you got to say? Say, hey, hey, hey.
You go. We got now. Amazon Q from AWS is the new generative AI-powered assistant for using your company's data, creating apps, and making decisions. Here's musician Jelly Roll to explain.
Basically, Amazon Q is like my tattoos, but instead of just making me look awesome, they also inspire my music, help teach me things, and even predict the future.
I definitely didn't predict that. What, the new tattoo? You like it though, right? Amazon Q, power of generative AI with the speed and security of AWS.
The 27-year-old from New York, representing Team USA, Rabbi Benjamin, ready to lock his position into the final of the men's 400-meter hurdles. And he's peaking at the right time this year. He's been in fantastic form. Would not have been a better lead-in to these Paris Olympics, where he gets another opportunity to go one step better to what happened in Tokyo 3 years ago. What did happen there? Well, he ran a phenomenal race, except there was somebody in the end just a little bit better, Carson Warhol. So he came away from Tokyo with the silver. So it's been a rebuilding process since then, but he's ready to go. So the big question begs, Addo, why is he ready to win gold? What's different? Why is he different this year?
Well, we're going to flash back to Monte Carlo, Monaco, about 600 miles south of here, as Rabbi Benjamin gets the better of 2022 world champion Alison dos Santos and Carson Warhol. One of the things that his coach Joanna Hayes talks about in recent times is that they had to get him more fluid. Stop worrying so much about the hurdles. We know your technique is good. Worry, Sonia, about your speed.
And you combine that with everything else he has in his arsenal, what I think makes him so special is his speed. He is the only hurdler in the field that has run sub-20 at 200 meters, and he has a personal best at 400 of 44.21. So you figure when he gets that right, when the technique is right, when the confidence is right, and he relies on that speed, he should be the one to beat in the field.
What about race strategy? Does that come into play? Has he made any adjustments there?
He has made an adjustment. You'll see him hold back in the first half, and that is so that he can be stronger in the second half of the race. He's been undefeated so far in 2024 because of it.
Athletes are ready to roll in the final semi of the men's 400 hurdles, racing for a spot in the final. Rye Benjamin, right in the middle. You know, he said it has been incredibly inspirational to see my teammates like Noah Lyles and Fred Curley win gold and bronze in the men's 100. I am pumped for this.
There is nobody in this semifinal 3 of 3 that can stay with Rye Benjamin. So we're going to get a good look at just how he is progressing in terms of him negotiating these 10 barriers.
So if you're on the 5, it's the one Capistrano, pretty close to Del Obispo and Camino Capistrano. There's a big shopping center there. There's a Marshalls in there, and it's next to
Rye Benjamin right in the middle, racing for a spot in the final.
And Otto, with that in mind, being that he is so far ahead of everyone in this race, what I want to see is will he just send the first 200 and then cruise for as long as possible? Because that's what you want to do. You want to save your life so you can be at your freshest and at your best in the final. And he's on his bit right here, and he has covered almost the entire field.
Man, he put a little acceleration down that back stretch as if to say, let me put a little bit of it now because I don't want to have to work over the last 2 or 3 barriers. Let me see a fall.
Alistair Chalmers and Team Great Britain went down hard. Meanwhile, way out in front, Rye Benjamin is just sauntering home. As Rashawn Clark of Jamaica is trying to hold off Arpio of France, and he does. And look how easy that was for Rye Benjamin. Look out, everybody else.
Reminiscent of Sydney McLaughlin-Leroni in her semifinal round where she was so far ahead, it looks like they don't even start at the same place. This is an Olympic semifinal. We cannot forget that. These are the best men in the world. And Rye Benjamin is able to come out here in the semifinal and create so much space and so quickly. Otto, you mentioned it, down the back to about 150 meters into the race, into the turn, he injected just a bit of speed, and man, what a difference it made. And for the hurdlers, it's really hard to back off the pace because you still want to make your steps to the hurdles. So this is just unbelievable what these two are doing at this level.
Listen, we need to be very clear about this. This event produced the best race of the Tokyo Olympics. The way Rye Benjamin looks and the way Carsten Warholm looks, we may be looking at a repeat here in Paris because this just is not something we're used to seeing. You're not supposed to run 47.8 and take essentially half of the race off like Rye just did. Phenomenal.
So the auto qualifiers go to Rye Benjamin and Rashawn Clark. He was able to hold off Wilfried Arpio of France. Let's hear from Rye Benjamin. Here's Lewis.
Well, right, that was a pretty incredible semifinal. Let's go back about a month ago when you beat Carsten Warholm in Monaco. How do you duplicate what we saw there in the Olympic final when you guys match up?
Well, I just gotta have my voice. Cheering for Cole last night, so it's a ghost, but I just gotta keep doing what I'm doing. Run my own race, stay calm, stay patient, believe, and bring this thing home. So feel pretty confident, feeling pretty loose, happy. The vibes are good, so yeah.
You feel like this is your moment?
Yeah, definitely. I gotta go seize it though, because no one's gonna give it to me, so I gotta go take it myself.
Right, thanks, man.
Lewis.
And so Rye Benjamin through to the final. His rivals are going to be there as well, though. Carsten Warholm, the gold medalist from Tokyo, and Alison Dos Santos, the returning bronze medalist. They race for gold on Friday. Still to come for us tonight, it's our event of the night. Fastest man in the world, Noah Lyles, runs the 200-meter semis, and 3 Americans chase medals in the 400-meter final. Those races brought to you with limited commercial interruption by salesmen. Lyles is trying to move one step closer to the gold medal sprinting double, the 100 and the 200. As for Quincy Hall, he and the U.S. trying to win their first gold in the 400 since 2008. That's coming up in a bit. We're back out to the track after this.
The Wild Robot is the greatest DreamWorks movie ever, the best animated movie of the year, and one of the best movies, period.
Sometimes we must become more than we were programmed to be.
The Wild Robot, rated PG. Watch trailer now. Looking for a fun, modern bar experience? Come to Red, White, and Brew at downtown Port St. Joe. A unique self-serve bar offering an exciting selection of beer and wine. At Red, White, and Brew, we have something for everyone. Rock 94.5. The Gulf Coast Rock Station. Wake up with Lex and Terry weekday mornings. Listen often. Rock 94.5.
Join us on the next News Channel 7 today. A study suggests stronger leg muscles could help fight the progression of arthritis in the knee.
We did it, Joe. You're going to be the next president of the United States.
Yep, they did it all right. Now everything is more expensive.
We did it, Joe.
Yep. Now protesters are chanting "Death to America" and burning our flag.
We did it.
They sure did. They gave money, housing, healthcare to criminals, bringing drugs into our country. I'm Rick Scott. They did it. We're going to undo it. I approve this message.
Today, push harder, push forward, push vigorously.
There are things that I'm hiding from people that I'm trying to inspire.
You do whatever you set your mind to.
I feel like a hypocrite a lot of the time.
Don't give up on yourself ever.
Smoking, I hide it because I'm ashamed of it. I want to get out of the shadow. I want to show people there is light away from the darkness. I am going to quit.
Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com to find free resources to help you quit your way.
Port St. Joe is home to the all-new Red, White, and Brew, a self-serve bar featuring a great selection of beer and wine, fire pit, and a friendly staff. Pour your perfect glass of beer or wine at Red, White, and Brew today.
Everything you need, all in one place. Download it today.
And with the best of the best.
I always say, if you're not trying to be an Olympic champion, what the hell are you doing?
Look at the big man fly!
The event's goal is to figure out who's the best overall athlete. I'm itching to bring that title back.
She will not rest until she is the best.
The greatest to ever do it.
I just want to do the best that I can to show that we are the best on the world stage.
And she is running away with it.
I'm the guy who's winning the double. I'm the one you should be scared of.
It's normal! The quest for the double is well and truly alive.
Thank you. You take her live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand.
We're getting set for the semi-finals of the women's 400 meters. But first, some field as we go to Trey Hardy and Paul Tonga. Women's pole vault final from start to front tonight. The crowd welcoming the reigning Olympic champion, Katie Moon from Offset Falls, Ohio. 3 years ago in an empty stadium in Tokyo, she struggled with the early bars, but not the one that counted. Was able to celebrate at the end of the night with her first Olympic gold. Here in Paris, she started out strong.
Looks really similar right there. That was her fourth make in a row to open the competition. I talked to her coach, Brad Walker. He said the runway is fast and Katie is feeling calm and focused. Speed's the most important factor in Katie's jump, and she's got it in her bag today.
And her coach, Brad Walker, is celebrating after watching the video. 5 women in the hunt, including the gold medalist from Tokyo, Katie Moon.
We believe no journey is taken alone. Toyota, third year impossible.
The final of the women's 400 meters is on Friday. If you would like to book a spot in that, you have to be in the top 2 in these upcoming semifinals, or rely on your time to get 2 of the time qualifying spots on offer. In lane 8 is the 21-year-old representing Ireland, Rashida Adelake.
And she's knocking on the door of 48. She's the 4th fastest this season at 49.07. Lee, I ran into her right after opening ceremonies, and I said to her, how are you feeling ahead of your first Olympic appearance? And she said, I'm ready. She said her coach had them all ready. And if you're wondering who her coach is and what he's done so far, well, it's Edric Florial, who got Julian Alfred ready to win St. Lucia's first medal. And it was gold in the 100 and silver in the 200. So if that is any indicator, she's ready to go.
There's an American athlete in this semi. It's Aaliyah Butler.
And she's one of the very youngest at just age 20, coming off of her sophomore season at the University of Georgia. Her first Olympics, she's run 49.71 so far this year. That was her time that she ran at the U.S. Olympic trials.
The Netherlands have already had a great games here on the track. And history tells us you should see this lady in the mix. Lieke Klaver.
That's right, Lee. She was a part of that stellar mixed relay team for the Netherlands that won a gold, and she ran a great leg there. She also won the silver earlier this season at the World Indoor Championships behind her teammate Femke Bol. She's really been rounding into shape. She's at 49.58, but this is the kind of meet where you can see someone like this drop a 49 low, get into the 48 range, and potentially challenge for a medal.
Victoria Urugu of Team Great Britain starts in 3, Butler of the US in 5, Klaver in 6, and Aleke in 8. Keep your eyes on those athletes.
Somebody has to step it up. Alright, speaking of concerts, Hollywood Bowl. Tickets for Hollywood Bowl are available to general public.
Semi-final time. Oh, and big call back. Lieke Klaver. She stayed in her blocks.
Let's be grateful. We have had very few false starts, certainly since the first round of the men's 200. But what offense, if any, has Lieke Klaver committed here? Or is this a case of her not being ready for the sound of the gun?
Did she raise her hand, though? We saw this in the 400-meter hurdles.
So let's take another look. What happened to Klaver? She's in the orange with the 6 behind her.
What in the world?
Wow. She's lucky. She's lucky.
I have never seen that, Lee. What would make her go from the set position back down?
Maybe she thought the starter said stand up. I'm with you, Sonia. I don't know what that is.
Wow.
In the 400-meter hurdles, we saw Anna Cockrell raise her hand, and then the race was called up. But Klaver just went back down at the sound of the gun. She is extremely lucky that she hit another gun and they stopped this semifinal.
So they gave her a yellow card, which means it's a warning for delaying the start of the race. She is lucky, Otto, because they could have continued that race and she would have had no contest and no protest because she came back down. Wow.
Clean start this time in the first semi of the women's 400.
Adeleke is second from the left in the green of Ireland, and she's taken her time through the first 100, but now we expect to see her assert herself a lot more down this back stretch.
That's Sawa Eden on the inside, who made a huge move down the backstretch. Adeleke will need to respond to that if she wants to come off the turn in front. And keep an eye there on Klaver, who will want to make up some of that space, which she's doing right now on the far turn.
Sawa Nessa of Bahrain leads in to the home stretch. Where's the young American, Aaliyah Butler? She's got a lot of work to do. Lieke Klaver is out of it for the auto qualifier. It's Sawa Nessa over Rashida Adeleke. Oh, there's a late charge. Adeleke leads and gets it. Top 2 go straight through, and it's Nassa and Adeleke.
That was a nice recovery by Adeleke, who looked like she was really fading, but found something in the final 100. The 2019 world champion, Sawa Nasser, runs 49.08, Tanya.
And that is the fastest Olympic semifinal ever at 400. But 40, she almost ran 48 seconds in the semi.
And it's not just the time, it's how she did it. This looks like the Sawa Nasser that became the 3rd fastest woman of all time when she won that title.
So I knew that she was going to do something special. The way that she moved down the backstretch, you couldn't tell for sure how much she would have left in the tank. But she ran a good turn, and then she was able to really open up down the home stretch. What has always made her special is the way that she uses her arms and her full body. Look at how she's opening up and extending her stride, although she's much shorter than Adelante, and she's separating at this point.
So probably can we say it? She has just established herself as one of the favorites for gold.
No doubt about it.
It was Jaeger of Norway in the blue who had that big result, big storming result at the end and almost stole second away from Adelante. So she leads the way on the time bubble over Lika Klava for Aaliyah Butler back in sixth. And she won't go any further. Alexis Holmes of Team USA, she's backstage waiting to be called up to run in her semi.
Comcast presents Moments of Joy.
That wasn't in the script. These are really special moments.
Moments of Joy is brought to you by Comcast, bringing the joy of the Olympic Games home.
This summer in Paris, we're seeing hard work, dedication, and a whole lot of
Anastasia Magana still feeling the joy.
Keep the plan, keep the emotion, keep the showman.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Envoque, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occur. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take it allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Putting on that Team USA uniform makes you feel invincible.
Unstoppable.
The sky is the limit. You're part of the unifying moment.
Your heart's beating so fast. You can't even believe this moment has finally come. USA. USA.
Everybody's competing. Everybody's phenomenal.
So much bigger than just you.
Be the reason that national anthem plays months, images, you keep pushing. The goal is to break a world record, to be the best.
Not just good, not just great. I want to be a legend. Hello, do you need assistance? How do I get this costume to swim? Easy.
Swim! Wild Robot is the best animated movie of the year.
You are defective. I feel fine. You should not feel anything. I want to become more than I was programmed to be. I am a wild robot.
The Wild Robot, rated PG, theater September 27th.
I'll always protect you.
She is my sister, and she's missing.
Something complex in this freaking.
She took all of me. I have access to everyone you love. What happens next is on you.
I'm coming for you, and you will pay for all the pain you caused.
I'll be waiting. Bound, October 3rd at BBC to speak up.
On a scoop sighting, track and field, visiting with Noah Lyle's mom, Keisha. Lyle's in action this evening, and Snoop's going to stop by later in our night. But right now, it's back to the track.
Noah Lyles racing in the men's 200 semi-finals tonight as he continues his path towards a potential 100-200 double, and we'll see him as part of our event of the night. Women's 400-meter semis continue, and this is Marilady Paulino of the Dominican Republic.
Last time we were at the Olympics, she got the silver behind the Bahamas' Shawnee Miller-Weevil, who did not advance out of the repechage round. So we know that we will have a new Olympic champion here in Paris. Shawnee Miller-Weevil had won the last 2 editions of the Olympic 400 meters.
Remember the story in Tokyo about Vlad Guerrero, the former ML town, very generously bought Marilady's mum a big TV so she could watch her daughter win the silver medal in Tokyo.
65 inches, that's not bad at all. It's been over a year since the woman on your screen lost the 400 meter final.
In lane 8 of Jamaica, this is Nikisha Price.
And before that first semifinal heat, she was my favorite for gold. She was the NCAA champ. She led a sweep by Arkansas, and then she went 48.5 in London. And there's Holmes from Team USA, who also looks good in her heat. And I tell you, they're going to have to run their best races to compete. 49.0 in the first round. You saw her face when she saw the time.
So,
Paulino is 4th from the left of the Dominican Republic. Remember, it's been over a year since she lost at 400 meters. And so far, her and Nielsen look very good out in the back's crutch. Keep your eye also on the world leader side of the race.
This is very stepping on. There's 4 women here who can contest for these 2 spots. Paulino, though, looking good, like you said, she knows how to compete on the championship level and on the stage. And boy, does she look like a champion right there, Lee.
She sure does in the year-long global Diamond League Series. She has put on some astonishing displays. And look to your left there. Alexis Jones is bringing it down. The American has come to stay with the pack to race her way into the quarterfinal.
Do we have a new favorite in the women's 400? Is it not Sawa Ignacio? Because that was probably more impressive by Paulino.
She was almost at 47. I'm looking at the number like she's going to run 47. Yeah. She got significantly. She is by far the favorite now going into the final. And Alexis Holmes found the run of her life. You know, she's starting to prove that she does compete well when it matters most. Here they are coming into the final straight. Marilady Paulino was well on her way to securing her automatic qualifier, but it was Price. Collegiate season just couldn't find anything in her life, and Alexis Holmes is through to her first Olympic final. What a great run for the young American.
And this is what we have to remind folks sometimes. When you see early in the season the collegians sometimes beating up on the pros, it's because the pros are planning for later in the season, for this month, an August month, when they have to do their best. Holmes got it right, Paulino got it right, but the world leader Price is only 4th in 50.77.
Terrific run, but not a great surprise by Marilady Paulino. And how about the 24-year-old from Hamden, Connecticut, Alexis Holmes? She only went pro last year, and she's now run her way into an Olympic final. One more semi to go, and it's going to feature Team USA's Kendall Ellis. That's next.
Looking for the sport, athlete, or country you want to watch? Introducing Oli. Simply scan the QR code on screen. Then ask Oli what's going on, when, and where to watch. Scan now and ask Oli.
That stage is where dreams come from.
Here we go.
AGT goes live. 3, 2, Tuesday and Wednesday on NBC and Peacock.
Some forms may be too tiny to handle complex cases.
Others might seem overwhelming and impersonal. Take the balanced choice. Jaworski, Bradley, and Clemens. We're just the right firm to fight for you.
Driving the Nissan Rogue with Google built in is like...
Hey Google, turn on Rocky Street.
It's like the ultimate connection. See why it's been awarded a Consumer Guide Best Buy and recommended by Consumer Reports. Drive on Rogue today. Get 2.9% financing for 60 months on Rogue. One of 6 Nissan vehicles with starting MSRP under $30,000.
Elevate your bathroom with the luxury of frameless by design. Our experts specialize in creating elegant, high-quality glass panel showers that will transform your space into a sophisticated style. Backed by 5-star reviews with consistent customer satisfaction, we proudly service the Bay, Gulf, and Walton County areas. Discover the difference with our complimentary estimate and consultation, allowing you to envision your dream shower. Experience the beauty of a frameless glass panel shower in your home. Contact Frameless by Design today.
Sometimes maybe too small. Other huge. At Jaworski, Bradley, and Fleming, our services are catered just right for you.
Everything you need, all in one place. Download it today.
Skimmers, dreamers, hustlers, and high rollers collide over $1 million heist on the night of Muhammad Ali's historic 1970. Fight Night is streaming September 5th only on Peacock. Semi-final number 3 in the women's 400, and it features Team USA's 28-year-old Kendall Ellis. And Kendall has arrived here in Paris via the Olympic trials with massive motivation and encouragement from her training partners. And in particular, Ry Benjamin and Michael Norman, whom she calls, they're like my brothers. We're so close-knit.
There's nothing like having a training right there. Her training partner who's getting ready for a final tonight is going to be a spectacular one. But there's nothing like having a training group. They went to school together. And so I really hope for both of their confidence when we come to a meet like this. But she had a tough run in the heat. And so she's in lane 2 here, which is going to be really hard for her to be very competitive. You see the time that they're running? I'm going to run 49 is very difficult out of lane 2.
You know when you're a kid and you heard your parents' voice at a meet? She said the last voice she heard at the trials was Ry Benjamin. Wow. And that motivated her to run her way into the team. Here's Sade Williams of Barbados.
In the last 2 World Championships, she has been on the podium on each occasion. Bronze in 2022 in Eugene at the World Championships. And last year's Budapest World Championships, she got a bronze as well. The first Barbadian woman ever to medal at a World Championships. So she's a record breaker and a pioneer.
Poland's Natalia Kaczmarek.
I'm really high on her. She's only one of 3 women to run under 49 this year, and she just seems to be timing her season perfectly. Paris is her second Olympic Games, and she won 2 medals in Tokyo. She's a part of the mixed relay and the traditional relay at those Olympic Games. So keep an eye out for her. I think that she's also ready to do something special here in Paris.
Final chance to make the final. Top 2 go automatically through.
We'd expect Kaczmarek, third from the left, to go out pretty well. But behind her, that's Amber Anning, representing Great Britain and the Arkansas Razorbacks.
Will she have the same fate that long sleeves that really wear on your legs? Up to this point, she looks really good, but it's Kaczmarek who looks steady, and watch Jamaica's Williams on the outside, who looks like she's trying to make a move there as well.
Kendall Ellis on the far inside. She's not done with yet. And then you got Sade Williams in the blue and yellow on the far side. But on the inside, Kaczmarek has Team Great Britain's Amber Anning. Remember, only the top 2 go through. Anning and Kaczmarek, that pretty clear cut right there. The others will have to rely on time.
pretty fast, too.
A great time, and Annie will be really proud of that run. When I tell you, her legs have got to be feeling it. She ran indoor, outdoor. She was a part of the relay teams for Arkansas, and she came here and she did better than her teammate who won the NCAA title, running a personal best of 49.47. And this is when you want to do it. NCAA titles are amazing, but to be able to come here, represent your country, represent your team, represent your family, and get into your first Olympic final, these are the moments you dream of.
On the inside, trying to get closer to the leaders. Sade Williams falling off the pace a little bit as well as Coach Marek gets the 2 automatic qualifying spot for the final.
And I gotta tell you, that's a pretty good run for her. Kendall Ellis there on his lane too. It's really hard to pace the race correctly and get back in touch with the leaders in the middle of the field. She did a really good job there, but unfortunately she will not make it through to the finals.
Poland's Natalia Kaczmarek and Team Great Britain's Amber Anning get the auto qualifier for the final of the women's 400, and they will be up against Salwa Eid Nasser of Bahrain and Paulino of the Dominican Republic, who ran very strong in their respective semifinals. Let's go to the field. Here's Trey and Paul. Women's pole vault final down to 5 women, including the reigning Olympic champion Katie Moon, as well as Australian Nina Kennedy. Those two sharing a special moment last year at the World Champs. At that point of the competition, they were tied. Instead of going to a jump off, they decided to share the world title and the gold medal. Nice show of sportsmanship there in Budapest, but here in Paris, Nina Kennedy does not look like she wants to share anything.
Laser focused on the back of the runway. Intensity going through. That was a quote from Nina Kennedy asking if she would be willing to share another medal. She said, nope, not tonight. Look at the clearance right there from the Aussie. Beautiful jump.
Second attempt for Moon to clear the same line.
Now we got a competition. That's the gold medal Katie Moon that we're used to seeing. Best jump of the night. Coach said she needed to set up a better takeoff. That left foot gets on and off the ground so quick, right down the middle for Katie Moon. On to the next bar to jump for gold.
Kennedy Moon and Canadian Alicia Newman are the only 3 left battling for gold.
So Katie Moon's hopes very much alive. She's trying to repeat as the gold medalist in the pole. Back to that in a little bit. Other Americans were in action around Paris. Let's take you around to the venues, show you the highlights. Starting in wrestling, it's the women's freestyle 50K, and it's Sarah Hildebrand from Granger, Indiana. Her original opponent disqualified because she failed her weigh-in by 100 grams. That's not the weight of a banana. It didn't matter who the opponent was. Hildebrand, unfazed, goes on to win and wins gold. That's the second straight day the U.S. wins gold in women's wrestling. And Hildebrand got to celebrate with family and friends, including her brother, former college wrestler from Colorado, Sarah Crane from Paris. Weightlifting, first day of weightlifting in Paris. Historic one for Team USA. 134-pound division. That's Hampton Mars, 20 years old, from Marietta, Georgia. He won bronze, and he was first man to the Olympic weightlifting medal, 1984. He has 7 different body majors. 6 4 specials daily, 3 cold brews during workouts. He's awake. He's a medalist. Let's go to men's volleyball, semifinal. U.S. taking on Poland. Poland, the number 1 team in the world coming into these Olympics. Poland was down 2-1, had players banged up, comes back in the 4th, forces a 5th, and eliminate the U.S. gold medal contention. So for Poland, France with the gold on Saturday, U.S. trying to win a medal, trying to win bronze against Italy on Friday. Take it outside to the beach. Miles Parts. Kane, Andy Benish, the last U.S. team, men's or women's, alive to beat volleyball. Quarterfinal behind us in the shadow of the tower against Qatar, and Qatar was in control. Won the first and took the second to eliminate the U.S. That means this is the first time since beach volleyball made its Olympic debut in 1996 that no American team, men or women, will win an Olympic medal. Change times, Qatar moving on. To the women's hoops in the quarterfinals. Winners of the last 58 of the Olympic stage. The U.S. played Nigeria. This Nigeria team, first African team, men's or women's, to make it to this point in the Olympics. And they played well. They pushed the U.S. Brianna Stewart was good again from the outside. Kelsey Plum playing the point. Asia Wilson, I should say, looks like a much better team. On to the semis of the U.S. They'll meet Australia on Friday. The win streak keeps going. So golf, it's the start of the women's event today. Team USA looking for a gold medal sweep, just like they did in Tokyo. Ellie Corda bogeyed 3 of her first 8. Here on 13, knocks it close, makes birdie, even par. She's tied for 13, heading into tomorrow. Now, 3 Americans in the field, including world number 2, Lillian Fu. There's a birdie putt on 15. She's 2 under, and that is tied for 3rd. Tough scoring there. The average score was 74.1. Celine Boutier from France shot 65, and at 7 under has a 3-shot lead going into round 2 of play. Follow all the action from Paris with the Gold Zone. Every medal decided, you can see, and every sport from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern. It's live for you on Peacock. And here next, our event of the night. The 100-meter gold medalist in Snow Line, trying to take the next step toward the golden double, the 100 and the 200.
This is going to be quite the showdown. Look at the way that Noah Lyles came into the home straight. It's Noah Lyles breaking a 26-year record.
I bet Allison doesn't get jelly on her shirt.
That Noah Lyles doesn't get smoothie on his jersey.
Oh, come on. But Carl Lewis doesn't get tomato sauce on his jacket.
Stains happen to the best of us. When they do, Tide's got you covered.
Pasta in Paris?
When in Rome, it's got to be Tide. America's #1 detergent. All you can eat riblets, shrimp, and boneless wings. $15.99 all day, every day at Applebee's.
Detect this. Living with HIV, Robert learned he can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why he switched to Dovato. Dovato is a complete HIV treatment for some adults. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato. Detect this. Marnita learned that most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or taking difetalide. This can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. If you have a rash or allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Serious or life-threatening lactic acid buildup and liver problems can occur. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Dovato may harm an unborn baby. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety. Detect this. You could stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about Dovato.
We would love to have Riley on the team.
You're the one the Wizard of Oz has been waiting for. Sky's the
You can do this. You will. What did you think? I know.
NBC's Event of the Night is brought to you with limited commercial interruption by Salesforce.
There's Noah Lyles backstage preparing for this 200-meter semi-final. He looks pretty relaxed. His mum, Keisha, has been with him every step of the way. And tonight, she watches the semi-finals with a special guest.
Let's go, Rob. Let's go. Let's go.
Maybe move over Snoop and Martha Stewart. It's Snoop and Keisha. They form quite the positive duo for Noah's success, and he runs shortly. Semi-final time in the men's 200 meters. As Team USA's Kenny Benaric, affectionately known as Kung Fu Kenny, his trademark headband on and ready to go. He's already experienced running for a medal and running in a final here in the 100 here in Paris 2024, but this is his preferred event, the 200. I want to take you back for a moment in time, back to Eugene, Oregon, and the Olympic trials. Here he is here in the foreground with Noah Lyles storming down the middle in the background, and there may have been a moment in time when Kenny thought he had it, but Noah had one of his trademark strong finishes to win the Olympic trials, which also doubles as a national championship, and Kenny was so close, but he had a message for Noah Lyles.
With this race, I had it, but I tightened up a little bit, so I'm going to get it next time. I want his cakes, I want his ass.
And when he said that, Noah was standing right beside him.
And what's so funny is that traditionally, right, they're so polar opposite. Noah's the showman, right? And we're used to Kenny being the more cool, calm, and collected one with the quiet confidence. But on that day, he said, you know what? I need for Noah to know that I am ready. And I know that I let it slip away in the last part of the race, but I won't do that here in Paris.
There's Noah backstage, getting ready, gearing up for his semi. And in this first one is Andre DeGrasse.
The defending champion. He's already a Canadian legend. Why? He has 6 Olympic medals before the age of 30, 3 in the last 2 Olympic Games. He also has 5 World Championship medals as well. He'll be in 5, Benaric is in 7.
Let's go to retail. Think of this. There's a thing out there called vision. Let's find out how vision is going to help you.
Top 2 go through to the final. Kenny Benaric with the white headband on.
Benaric wants a good lane for the final, and he's right. And he already has the lead. The grass in the red of Canada is going to try to catch people late.
Look at Maswangani of South Africa on the inside in the green, and on the outside of Kenny Benaric Odondo of the Dominican Republic. They are the top 2 qualifiers. Wow.
And that looked so good from Kenny Benaric. I think that day off for them really helped because you could tell after the finals of the 100, he was kind of feeling it. But today he looked fresh and ready to go. And what's really unique about the 200 this year is that so many of the men who compete in the 100 are actually better at the 200. That includes Noah and, of course, the man on your screen here, Kenny Benaric. His start was perfect. The way that he carries his arms is so close and so tight works really well for him on the turn. And he didn't even need to put too much more speed on the final part of the race because he had done enough in the turn. You see him looking around there and easing across the finish line.
The surprise for me is that the defending champion, DeGrasse, really was not close and will have to rely on time. He only ran 20.41, and that's not exactly secure in terms of advancing to the final at all.
Not with 2 more semifinals to come. So, Benaric and Ogando of the Dominican Republic. Time to hear from Kenny. He's with Lewis Johnson.
All right, Kenny, just give us a sense of your mindset here in this Olympic 200.
I'm just trying to dominate. Every single time I step on a track is me against everybody else in. So I come out with the win.
back at the Olympic trials, you were not afraid to mince words about what you intended to do. Now that you're in this final, what is that?
I took the win. I came here to win, and that's the only thing that's on my mind.
All right, Kenny, thank you.
So a great race from Kenny Bernard. He's into the finals. The atmosphere at Stade de France has been phenomenal, and the men's 100-meter final under the lights was on another level. A clash of titans that delivered and then some.
The fastest 8 men in the world assembled, the whole world watching.
Noah Lyles, born for this moment.
Noah Lyles.
Shane Thompson in lane 4. Look at the size of this guy. And Noah's quest to win the double, the 100-200, begins now. There's an Olympic gold medal waiting for somebody who wants it the most. Now Thompson starts to wind up. Carly's going with it. This is close. Wow. And it had to go to a photo finish to decide it.
They're working on the photo.
Noah Lyles is looking anxiously. It's Noah Lyles. Wow.
Noah Lyles is the Olympic champion, and the United States have won gold for the first time in 20 years.
Noah, this is for you. You mentioned that you wanted to stand behind your words. Have you thought about going forward?
To be honest, when I come off the turn in 200, I'll be with it.
Noah calling his victory multiple days ahead of the men's 200-meter final, but that's just Noah. He's that confident, and why wouldn't he be? He's already the 100-meter Olympic champion at these Paris Games. He's just got to get through this race to book his spot in the final. What makes him so dominant in this? Why has this been his event?
Well, we're going to get a chance to look at it right now. Noah Lyles has run and won 3 world titles in this event. We're going to take you back to the 2022 World Championships in Eugene. Noah has improved his start, and he's improved his acceleration. But it may look here that Noah is flat out to the first 50. He's actually not. He is waiting until this middle of the turn mark to use the centrifugal force and get this effect here, slingshotting off the turn. Now he's at max. This is the fastest part of the race, and we know how well Noah holds on to his top end speed because we saw it when he won the 100 on Sunday night here in Paris. He never gives back the lead, and in fact, he's pulling away here en route to the American record and the 2022 world title. Remember, he's the 3rd fastest man ever in this event.
Now, the last time we got this duo sitting beside each other, it produced an Olympic trials victory and national record. There they are, Snoop and Keisha watching on. Up against Noah Lyles in this is Letsili Tobogo, the 21-year-old.
And I talked about that theme of men in the 100 who double back to this event who are actually better at the 200. The man on your screen also is better at this discipline. He was 6th in the 100 in 9:86. And I think that he has a shot to be on that podium.
No question about it. Tobogo is actually who Noah Lyles had to lean past in the 100 at the World Championships last year to get that gold. So he's a silver medalist from last year's 100.
Aaron Brown of Canada over there in lane 2. Desalou of Italy in lane 7, in between Noah and Letsili Tobogo.
I don't think this semi-final is going to present any problems for Noah. It should be as dominant as we saw the win in the first semi-final. Ivan Arik.
When we go to City 2 of the 200, and Noah Lyles, center of your screen.
Pretty conservative through the first half of the turn, but now you're going to see him get on the gas. On the inside, Aaron Brown looks good.
Brown on the inside. Noah's got some work to do to get Tobogo, but he won't be worried about that. He knows that the top two go through. Tobogo, the number one qualifier, then Noah Lyles.
That's a little bit surprising because I know that Noah likes to win, especially in this event. And so, remember in the prelim of the 100 where he said, I thought that they would fall in line? It looked like that to me here. I felt like he thought that he would just finish first, Tobogo would be second. But Tobogo had something else in mind tonight.
Let's look at Noah's phases. So here's the 0 to 50 phase. There wasn't a lot of urgency, as Sonia said, certainly through the first 50. Tobogo on the outside had a lot more, and quite frankly, so did Aaron Brown on the inside. But it's a good time to remind you that in the 100-meter dash here, Noah did not win his heat, nor his semifinal. We know how the final went, so he clearly was content to be in second place. He didn't have any response for Tobogo.
Go eat, nephew. Yeah, go ahead and eat.
So they may have been a little surprised to see Noah not really looking like he was interested in winning, but Noah and Tobogo are the automatic qualifiers from this second semifinal into the final.
And it wasn't just Keisha. There was there, you might notice Wallace Spearman in the foreground. That's who Snoop was talking to.
Wallace Spearman is the silver medalist prior in the World Championships at 200.
20-year-old American sensation Arian Knighton is ready to race in this semi-final of the men's 200 to get one of these top two spots and confirm his position in an Olympic final. And at such a young age, he has already racked up some pretty amazing accomplishments and achievements on a global scale.
It really has. This is his second Olympics, despite the fact that he's only 20. He has also been to the World Championships in between, culminating in his silver medal last year at the World Championships in Budapest. He's very experienced despite his young age.
And you know what I love about him the most is how he runs his rounds. Usually that takes an athlete a long time to understand how to exert your energy through the rounds. But from the very beginning, he understood how to manage the rounds and to run and to conserve energy for a final. And he looked good in the heat once again.
Yeah, and he is by far one of the best natural runners of the turn I have ever seen, particularly at this young age. He really is something special.
Arian Knighton is way out wide in lane 8. Keep an eye on the inside of the Rio gold medalist, Wayne Van Niekerk in 4. Tortu of Italy in 5, and Farnboulet. Don't take your eyes off him in lane 6.
Set.
Racing for a spot in the next 200 final. Let's go.
Arian Knighton is really gifted at getting around this turn. And he's run a good turn, but on his inside, he's been passed by Makarawu.
Look at this, and Farnboulet is coming up on the inside. Knighton's going to have to go for it. He is. It's tight. Arian Knighton gets there. Makarawu tried hard, and Farnboulet looked really good.
I told you he always does just enough. And that was a little bit too close for comfort there, but he does pull out the win and the automatic qualifying spot there. But he saved that for late, Otto.
Yeah, I expected him to run a better turn, come up with the lead, and then cruise. He gave himself quite a bit of work. But to be 20 years old, the poise to know that you have these talented athletes around you, doesn't matter. Knighton is second from the outside. I've seen him run way better turns than this. It was Makarawu of Zimbabwe who had a better turn. And then, of course, Farnboulet of Florida and Liberia. Storms hold constantly. And he was always coming, but not Insomnia. Not bothered.
And you know why this is important to mention? Why you would see Arian Knighton, who is actually still a youngster, fighting so hard for the win? Because it contributes to what lane you get in the final. And so that's why a lot of us were so shocked to see Noah finish second, because he may not get a preferred lane in the final, but Arian will.
Knighton goes through. Joseph Farnboulet Tapinwanashi Makarawu of Zimbabwe. He gets the #1 qualifying spot, and Charamba will join him as well. The big picture story is all three American men are through to the final. Arian Knighton, Kenny Bednarek, and the double dream is alive for Noah Lyles. Up next, we go from 200 semis to the Olympic final of the men's 400 meters, where Team USA's Michael Norman and Quincy Hall have the opportunity to race for a gold medal.
Out here in the AI Wild West, bad guys only want one thing.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hand over the customer data and nobody gets hurt.
They'll do anything to get it. Even daytime robbery.
Purchase history, financial records, chat transcripts.
Put it in the bag. By the time people wake up to what's happening, well, that train has left the station.
Yeah, your car.
That is. Alas. Unless what? Lash never let them on board in the first place. Don't get robbed by bad guy AI. Salesforce AI never steals or shares your customer data.
We're getting close to the final of the men's 400 meters. That's coming up shortly. So now let's check in with Trey and Paul in the field with Cobalt. A look at Katie Moon, still in a position to defend her Olympic title from Tokyo. But this competition, Trey, has now moved into the third hour.
Yeah, it's been a long time between jumps. Katie doing everything she can possibly think of to stay in this competition, both emotionally, mentally, and physically. Pacing, doing dry drills, getting ready for this next attempt.
And now she looks on as Nina Kennedy of Australia attempts 16 feet 3/4 of an inch. And she's over.
That might be gold right there, Paul. That might be gold. A woman on a mission. Every jump's the same. Every takeoff looks the same. Every clearance looks the same. And every celebration so far for the Aussie looks identical. Watch how quickly she gets to her back and vertical and rides that thing all the way over. Perfect jump from Nina Kennedy.
And look at the reaction from the Australians in the crowd. They saw her share the gold of the World Champs last year, but now in control. Katie Moon down to her last attempt at 16 2 3/4. She missed once at the previous height, passed with 2 remaining attempts. Nina Kennedy in gold medal position, and Katie Moon trying to move back in the lead.
She cannot hesitate here. This to stay in the competition.
And Moon can't make it over, and that means the Australian Nina Kennedy will take gold in Paris. Silver for Katie Moon.
She's been one of the best walkers in the world for a long time. Had to share a championship moment last year with Katie Moon, but this is Nina's, and Nina's alone. She was prepared to do whatever it took.
Nina Kennedy gets that gold, and Katie Moon with the silver. Back to you, Lee. Fabulous Olympic comp there, Paul. Congratulations to Katie Moon on her silver medal. It's time now, though, for the final of the men's 400 meters. Let's meet the field. Team USA's Chris Bailey.
The 24-year-old from Atlanta, Georgia, ran a great race at the trials to make his first team and did the same thing to be here in lane 2.
This guy Ogazi is just 18, but there's precedent for teenagers winning this race. Karani James won at 19 in London, and Steve Lewis won at 19 at the Seoul Olympic Games in Korea.
So that's Bailey. That's Ogazi. This is Team USA's Michael Norman.
At the Tokyo Olympics, as the heavy favorite, he finished 5th. The very next year at the World Championships, he was gold. He's run 2 races here. He looks like he could be gold again or a little bit vulnerable. Which Michael Norman will we see in the final?
Here is the legend from Grenada, Karani James.
The Spice Islands' favorite son. He looks good enough in the semifinal that he's going to be a threat here tonight. He has more experience than everybody in this field combined.
Matthew Hudson-Smith of Team Great Britain.
Making his second appearance at the Olympics. He's a 2-time world medalist in the 400. But listen to this. The last time Great Britain won the Olympic gold medal was 100 years ago in Paris. How poetic would it be if he could deliver gold again a century later?
Another young star, Zambia Semukonga.
He was second in his semifinal, a personal best 43.8. My only concern is, did he run the race he's going to need now, yesterday in the semifinal?
Confidence in abundance. This is Team USA's Quincy Hall.
He has looked good through every single round, and he's been running personal best every time he steps on the track. He is in lane 8. He'll be able to focus on his own race tonight.
And from Trinidad and Tobago, Jareem Richards,
the world indoor champion of this distance 2 years ago. He also runs the 200. He has a bronze from 2017 at the World Championships. And he's been running very well this year. He's going to need another big personal best, though, if he's going to contend for medals here this evening. He'll be on the outside in lane 9.
All right, here's Karani James. No athlete has ever won 3 Olympic medals in the 400. Check, he's done that, and he's won them all. He's won all 3 of his at the last 3 Olympics. He doesn't need to prove anything to anybody. What would it mean for the sport if he medaled here tonight?
This is actually so epic because the success that he's had on the track, the consistency, the legacy. And Otto, before coming into this meet, most people wouldn't think he could stand on the podium, but every round he has looked more and more like Karani James, and I think he can win another medal here tonight.
No doubt about that. In 2016, we saw the world record set by Wade Van Niekerk in the Rio Olympic Games. 43.03 is that number.
How is Michael Norman? How's he handling the pressure? Is he ready to go? He is totally capable of it, and his fiancée Jenna and his dad Michael know that all too well. Is this Michael's time? His teammate Quincy Hall stands a very good chance as well.
We saw yesterday in the semifinals, Matthew Hudson-Smith of Great Britain is not afraid to go out extremely quickly because he has faith that he can get home. Let's see what Hall and the rest of this field have to say about that.
It's the final of the men's 400 meters. Let's go!
And you already see Jareem Richards on the outside going out extremely quickly. So has Semukonga from the left. Keep your eye also on Karani James, who's just about dead center of your picture right now.
It's Karani James and Matthew Hudson-Smith who are running the best backstretch and now the jump. But look at Jareem Richards, who had the experience of the 200 and watch off. He's fading badly at this point, Lee.
Jareem Richards on the outside, Matthew Hudson-Smith, Karani James, Quincy Hall is coming back. Quincy Hall is digging deep. Quincy Hall is running past all of them. Can he get there? He does. It's goal for the USA. Quincy Hall with the most epic comeback. My goodness. I said at the beginning, he has confidence in abundance. He had energy and speed in abundance.
Lee, I have never seen anyone run the 400 like that. Around the turn, he looked like he was in a world of hurt. He was grimacing coming off the turn. He was in about 4 And then he found something deep. I told you when I first started seeing him on the field that he had that kind of swag and that fearlessness that it takes to be the best 400-meter runner in the world. But Lee, that 43.40 is the fifth fastest time ever.
Ring that bell, Quincy Hall, you've heard that.
So Quincy Hall, after a really suspect first 300, then found the final 100 to make himself number 5 all-time at this distance. The first 4 men across the line set personal bests. Matthew Hudson-Smith, European record for second. Samakanda, a national record for Zambia. And Jareem Richards of Trinidad and Tobago becomes the first person from that country to ever go under 44 seconds. What a brilliant 400-meter men's final that was.
And it took all those men having personal bests to keep the great, the legend, Karani James off the podium. Look at the finish. Watch his face. Watch Quincy Hall's face as he comes on the turn. Most of the time when you're at 300 meters, you're still feeling full of rush. Most athletes don't look like that, so I thought Quincy Hall was out of it. But this is when he was able to find something that most athletes can't find in the final 50 meters of the race and run down the 4 best men en route to the 5th fastest time ever. That was spectacular. We will remember this moment for a very long time. What a spectacular men's 400-meter final.
Matthew Hudson-Smith set the pace early, but he could not hold it late, and Hall made him pay. So the United States back on top of the podium at the Olympics in the 400.
And let's give a shout out to Mazala Samakonga, who wins Zambia's first ever Olympic medal in the 400. But the night belongs to Quincy Hall. And Karani James, he knows what it's like to medal better than anybody at this level. He's congratulated all of the medalists.
And I just love the way he went through the route. He didn't want to hear about anything, place, time. He's like, you line them up, I knock him down. And he knocked them all down in this final en route to a big personal best and one of the best times ever.
This was truly spectacular. First time 5 men under 44 seconds in a final.
It didn't work out for Michael Norman at the back of the pack, but it sure worked out for his teammate Quincy Hall. And Chris Bailey finished 6th. Matthew Hudson-Smith gets the silver. And again, Samu Konga, the bronze.
So Lee, you just mentioned Michael Norman, who only managed to finish 8th. Here is a look at his race. He was well off the pace with 100 meters to go. He got out well. He seemed to be keeping the stagger down the backstretch, but he lost it somewhere along the way. He never showed up around the turn. Therefore, he was not going to show up in the final 100. And that's a shame. We talk about it all the time. This is a young man who ran 43 seconds in college, who we thought would be the best American for years to come. And he's really struggled at major championships.
And let's put these performances in perspective. In this race, 5 men break 44 seconds flat. At the last 2 World Championships, you could have one with 44.2. So the male quarter milers have stepped up all around the world.
Time to hear from the gold medalist. Here's Quincy Hall with Lewis Johnson.
Quincy, take me back to just about 100 meters to go where you look to be in 5th position and how you worked your way up the home straightaway to get yourself to gold.
And I run it all. Well, you see that? Driving, digging, determination. That defines all the stuff I've been through. And I'm leaving it out there on the track today.
When you got to those first final steps, did you think you would actually get there?
I know I got there. We got peripheral vision for a reason. I know I got there.
Can you just describe, Quincy, the confidence and the swag you brought to Paris through every round and then to the ultimate moment to get you to the top of the podium?
Well, it's like this. I've been going through a lot early at the beginning of the year. And so I just let a lot of stuff go there with the distractions. And then I focus on myself. And you see, I dropped 0.5 each time I race. And when I let go there, I stopped losing. I did not lose 6. So I'm on the streak right now where I'm focusing on myself focusing on my daughters and focusing on my animals. And so I would see that takes me out there.
Quincy, congratulations. You're the Olympic gold medalist, man.
Thank you, Lord.
And in Kansas City, Missouri, the support system that's been behind Quincy all the way. Brother Milton, sister Corinthia, his high school and club coaches, watching him run his way into Olympic history. Congratulations, Quincy Hall. You'll always be known as an Olympic champion.
And he did it in the 400 flat, which is pretty remarkable considering that he only switched from the 400 hurdles last year, a decision that he said today changed his life. So the U.S. has now won the 400, the 1500 yesterday, the 100 on Sunday, and tomorrow, that man, Noah Lyles, who got the 100, looks to add the 200 and join some pretty incredible company. In the last 52 years, only 2 men have done that double. Carl Lewis in 1984, and of course, Usain Bolt, who did it 3 times. Final of the men's 200 meters at 2:30 Eastern, live on NBC and streaming on Peacock. And if you miss it, we'll have it for you here in prime time tomorrow night. One more final on the track this evening. It's the men's steeplechase. We're going to pick up the final third of this thrilling finish. Lee Diffie, joined on the call by Kara Gauss.
Inside the final 3 laps, here in Stade de France for the final of the men's steeplechase. And Kenya now goes to the front over Ethiopia and Uganda. And Sufyan El-Bakali sits back in about 7th. He's the tallest athlete in this field. Easy to spot. Kenneth Brooks, the only American, is coming up on the back of the defending gold medalist in the closing stages of this one.
Well, El-Bakali is just following Girma of Ethiopia. He knows he's the man who could bring on his parade, and he just wants to stay in contact with him. There we see Girma right there, and El-Bakali just making sure he stays in contact with him. Kenneth Brooks knows Girma is the key to a medal, so he's also now positioning himself behind Girma and right behind El-Bakali. He knows those are the 2 men who are going to lead their way through this in these last 2 final laps.
And this is really heady stuff for Kenneth Brooks. Last year, he won the NCAA championship in steeplechase for BYU. Here he is in the Olympics, running side by side with the defending gold medalists, the biggest names in the sport.
Look at the bunching. This has slowed down quite a bit, and that's why we see Kenneth Brooks and all these people bunching up. This is when we might see a fall. This is very dangerous territory when we have all these men with their tired legs here, heading with only a lap and a half to go.
Courage of Kenya, he's in the mix. The 21-year-old made his world championship debut last year. Now he's in his first Olympics and running well. Look at Kenneth Brooks in the red, white, and blue. He's feeling good, coming to the bell lap. Kenneth Brooks, he likes his chances. He's feeling good and he's in the top 4.
This is the kind of race that Kenneth Brooks wanted, a wind-up, and look at him now going to the front, knocking it. You just thought for you, look over at him saying, who are you? And Kenneth Brooks of the United States is leading the men's steeplechase.
The 24-year-old from Washington that says, you want your medal? Come catch me.
The significance of this, I can't even begin to describe. And we see Girma and and only El-Bakali now is there to chase down Kenneth Brooks.
Oh my goodness! Kenneth Brooks and the defending gold medalist. There's a breakaway group of 3, and Kenneth Brooks has a legitimate chance of medaling. They come off the final turn, and Sufyan El-Bakali has done what he always does. And comes from nowhere, and Kenneth Brooks is Brazilian. He's racing for that silver. El-Bakali defends his gold and Brooks gets silver. Team USA medals with authority. Kenneth Brooks, unbelievable. In his debut Olympics, chases the Olympic champion down. And El-Bakali of Morocco defends his goal from Tokyo.
But he was surprised at how he had to come for that. He was expecting American Kenneth Brooks to take it to the entire field there and make a race out of this. Kenneth Brooks, at only his second global championship, decided he was going to go to the front. You know, he talked about it. He wanted a race that ramped up. He wanted to have something left in his leg in that final bit. And boy, did he have something left. And you know what, Kate? The American distance team is just momentum after momentum, starting with Grand Prix. And now look what we're seeing.
In over 100 years of history of this event at the Olympic Games, the United States has won silver. Now make it 3.
We gave you the perspective. Recent form trending up for the U.S. in this race, winning silver in 2016, and now Brooks, the 24-year-old Washington native, adding another silver medal. Shocked everybody, even himself a little bit, with that great performance. Afterward, he spoke with Louis Johnson.
Well, what a final lap it was. Can I take us back to the bell when you suddenly shot to the front? Just a bold move. Tell me about that decision.
You know, I was in the mix a little bit. I was on the outside. I had a little bit of positive momentum, and I had nothing to lose. And so I just decided to just let loose, to give it everything I had, and just take off. And I think I surprised them a little bit. But it was definitely surreal taking the lead at the front with like 300 meters to go, realizing like, hey, if I hold this, I might have the gold medal actually. And so, and just trying to hold on to that. The quality caught me a little bit at the end, and I was able to fight back when the Kenyan caught me and hold on for silver. But it was surreal, especially realizing with 100 to go that us three we pulled away. So I knew at least I was going to be getting the medal. So it was awesome.
Incredibly exciting, and congratulations on that silver. Just unbelievable.
Thank you so much. It's an honor. It's an honor.
Now, one other postscript on this race, you saw Ethiopia's Lumeshu Gurma take a really hard, scary fall on the final barrier. Look at it again here. Gurma received medical attention on the track, was then carried off the track, went to the hospital hours after the race. A World Athletics athlete representative posted a photo saying that Gurma is making a strong recovery, and the Ethiopian Olympics team paid him a visit at the hospital. Wishing the best for his recovery. Brooks making some more noise for Team USA. That's the 19th medal in track and field. Those are the Stars and Stripes here in Paris. Coming up, speaking of medals, we're going to take you to the pool. It's a showdown between China and Team USA in artistic swimming. Not a sport you see often, but one that will capture your attention and the U.S. a chance to get on the podium.
Now, a special look at Disney's Moana 2, only this Thanksgiving. Do I hear people?
Those aren't people.
Bring it on!
Disney's Moana 2. Only views November 27th.
Today, I'm testing out the new infallible setting mist. Let's see how well this holds. No transfer. It's giving 10 out of 10. I'm worth it.
Am I a bad person? Tell me, am I? I'm single-minded. I'm never satisfied. I don't respect you. I have an obsession with you. I'm delusional. I'm maniacal. Tell me. Does that make me a bad person? Does it?
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Why take less when you can get a beefy 5-layer burrito with Chalupa Supreme and a double stacked taco for just $7? It's Lux for less. Introducing the $7 Lux Cravings Box, only at Taco Bell.
What do you do with the new do when you are one of the fastest men alive? Use Speed Tested. And then earn 2% cash back on the purchase with the Wells Fargo Active Cash Visa credit card. When the man that breaks records shops to records, he speed tests him. Because living his 2% of life means every look needs to be fast. I'll take it. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Visa credit card. Be a 2%er. Earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases.
Well, swimming may be over here in Paris, but the action in the pool has continued this week with artistic swimming. You may have known it as synchronized swimming. They've changed the name, but it's still captivating, entertaining, and for the first time in several Olympics, there's the potential for a U.S. medal. There are 2 artistic swimming events at the Olympics. Today, medals were awarded in the team competition. The team event consists of 3 disciplines, and the cumulative score determines the overall champion. The Americans were in 4th place after the technical routine, but moved up to 2nd after yesterday's free routine, just trailing China. So, stage was set entering the acrobatic routine today, with the United States eyeing a bit of history.
They are competing for their first medal in 20 years.
This new sorceress routine really showcases Team USA's strength, their innovation in acrobatics, and such creativity. It's one of my all-time favorite routines, and I think it speaks for itself.
Disney announced yesterday that it would be raising the price of its streaming service. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg is giving $600 million to endow 4 historically black schools.
The United States created this new position, and so they got to name it. This is the Queen. Audrey Quan, really the queen of acrobatics for the United States team. She actually asked the U.S. crowd to be quiet through this platform. Beautiful. She was worried about the back somersault.
Consumer business news, Aaron Royale, NBC News Radio. Be the last to know.
Jacqueline Liu says, this routine makes me feel invincible. It has me falling in love with synchro all over again.
Incredible height. The U.S. is getting so high on lifts now that it's changing how teams set up for these balanced lifts. Really pushing the envelope on choreography. Their idea here is that Anita Alvarez is carrying the weight of all the souls of women, like sorceresses who've given their lives. It only took them 6 days to choreograph this routine. Coach Fuentes told them, imagine your body is playing the music. You don't move from the heart, the music won't sound. Beautiful. setting up for their platform. And the drums you hear were actually played by Coach Andrea and infused into the music. So powerful, athletic, and compelling to watch. Such a strong performance. That was beautiful.
But they are seeking the podium for the first time since 2004. The score comes in for the United States, 271.316. That is first today and first overall. They have at least silver. The 20-year drought is over. The United States back on the podium in our...
Alright, here are the 10 best states and districts for those having a baby, according to Monica. Coming in at number 10. Mark Rodder, the state of Washington. I believe that. Number 9. Utah. Yeah. Number 8. Vermont. Don't know. Number 7. Maine. And here's some info there. I have no idea beyond that. Well, Stephen King's there, and he encourages procreation. Really? I don't. I think anything says something. Number 6. Washington, D.C. Number 5 of the top 10 best states and districts for those having a baby, according to Wallet.com. This is number 5. New Hampshire. So, the Northeast, coming in strong. Number 4. Rhode Island. Want to have a baby? Go to the East Coast. Northeast. This is for baby friendliness and overall cost and child care and all that, right? All that. And Rhode Island, the home of H.P. Lovecraft, the great god Cthulhu, wants you to reproduce. Only you would know that. I mean, I know H.P. Lovecraft, but I'm not going to connect it to like Rhode Island. I'm trying to control it. Well, let's get you not with you. So you wouldn't dare. Please proceed. Number 3. Tim Halls. I mean, Minnesota. Number 3. Number 2. Seems like an odd one. North Dakota. What else is there to do here, honestly? Well, baby friendliness, child care. You go ahead and mix this up. I can't make heads or tails of North Dakota given those other states. It's a lot of, it's a motherly community. I'll take your word for it. And number 1 of the top 10 best states and districts for those having a baby. I want to let you know if you're just tuning in, California came in at number 30. But here is number 1. Massachusetts. Those liberals in the Northeast know how to take care of an newborn baby. Or not. I love that fanfare. In my head, that's the fanfare that plays when I would conceive. That's not right there. He's not paying attention. He's got a thumb on the scale for you. My goodness gracious. Okay, here's the bottom 10. Here are the 10 worst states for those having a baby. Coming in at number 10. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Arkansas. Number 10. Number 9 of the worst state for having a baby. Oklahoma. I'm sensing a trend here. Number 8. Louisiana. Pattern. Consistent. Number 7. West Virginia. Okay, can I just make one political statement? Aren't these all the biggest pro-life states? Worst states to have a baby. Okay, I just wonder if there's any correlation. That's all. Number 6. Nevada. It's not Nevada. It's Nevada. It should be number 1. It didn't say raising a baby, stuff that happened. They don't want you to have hospitals and stuff in Nevada. Number 5 of the top 10 worst states for having a baby. And we're back. Georgia. Number 4. Nuevo Mexico. Coming in at number 3, the worst states to have a baby. South Carolina. Does anyone want to see the quiet part out? Shocker. Coming in at number 2, according to Wallet Hub, of the top 10 worst states for those having a baby. Coming in at number 2. Alabama King Jackson football. It's almost like there's a theme. I can't quite put my finger on it. And coming in at number 1 of the 10 worst states for having a baby in all the U.S. and Washington, D.C. is anyone want to make a guess? What southern state have we not mentioned yet? Louisiana. Have we done that? We mentioned Louisiana. That's number 8. That's all blurred, I guess. Okay. Coming in at number 1 is... Mark, I'm really disappointed in you. How could you not know this Mississippi? Oh, man, it's perfectly. Yeah, Mississippi is at the bottom of every list. If you want to know about the worst list, be it education, health, does not matter. Infant mortality, it's Mississippi. The answer is always Mississippi. Well done, Mississippi. There's no reason in the world I ever want to go to Mississippi for anything. Nothing. I don't think they want you there. Well, that's true. Nothing. Drive to the store. Nothing. Oh, wait. Did you just say drive-through liquor? Yeah, drive-through. Yes, drive-through. Okay, I gotta rethink this. It's almost like you pull up to the window. Yeah, I'll take a Jack Daniels and a Kettle One, and you make it 2 Kettle Ones. And can I get some straws for that? Thank you very much. Yeah, is it in a container, or did they just fling it in? I think they have an open container. Wait, I drove through there. And when you have to tell about it? Yeah, no, we drove through. Just you just stopped in the daylight hours, I assume. We didn't stop in the day. We had to stop to get gas during the day. And across the street, we saw people going through a liquor store, and they had a drive-thru. You could go inside, but you could also pull up to a window. They were handing people bags of liquor. Kind of like McDonald's, except with liquor. Yeah. Lots of liquor. You're kidding, but you're not really kidding. I'm not. Yeah, I remember one time my family was driving to Tennessee. This is 1982, coming back from a family reunion. Talk about 66, and just driving across country. We would oftentimes drive. That was one time where I could tell my father, this is my father, my mother, my older sister, and me, where he was very concerned about getting through the state as quickly as possible, as in before nightfall. And I can't remember the exact route, but he did not want to have any type of entanglements with any. And we pulled into a gas station, and I remember as clear as day. There was this family, and I remember the back staring at us. And my father was getting gas, and he said something to the effect of, "Do not get out of the car." I'm maybe 11 or 12 at the time. And you look back at it through adult eyes, and you realize, like, okay, he saw what we were feeling. And, it's about protecting your family, though. Yeah, I'm not going to Mississippi for anything. Nothing. Not even before I drive through the store. Now you can go. Like, I'm going to be back something hard. I don't think they'd want me there either, to tell you the truth. I think you can pass. You can infiltrate. I could pass. Yeah, my name 640 live everywhere now. iHeartRadio app now. You work on it. K525 News. The magnitude 4.4 earthquake has hit about 19 miles south of Bakersfield. It was followed by a couple aftershocks that can be felt near the Grapevine and other parts of central California. And a report shows the number of monthly abortions in the U.S. has gone up slightly in the first 3 months of 2024 compared with before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Just under 99,000 a month compared with 84,000 in the 2 months before the Dobbs decision. And magician David Copperfield is being sued for trashing and neglecting his Manhattan penthouse to the tune of $2.5 million in damages, which includes a rooftop pool that burst and flooded apartments below. We'll see if he can make that lawsuit disappear. SoCal weather's matching fog tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s and at 100 in the IE. This report brought to you by Blinds.com. And from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We got a crash on the 91 in Long Beach.
Heading eastbound just before the 710 is blocking the second lane on the left, causing some stopping of traffic from Santa Fe. And a work zone if you're on the 10 in Alhambra that's heading westbound from Atlantic to Fremont Avenue. The both express lanes blocked off there, as well as the left lane until 5 a.m. And if you're on the 91 heading eastbound in Anaheim Hills, seeing some bright lights approaching Weir Canyon, that starts to clear up for you just after Gypsum Canyon Road. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
And the greatest swimming machine we've ever seen rolls on to another goal here in Paris. Simone Biles, the Olympic all-around champ.
Hear all the exciting moments on the free iHeartRadio app, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
A man convicted of first-degree murder will no longer face a death sentence after an appeals court ruled the state of Oklahoma can't prosecute him.
This isn't a story about who Patrick Murphy killed. It's about where he did it. Patrick Murphy says the state can't prosecute him because the murder happened on his tribe's reservation. Oklahoma argues that reservation no longer exists.
The tribe has sovereignty. This is not given to us. It's been given us.
My name is Rebecca Nagel, and I'm a citizen of Cherokee Nation. In this podcast, we're going to go way back to the Trail of Tears, the story of how my people came to Oklahoma, to the story of my family, the treaty they signed, and why they were killed for our land. This case has involved mistakes.
Yeah, the agent that was in charge of it somehow just got the location wrong by about a mile and a half or so.
There was pressure from oil and gas interests in Oklahoma that encouraged them to agree quickly.
But for the people of my tribe and the 4 other tribes in Oklahoma, this case has never been about any of that. It's about our survival. We're still here.
It's very important to us as a people that we have our reservation boundaries. That ties us to who we are. Are they going to stick with their principles?
Subscribe to This Land wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Call it supply and demand at work. After years of companies jacking up prices and logging record profits along the way, consumers have been pushing back on what's been called greenflation. Shoppers are looking for less expensive alternatives to artificially high prices, and some chains are now lowering their prices to try and regain lost market share. Walgreens, Michaels, Target, Amazon Fresh, and the regional Aldi and giant food grocery stores are among the retailers that have announced sweeping price cuts to lure customers back. Fast food giants McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's are also feeling the heat with each introducing a slate of discount menu items. The new move towards price cuts comes as the Bureau of Economic Analysis found that corporate profits soared 3.9% to a record $2.8 trillion in the fourth quarter of 2023 after a stunning 9.8% spike for all of 2022. While wages as a whole rose 4.4% last year, the most in over 2 decades, trends show CEO pay skyrocketing an average of 11.3%, and similar jumps for other high-ranking corporate officials. Hi, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
We're getting another look inside the world of young celebrities in an upcoming documentary for Hulu. Appropriately titled Child Star, Demi Lovato, a product of the Disney Entertainment Factory, is on board as an executive producer and co-director of the project. Drew Barrymore, Kenan Thompson, Raven Simone, Christina Ricci, Jojo Siwa, and Allison Stone are among those interviewed who share the highs and lows of growing up in the media and tabloid spotlight. In a statement, Lovato shared, quote, "I hope viewers will gain a deeper understanding of the challenges and pressures faced by young people in the industry so we can achieve our goal of creating a safer and more supportive environment for future generations of young talents in entertainment, social media, and beyond." Child Star premieres September 17th on Hulu. Hi, and that's what's poppin'. And Camps on iHeartRadio.
Get homeless because then you're going to get services.
Don't work and make minimum wage because you're going to get nothing.
But you want to be homeless. Unlimited services, and every dime that we pay in taxes goes to the homeless issue. Every dime.
They'll handle nothing less for cops or fire departments, nothing.
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Mr. Will Kelly here live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And yes, next hour we will be giving away another 2 pairs to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum Theater next week on the 14th. It's going to be next hour. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be at the end of next hour. It's going to be the end of next hour. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets. As we promised, we give away 2 pairs of tickets Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We keep our promises around here. So 2 pairs of tickets next hour, at the end of the hour, to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum on August 14th. That's first. And also, if you're on Instagram, why don't you just travel over to Later with Will Kelly or at Mr. Will Kelly. We have some new merchandise, which is just coming together. We have a new mug keychain that we're starting producing on enough of them. The won prizes in the most recent AW Cool Classic contest. They'll be getting it first.
Yeah, the future prize winners will be sending you emails this evening to let you know that your future prizes are in and they will be going out.
If you'd like to see them, Instagram at Mr. Will Kelly, MarketLKELLY, or at Later with Will Kelly. You can see it's a very cool 2-tone mug with the show logo and even a picture of Nancy Price. Put that on there. I'm not vain like that. Even though Mark Black's a legend. Oh, no. You saying you have mugs now with your face? Yes. As in like, mug. My mug. Okay, so right before work, I showed the lung suffering one at home picture of the mug that I wanted, which was the zombie from Dawn of the Dead who gets the top of his head chopped off by a helicopter. You drink out of the head. I want a Mo Kelly mug now. I don't want that one anymore. Okay, you can get a Mo Kelly mug, and then you can. I want to drink out of the top of your head. You can drink and look at me. You have coffee in the morning. Yeah. And imagine the joy that will bring me. But we also will have some keychains, which will be easier. You can put me in your back pocket. Or your front pocket, it's up to you. Wherever there's room. When we come back at the top of the hour, I'll be joined by Funny Cooper. Yes, it is Wellness Wednesday, but did you know it was also, well, we'll let her tell you. It's National Wellness Month, but it's not for me to say that. She should say that. She's the expert. She's looking at me like, Mo, Yes, I am. So National Wellness Month with Claudia for next T5 Game 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're watching everything, so you need to hear Sanity. KSI and KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yet another Metro attack at Mark Ronald live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A person suspected of attacking a woman at a metro station in Pasadena has been arrested. Deputies responded just before 6 this morning to the A-Line's Allen station, where they took the person into custody. LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger commended deputies for their quick response and demanded a full report from Metro on security measures that will be put in place to assure safety, especially during the early morning commute. Family members say they want the undercover cop accused of shooting and killing an 18-year-old man in South LA charged.
The family has filed a claim against the department. Family members say Ricky Ramirez was shot when he got out of a car to ask why he and his friends were being followed. They allege the sergeant in an unmarked car made no indication he was in fact a police officer before the shooting. Mira's sister says her brother did not deserve to be killed. He was so kind. So kind. The only thing he said last month, officers observed him on the car in ski mask, possibly in a dispute with another driver. In downtown LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
New rules by LA County will require some hospitals in unincorporated areas to report every time they go after a medical debt. Supervisor Catherine Barger says the county wants to better understand how outstanding bills are accumulated and collected.
Medical debt is a source of significant financial and emotional burdens and can lead to homelessness and patients avoiding other essential medical care they should be receiving. And that's my biggest concern.
Board of Supervisors approved a program in June to help pay outstanding medical debt for thousands in the county. The Department of Public Health says county residents hold nearly $3 billion in outstanding medical bills. Pasadena's Tournament of Roses has expanded its location eligibility for Rose Court applicants.
Applicants have traditionally come from the Pasadena Area Community College District, where candidates are a senior in high school or enrolled in college full-time. CEO of the tournament, David Eads, says applicants can now come from other areas like Eagle Rock, Alhambra, and El Sereno.
They also receive an educational scholarship of $7,500 that they can apply to any of their educational pursuits once they graduate from high school.
Applicants must identify as female, be at least 17 years old by December 31st, and no more than 21 years old before January 5th. The 7-member board will be named in October. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Disney says for the first time ever, its streaming combo, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, has made the company money.
Last year, this time, the streaming combo lost the company $512 million. This year, it's $47 million in the black.
ABC's Jason Nathanson says Disney's third quarter earnings report noted its movie division's doing well, too, but theme park revenue's down 6%. The company says attendance is steady, but a slumping economy is weighing on travelers. The EPA has issued an emergency order to stop the use of a pesticide it says can harm fetuses. ABC's Rhiannon Ally says it's the agency's first such move in almost 40 years.
The EPA says exposure can alter fetal thyroid hormone levels, which is linked to low growth weight, impaired brain development, decreased IQ, and impaired motor skills later in life.
Ally says while workers are the ones most at risk, the spray drift from the pesticide can move through the air. That can also affect pregnant women living in the areas the pesticide is used. And the estate of one of the men killed in the Ocean Gate submarine implosion is suing the company for $50 million. The wrongful death lawsuit claims there were serious issues with the sub and that it had a troubled past. Attorneys say the CEO, who was also killed, didn't disclose key issues about the sub's condition. Southland weather from KFI, some patchy fog tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, mid-70s at the beaches, low 90 to low to mid-90s in the valleys at 80, and up to 100 in the Inland Empire. It'll be about the same Friday, and then a couple degrees warmer for the weekend. It's 67 right now in Newport Beach, 71 in Orange, 74 in Sherman Oaks, 77 in Burbank, and we have a crash on the 91 in Long Beach.
That's heading eastbound just before the 710. It's good news now. Looks like it's been cleared out of the second lane to the left. Your driver's recovering from Long Beach Boulevard. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, traffic builds up at Western. It stays busy from there until you reach the 110. The 5 heading northbound. That's going to be in Glendale. That's right at Colorado Street. A big crash along the right shoulder is causing some spectator traffic. Overall, pretty heavy from about the 110. A look at the 91 again. That's heading eastbound in Anaheim Hills. Approaching Weir Canyon, stopping the traffic there, starting to clear up for you as you make your way across Gypsum Canyon Road. The 55 northbound in Orange, we've got a motorcycle wreck. That's right at Chapman Avenue. It's going to be in the center divider. Watch for some slowing back up to about the 22. And as you make your way on the 5 northbound in Anaheim, A bit of slowing as you make your way across harbor starts to clear up right around Euclid with Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino.
From Paris.
The 20 years route is over for the Americans. 800 still belongs to the one and only Scotty Scheffler has gold to his green jacket.
Bring the summer games with you. From your phone to your car or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Right now, I feel like I'm at a red carpet event. People have been waiting here for hours, lined up 3 deep, behind barricades, just to catch a glimpse. And then the faces of this story finally emerge. But they're not flanked by police. Instead, police and lawyers are at their sides. Because Felicity Huffman and Lori Loughlin are both at the center of the biggest scandal in academic history.
This is a big story today. Operation Varsity Blues.
More on that fallout from the college admission scandal rocking Hollywood this morning.
Although Huffman and Loughlin are the most well-known, they're only 2 of the many people charged with scamming the system to get their kids into elite colleges.
Hi guys, it's Olivia Jane. I don't really care about school, as you guys all know.
They were led by Rick Singer, a con man posing as an admissions counselor, and his vast network of co-conspirators who exploited his client's sense of entitlement, hubris, and obsession with status.
It's the home run. And it worked. Every time.
Unfortunately, white-collar crime is nothing new. But this time it's different. Because the victims of these crimes are your children. Welcome to Gangster Capitalism.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
KFRK AM 640 and iHeartRadio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. And it's Wellness Wednesday. Let's get to it. Claudine Cooper, it's always good to talk to you. This is the time in which we hopefully will learn a little bit more about ourselves, do a little bit better with ourselves. August is National Wellness Month. Are you doing anything special to celebrate?
First of all, who creates this national fill in the blank months? But I'll take it. I love a good wellness initiative. Doesn't matter if it's man-made or not, you know? Yeah, I've been doing a lot more meditation, and I noticed that on one of the articles I read about National Wellness Month, that one of the things they said is do your deep breathing. Did you see that, Mo?
I sure did. In Korea, we do this thing called touch on breathing and also meditation. So that's a part of my daily routine. So it resonated with me.
You know, a lot of people feel like meditation is somehow going against their religious and spiritual beliefs, but not at all. It's one of those things where once you recognize the need to relax and come down, you know, I work at the gym, right? Because, you know, we finally did open the iconic Citywood, right?
Right.
And we have a kids club. So I was in the kids club the other day, and one of the kids, he was just reeling from overstimulation. And someone might say, well, how do you know he was overstimulated? Well, for those of you who don't know, I am the mother of 3 young adult children. So I recognize when a child is overstimulated. So I just moved him away from the action, away from the television, all the children, the noise of the toys and all of this. And I moved him to a side where we just sat, played quietly with one item. He opened and closed and made his his piles. I could see his brain working, you know what I mean? But it's how a lot of us are. Sometimes we need to pull back from the stimulation, take those deep breaths. It's not going against our belief systems to enjoy a little bit of quiet time. Am I right, Mo?
Oh, you are so right. And oftentimes, especially when I'm driving to work and it's going to take me more than an hour to get to the studio, I have complete silence. There's no radio on. I'm not looking at my phone. I am just more concentrating on my breathing and my internal self and quietude. I completely get what you're talking about. Now, whether other people find the value in that, I can't speak to it, but it does volumes for me, my blood pressure, and my well-being, since this is National Wellness Month. Not to mock you, but still.
Well, the other thing too is in the car, especially for those of us who live in Southern California, it can be a high stress environment. A lot of people on their phones, a lot of people not paying attention. And so that's another time where I too limit the stimulation just so that I can stay focused and also keep my own personal stress levels low.
How do you manage to do that? Because you are a mother of 3 young adults. You are a wife, and a marriage can present its own challenges. You're the senior director of movement. Sorry if I got the title wrong for Iconics.
That's right.
Iconics Fitness. There are probably people that are working under you that you are responsible for. There's a lot going on in your life. How do you manage to juggle it all and not drop any of those balls while maintaining your own sanity in the process?
I believe in sleep. So the article that we were both reading about National Wellness Month, it outlined some pretty heavy things that we all could use more of. One of those things was sleep. One was meditation. One was nutritious foods. Of course, my favorite is exercise. But they also said it's stimulation like social media, like TV, like sounds. But I do feel like you just named off a few of the things that I do, in addition to the fact that I have an angelic husband. Let's not forget that. But, look, all of us, I think in the year 2024, I'm not unique. Most of us have, a demanding job or something outside of our personal relationships that takes up a lot of time and definitely takes up our energy. But one of the things I'm really passionate about is I have a bedtime, right? I still have a bedtime like I'm 6 years old.
You just didn't like it when you were 6, but now you love it.
All the things I didn't like when I was 6, I like now. I love a good nap and I love a good sleep schedule and an eating schedule. So that being said, I go to bed around 10 o'clock every night and I wake up around 6 every morning. And when I wake up, I do not reach for my phone. The first thing I do is when I get up, I meditate, I pray, and as you know, I'm a woman of faith, so it doesn't compete. Those two things are not in competition with each other. They coexist beautifully. And what I do is take that time to center myself. Anything that my job needs at 6 a.m., they can wait until 7 a.m. You know what I'm saying, Mo?
Absolutely. I've learned at my age that I need all 3. What I mean by all 3 is I have to make sure that I'm eating well. I have to make sure that I am managing my stress well. And I have to make sure that I'm getting the requisite amount of exercise. I need all 3. And since over the past year or so, I've made a concerted effort to make sure I'm getting all 3. Not just 2 out of 3, not just 1 out of 3, all 3. And I've found that my wellness quotient, what I call it, is now through the roof.
In what ways do you see it impacting your day-to-day life?
My energy throughout the day, my level of focus, my level of calm, not being stressed. Because, one, my body is running at an optimum level. My emotional mental health is at an optimum level. And I have enough energy to satisfy the emotional and physical, and I can also add into it the spiritual. So, it's not anything new, and I've been told this for all my life. I am a living witness, and I can testify, as they say, that you need all of this to make, I'll say, this wellness journey as enjoyable, let me put it that way, as enjoyable as possible.
And even for us at our age, for those who don't know, I'll be 50 on my birthday, and Mo, tell them, 55.
Yeah, I'll be 55.
Yes, for us, it no longer becomes like, oh yeah, I want to look a certain way. At this point, we have to keep our levels.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes, our sugar levels, our cholesterol, our stress levels, all those things.
It's true. And I don't even think about the fact that I have to exercise for, a six-pack, or I want to look a certain way. I literally just want to stay healthy and have a great quality of life while I'm still here.
Amen to that. I like being able to get out of bed with movement of my limbs and be able to say, okay, let's get on the floor and stretch and not have to fight with my body just to get out of bed. Quality of life as I get older is everything. Now, am I losing weight? Sure. Do I like the way I look in the mirror? Fine. But that's not the motivating factor.
No, and actually right now, at our age, being able to get on the floor, like you just said, that is the real wealth.
And get up, mind you, and get up.
Without assistance.
That's right. If you're just tuning in, my guest right now on the line is Claudine Cooper. Of course, you can always check her out at ClaudineCooper.com. As she and I are celebrating National Wellness Month. This August is National Wellness Month. We'll have more with Claudine Cooper in just a moment. And by AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now over to you, Mark Roderick, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Well, weather's cooling off a little. Temperatures in the Antelope Valley yesterday hit record highs at 109. Lancaster tied a record for that day since 1997. Research published in the journal Nature has found ocean temperatures in the Great Barrier Reef reached the highest they've been in 400 years over the past decade. Scientists warned that the reef likely won't survive if planetary warming isn't stopped. And Reverend Nelly's under arrest for alleged possession of the ecstasy pills. He was taken into custody this morning near his hometown in St. Louis, Missouri, and released. We got cones on the 5 in Santa Clarita.
That's heading southbound from Cal Road to the 14th. The two right lanes coned off there. That's set to end at 6 a.m. And if you're on the 5 northbound in Glendale, that's right at Colorado Street. A big crash has been cleared out of the right shoulder on the freeway now. Your drive still pretty slow as it recovers from the 110. And it works out on the 210 westbound in Arcadia from Santa Anita to Baldwin Avenue. Right lane closed there. Set to reopen for you at 5 in the morning. The Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
From Paris.
20 years round is over for the Americans. 800 still. Scotty Scheffler has moved to his green jackets.
Bring the summer games with you from your phone to your car or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
More details are coming out about season 2 of The Last of Us, and it's a mixed bag for fans. The upcoming season is now filming and will consist of 7 episodes, down from 9 during season 1. But the producers explained that they're now adapting the second game of the series, and it felt like a natural pause point after those 7 episodes. They did, however, share that adapting the sequel game would require more time, teasing what could be a significantly larger season 3 and likely a 4th season. So the ball's on HBO's court on that front. Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey are returning, along with previous guest stars Gabriel Luna and Martina Wesley, with more casting news expected soon. Season 2 of The Last of Us will hit HBO in 2025, while the first season is streaming on sister platform Max.
Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy Beat to Camera Children on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
One of the defendants in Arizona's case regarding the 2020 election is taking a plea deal. Matt Madison has more.
Court documents show that Republican Lorraine Pellegrino pled guilty on Tuesday to a reduced charge for filing a false instrument. In turn, she received 3 years of unsupervised probation and community service. Pellegrino was one of 18 defendants in the case accused of fraud and conspiracy in an alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election results. This comes after another defendant, former Trump attorney Jenna Ellis, signed a cooperation agreement earlier this week. In Phoenix, I'm Matt Madison.
The Minnesota Supreme Court is upholding the year-old law restoring the right to vote to felons upon their release from prison. This was a measure pushed by Governor Tim Walz, who is now the VP pick of the Democratic Party. The High Court rejected a challenge to the 2023 law by the Minnesota Voters Alliance. An estimated 57,000 Minnesota felons are newly eligible to vote. That's politics. I'm Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
This morning I walk in and I start doing some jokes. I was rounding the corner as the words are leaving my lips, and there's a whole slew of strangers that heard what I said.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amy King. Karen and Shannon.
How would that work out for HR?
Find it live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I remember love's fever in our hearts girl, and in our hearts. And imagine that this love is real. Fever in the place, girl. You know it's too hot, too hot, too hot, too hot. Gotta keep shelter and run. It's too hot, too hot, too hot, baby. Gotta cool this thing, girl. What a mess we made so long. You were my love. KFI AM 640 is later with Bo Kelly on Wellness Wednesday. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Of course, I'm joined by Claudine Cooper, ClaudineCooper.com for all the information. And Claudine, it's been really hot this week. So hot that I've had to change the times in which I exercise. Sure, I can do some exercises in the house, but a lot of times I do want to get some vitamin D and go for a walk. I can't take the dogs for a walk and also add that into my exercise because of the heat during the day. Have you had to modify your personal workout schedules surrounding the heat?
You know, it's going up to about 90 this week, and I've been exercising inside the gym a little bit more often than I normally do. But I also would suggest getting that evening or that early morning hour if you still want to get your outdoor walk in. The dogs still need to go out. Save those workouts for, you know, maybe before 10 a.m. and then after 4 p.m., right? Now, for me personally, the 12 noon sun blaring down, as I get older, I want to think about my skincare as well. So, high noon sun is something that for most of us who are slightly vain, a little appearance conscious, you want to try to stay out of the 12 noon sun, even if it's not 90 degrees, because it's high UV rays. But to tell you a little funny story, recently I was outside and I was with my friends, and we're all in the same age range, somewhere between 45 and 55. And one woman said, "Claudine, you're not sweating. Are you even hot? Like, what is going on?" So I started to do some research, and a lot of women in my age range, they experience hot flashes or personal summers that are related to perimenopause or menopause. And one thing, since we're talking about overall wellness, that I discovered in my research, the more you eat nutritious plant-based foods, lots of veggies, you eat those foods, they will have a counterbalance to your hormonal responses to the changes our bodies go through. Now, I would like to say that this is women only, but you guys go through your own changes too, Bo.
Not only do we go through our own changes, I just know, just from physicians who talk to me, when we're eating better, our bodies are not having to work as hard with respect to digestion, insulin production. Not trying to go too deep, I'm just saying, if you eat better, your body works better, which goes back to what we were talking about earlier and makes life better.
Well, I come from a long line of people who are susceptible to type 2 diabetes. And I heard recently someone say, well, it's genetic.
Not type 2.
Here's the thing. Genetically, what we have been passing down is our eating habits, the foods we eat, the way we prepare those foods. And so it appears that it could be genetic because, my family members have type 2 diabetes, so therefore I have type 2 diabetes. So it's got to be genetic, right? But here's how I've started to make a shift and do something different with my own personal health. When I have a plate of food, I make sure that 3/4 of my plate has some type of vegetable on the plate. People think that's crazy. For breakfast, how can I eat a vegetable? You can put spinach. You can put, I don't know what else, broccoli. You can put all kinds of different vegetables, multicolored peppers into your scramble.
That's what I do. I put spinach, I put red and yellow peppers in my egg whites every single morning. Get out of my plate. What are you looking at my window?
I am sitting around to make sure you're doing what you need to do because I need you around for many years to come. I'm enjoying these Wellness Wednesdays. So, yes, I'm spying on you. Talk to your wife. She told me she's making sure she has the windows ready. Just kidding.
No, it's serious because my wife, she will make sure that my plate, if I don't do it, is also adorned with fruit. This morning I had 2 bananas, strawberries, and that's in addition to my egg whites, which have the peppers and the spinach. So I'm right there.
That's so good. Yeah, that's so good. All kinds of raw fruits and vegetables, seeded foods, seeded bread, pumpkin seeds, hemp seeds, chia seeds, adding them to your oats, things like that. There's ways that we can just make small adjustments that will help our overall well-being. And it's not just for people who are our age. Imagine if you start this when you're 25 instead of waiting till you're 55.
To your point, it has to be consistently. You can't do it for 2-3 weeks here. You can't do it for 2-3 months. If you want to see those changes in not only your physical appearance, but also your internal body functions, you have to do it consistently over a longer period of time. And I know I'm not saying anything different from what anyone else has said, but sometimes when you hear from a different person, you might get a different response.
Well, my biggest flex is that I'm not on any medication. And I think as we get older, it becomes very commonplace to say, well, it is what it is. But don't throw in the towel so easily. See if there's some natural and holistic ways to make small adjustments that could potentially keep you off medication, because that's the real wealth right there.
That is the real wealth. Stay off that medication. Now, I know, Claudia, you are off this month as relates to your community workouts, but I also know that you're teaching some classes at Iconics Fitness. What are you into this month? What's keeping you busy?
Right, so I still teach my free workout online every Friday at 9 a.m. I've been teaching specifically more stretch classes, more mobility and recovery classes. I've noticed that with the onset of the gym, because we're now in our second month of being open. People are so excited. They're working out twice a day. They're taking 2 and 3 classes a day, and their bodies do need that moment to recover. So what we're doing is we're meeting in a quiet room, laying on our mats, making sure we're doing our deep breathing exercises as well as recovering through stretching by using small tools to rub out our muscles. It's a great way to just take care of your body in between those intense workouts, you know?
I do know, and that's why we appreciate Claudia Cooper with all of her sage advice and wisdom. You can always find more at ClaudiaCooper.com. Claudia, thank you so much. You always make time for us, and we appreciate you for doing that. And hopefully we get to do it again next week.
I'll see you on Wednesday. Thank you so much, Mo. Have a great Wellness Wednesday.
It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go over to Mark Rodder in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Police are looking for the drivers responsible for a car shooting in Messina that hurt someone uninvolved in the crash. The commuter's car said his rearview mirror saved his life when a bullet hit his car this morning. He was treated on the scene. The LAPD is looking for a black Nissan Frontier and a black Volkswagen Jetta. Rancho Palos Verdes is urging Governor Newsom to declare a state of emergency for gas shutoffs.
SoCal gas shut off service last week for about 135 homes, saying underground gas lines are in jeopardy because of landslides. This woman lives along Portuguese Bend and says the city should have planned ahead.
We all have paid our bills for over 40 years. And when they don't want to invest in infrastructure, we have to be punished for that because we live in a landslide district.
The city council voted last night to declare a state of emergency, and Mayor John Cruikshank drafted a letter to Newsom today. Some people living in the area say they fear the electricity will be shut off next. Chris Adams, KFI News.
FAFSA forms for next year's college students won't be fully available until December. 2 months behind the usual schedule. The Department of Education says only a limited number of students will be able to access the form on the typical October 1st open date. The delay comes following a botched rollout for the 2024-25 academic year. It was supposed to make the form easier to fill out, but ended up with significant delays for students. The process was decided based on feedback from stakeholders. And 5 people aboard a helicopter that crashed in Nepal have been killed. ABC Sound River says the chopper came down in the mountains just northwest of the capital.
Bodies of 4 men and 1 woman have now been pulled from the wreckage. It had taken off shortly before 2 p.m. local time. Contact was lost with the tower just 3 minutes into the flight.
River says the 4 passengers were from China and the pilot was from Nepal. Southland weather from KFI some patchy fog tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Sun tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, down to mid-70s at the beaches, low to mid-90s in the valleys at AP, and up to 100 in the Inland Empire. It'll be about the same Friday, then a couple degrees warmer for the weekend. Right now it's 70 in Irvine, 71 in Brea, and we're going to have a look at your evening drive.
Today, on 210 westbound in Arcadia's roadwork. In between Santa Anita and Baldwin Avenue, right lane closed off there. Center reopened for you at 5 in the morning. Mid-City on the 10 eastbound, and that's going to be once you get to Robertson, a bit of traffic starting to build up there. It'll start to ease up for you approaching the 110, and some slowing on the 105 heading eastbound in Hawthorne, coming away from the 405. That clears up just after Crenshaw. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, Pedro Marino.
From Paris.
The 20 years round is over for the Americans. 800 still
Bring the summer games with you, from your phone to your car, or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
If they haven't landed yet.
If they haven't landed yet, then we're going to have to spend the holidays listening to our father go on about many necessities, except he's going to call it a hurricane.
I talked to Mom when they were in the air. They were 20 minutes out, and that was 3 hours ago. Kid, something's happening. I love you both. The last thing my mom ever sent me was a text message. It said, "Something's wrong. Your dad is... My dad is
What exactly? What is he?
Turning news out of the Caribbean this evening, where Dr. Peter Richland is feared dead.
From Wonder, the makers of Dirty John and Dr. Death becomes Blood Ties, a new scripted audio drama starring Gillian Jacobs, Josh Gad, and Amy Landick.
My name is Gillian Jacobs, and I play Eleanor Richland.
I'm Josh Gad, and I play Michael from Blood Ties. Michael Richland. Richland, like the company you work for. Blood Ties is mystery, intrigue, revenge. You really don't know what exactly is going on. You don't know what anyone's agenda really is. Blood Ties.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at #8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman, Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to #6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to #5. And landing at #4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at #2 for the second straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Way back in 1440, Gutenberg's printing press sounded terrible. In 1922, Earl C. Anthony created KFI in Los Angeles. It also sounded terrible. But now, KFI on the iHeartRadio app brings you digital sound from the dulcet tones of Tim Conway Jr. to the warm, comforting segment song Biz, Shed, and Ferris. If you haven't heard KFI on the free iHeartRadio app, you haven't heard KFI. Broadcasting with 50,000 watts of power, live everywhere in living color on the iHeartRadio app. KYX is where he's labeled. We'll kill it live and we're on the iHeartRadio app. And here is an Olympic update. Remember, last night we were supposed to give you an update on the French pole vaulter, Anthony Ammirati. And then world happened, earthquake got in the way, we never got to the story. Well, we're going to get to it tonight. The French pole vaulter, we told you what happened with him and how he was knocked out of the competition. Well, he knocked himself out of the competition. But he was out of the Olympics because of one of his extremities. And we said then, he's probably going to have the opportunity to parlay this into something bigger. Well, that's not the right word. Another opportunity, a better opportunity for him outside of the Olympics. And the first offer has come in. As it turns out, Cam Soda, an adult entertainment company, has offered Ammirati $250,000 in exchange for a 60-minute cam show. Cam is short for camera. In a letter obtained by US Weekly or Us Weekly. No, they didn't obtain the letter. It was given to what the company. Cam Soda, they want the free advertisement. They didn't have to. It was like Us Weekly was looking for the letter. No, it was an in-depth investigative report from Us Weekly. They just sent it to them. Anyhow, the president of Cam Soda, Darren Parker, made this offer to Ammirati to show off his goods. Quote, although you didn't bring home the gold medal, you can still capture the gold from your fans via Cam Soda. That has to count for something, right? Plus, you won't have those restrictive compression shorts holding you back. So feel free to let it all out and show the world why you should have your own Olympic competition next time around. Close quote.
Flash the old escort going.
Yeah, look at it this way. It's pretty transparent what Camp Soda was trying to do. They probably had no real expectation that this Olympian was going to take them up on their offer. And actually, if they were serious about the offer, they would have gone privately to him. They wouldn't have publicly exposed the offer in any way and let everyone know about it by sending it to us weekly. But this is the first of many offers. I expect him to have a very long career.
Lately, yes.
Elmer's not paying attention, so it's all for nothing.
He's asleep.
No, it's too late now. You have to actually listen to the show.
He's off in his happy place. He couldn't care less.
All right, Charlie, let's take the rest of
Working hard to get these jokes down in the Olympics. No rim shot.
That's right. I am doing the best I can. I'm the hardest working man in show business. This is just actually happening. No, too late. I'm actually putting spotlights and a marquee on the joke. It's like, here comes the joke. Here comes the joke.
This is honestly some first-rate genital punditry that you're hearing.
We're not even going that deep here, okay?
Thank you! Definitely hitting the high bar.
Nothing.
You're offering some penetrating analysis. Oh, now he's on it.
He knows the next thing coming out of our mouth will be a joke. I'm so disappointed. It's much better when it's organic, as opposed to telling the guy with the rim shots, hey, joke coming, 2 o'clock.
Really cheapens it. Elmer's having a hard day. Just nothing is funny.
It's not the same if I have to keep pointing it out to you. You wouldn't know a genital joke if it poked you in the eye. I am so disappointed in you. So disappointed. After all these hours in which we've worked together, after all the days that I've known you, after all this time, you still know when I hit it. Okay, here, you can't give yourself a rim shot. That does.
Now what goes on?
Okay, here's how it works. There's a subject that laid out that kind of let you know that it's probably going to have to deal with his Johnson. Okay, the jokes will probably be connected to that. When I make an oblique reference or some sort of double entendre,
no matter how unfunny it is.
Right. Okay, you're from low rowdy. It's really not that deep. It's cold, but not that deep.
Now he's catching on.
Finally, I mean, you put enough Christmas lights around it and point to it and say, joke, he might get it. Well, that was
okay. Let's bump the brakes.
Administration. I think we've got about as far as we can go with that.
I think we can go longer.
I set him up. Not sit down. All right. It's later with Mo Kelly. When we come back, your chance to win the Australian Pink Floyd tickets. I think we're giving away another 2 pairs. So, why stand on ceremony? We're going to do it as soon as we come back. So get ready. Get to your phone if you're driving. Pull over. Giving away the tickets next, right after this news break. Can't find AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now Mark Runner has the news.
New giant pandas are ready to meet the public at the San Diego Zoo. Yun Chuan and Sing Bao arrived from China about 6 weeks ago. Tomorrow is the first time people can see him. Caretakers say the 5-year-old male Yun Chuan is curious and then shy, while 4-year-old Shin Bao is more chill. First pandas came to the U.S. in over 2 decades. The LA Times reports that Saturday Night Live boss Lord Michaels has asked Steve Martin to sign on to play Democratic VP candidate Tim Walz. The
the show's 50th season. And Martin has declined, saying he was only asked because he has gray hair and glasses. That's for real. The film adaptation we call Uber's It Ends With Us, during Blake Lively opens this weekend and is expected to make up to $35 billion. Her husband Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool and Wolverine movie is still expected to hang on to the #1 spot. And we have a stall on the 101 downtown LA.
That's heading northbound right at the 110. It's taking up the right lane, so you'll see some slowing as you make your way from Alameda. Southbound side of the 101 in Hollywood, brake lights start popping up right around Vermont Avenue. It'll stay slow from there until you reach the 110. And 8 work zone in Santa Clarita. That's on the 5 southbound from Cowgirl to the 14. The 2 right lanes closed off. Set to be open for you at 6 in the morning. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
Happening now on iHeartRadio, all things 2024 Paris Olympics. Listen to NBC's live play-by-play coverage of swimming, basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, and everything Team USA from Paris. All on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen now.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
With the return of The Boys for its 4th season, Prime Video has announced that its 5th season will be its last. Carl Urban, Jack Wade, MC star Aaron Moriarty are among the stars in the hit award-winning superhero satire, which depicts the heroes as corrupt corporate shills. Because of this, the title vigilante squad forms to push back against their dangerous activities. The announcement comes not long after creator Eric Kripke said that he had an ending in mind for the show after 5 seasons. But he had said the same thing about one of his prior creations, Supernatural, which ended up running for 15 years across 2 networks. The Boys is streaming on Prime Video with the 5th and final season expected out in 2025. Also streaming on Prime Video is its spin-off Gen V, which has its own 2nd season coming soon, and another upcoming spin-off, The Boys Mexico.
Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the 2nd straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
The U.S. Olympic women's basketball team coasted to an 88-74 win over Nigeria to advance to Friday's semifinal versus Australia. Asia Wilson led the Stars and Stripes with 20 points and 10 rebounds. Captain Morris became the first U.S. men's weightlifter in 40 years to medal by capturing the bronze. Quincy Hall landed gold in Wednesday's 400-meter race, while Noah Lyles run for gold in Thursday's 200-meter final. The NCAA levied a 4-year show cause order on former Michigan football and current Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh for improper contact with recruits and players during the COVID-19 dead period. The NFL warned teams against fighting during joint practices last month, and today the league fined the Giants and Lions $200 each for multiple calls this week, including one started by New York quarterback Daniel Jones. Jazz forward Larry Markkanen is staying in Utah. The All-Star signed a renegotiated 5-year contract worth $238 million. That's sports. Frank Garrity, NBC News Radio.
Tropical storm Debbie is impacting a large section of the southeast today as this slow-moving storm continues to pummel the Carolinas. Up to 20 to 30 inches of rain possible in parts of the coastal Carolinas. And that rain moving slowly northward and pushing inland over the next 2 to 3 days. Flash flooding will expand inland as Debbie moves onshore and produces possible tornadoes in eastern North Carolina and southeastern Virginia. A cold front north of Tropical Storm Debbie will combine with the tropical storm to create heavy rainfall today over parts of Maryland, Delaware, southeastern Pennsylvania, and southern New Jersey. In the other section of the country, the west, Look for monsoons and heavy downpours across the southwest and into the Four Corners region. Also be concerns for flash flooding in the central and southern High Plains today. That's your national weather forecast. Mike Ellis, NBC News Radio.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Graduation party last night, and she's come home. She hasn't been home yet. Not sure if this is the right number. Or if this is really an emergency. God, I hope it isn't. I'm getting really nervous. Can I look at your location? Can I have the address? Are you sending someone over? Danny, pick up your phone, dummy. Your mom just called and said you didn't come home last night, and naturally I covered. But they're actually really stressed out.
If you like what you're listening to, please subscribe and share this podcast with your friends. You can listen to Gaslight online by searching Gaslight Podcast, or check us out wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Don't talk to me in the morning before I've had my wake-up calls with Amy Kiddings live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's getting hard to get so awesome. Think on all your feelings. It's getting hard to get so awesome. Think on all your
We are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Before we give away these tickets for Australian Pink Floyd, just kind of give you this news update. You probably heard Mark Bronner talk about the arrest early this morning of Nelly. That song, Hot in Here, is by Nelly, if you're not familiar with him as an artist. And if you didn't know, he's also 49 years old. And I'm of the opinion, and maybe I'm in the minority with this opinion, but I would think that after a certain point, everyone realizes it's time to grow up. You know, be an adult, be responsible, pay your bills, not get arrested, that kind of thing. Well, Nelly, multi-platinum rapper and father-to-be, he has a child on the way with an R&B singer, Ashanti. He has zero intentions of growing up. He was arrested at 4:45 a.m. this morning, just outside of St. Louis, for possession with this of ecstasy and not having car insurance. 49 years old, multi-millionaire, doesn't have car insurance. To be fair, there's been no information as to what precipitated the stop or served as probable cause for the vehicle search when they found the ecstasy. But that's really beside the point, and that'll all come out later. But we do know Nelly is 49, and that's too damn old to be dealing with such foolishness. If Nelly can father a child and afford a child at 49, I'm guessing he should be able to afford car insurance. Hopefully he can afford a car seat.
That's just downright irresponsible. You never heard about Jim Morrison driving uninsured, did you?
Never. Not once.
Not the Lizard King.
Okay? And we know that part of the reason that Nelly was arrested was connected to an outstanding traffic summons. That means he let a moving violation lapse and it turned into a bench warrant for his arrest. So he was going to get arrested. It was just a matter of the next time that he ran into police. Again, after a certain point, you actually have to grow up. Pay your tickets, pay your bills, pay your moving violations, get car insurance. I'm just talking about bare bones minimum here as a man. Just bare bones. Okay? Elmer, I'm quite sure, has car insurance. Mark Bronner, you have car insurance. I have car insurance. Okay, this is not real difficult. We're not talking about someone who has to decide, am I going to pay my rent or am I going to pay car insurance? No. It's a multi-millionaire who has
prison once upon a time. He was arrested in the state of Washington, somewhere near where he lived, on suspicion of second-degree rape. Nelly was also hit previously with a $2.4 million tax lien due to unpaid taxes owed to the IRS. At what point are you actually going to grow up? That's almost like he didn't take those citizenship classes in school that we had to take. Well, look, after you get arrested 3 or 4 times and you still have the opportunity to continue your career, make music, I'm thinking that, okay, you've dodged the proverbial bullet enough times where maybe it's time to grow up and settle down. And that's one of the reasons, if you know the backstory, he had dated Ashanti back in 2013. They broke up for whatever reasons, probably having to do with his legal issues. And it was a feel-good story how they got back together. They found each other about 10 years later. And now she's pregnant. We're supposed to get married. Yada, blah, blah, blah. And now he's riding around dirty with ecstasy pills and getting arrested for, among other things, not having car insurance. Okay, I have a serious question as a serious journalist. I've never tried ecstasy. What I want to know is that if he was busted while on ecstasy, does that just kill the buzz? I don't know. That's a very good question. Number, you've certainly had plenty of ecstasy. He's not paying attention. Doesn't matter. No. Don't reach for the button now. You know, it's like missing your wife's anniversary, your girlfriend's anniversary. You can't do it 3 days later. The moment's almost too late. You know, that's just something late. I want to declare him a hostile witness right now. Just answer the question. No, I don't think it would ruin the high, but probably just, we don't know this whole thing. We don't know. He's probably just really vibing happy as he's getting pulled over. Probably too happy. You know what I mean? No, we don't know. No soul trust. No something. Ecstasy makes you very happy down there. You know what I mean? Down there, like an aphrodisiac? Kind of, yeah. Okay. Like, just like hiding all the senses, so he's probably just like very on. Oh, so you think, in fact, that instead of killing the buzz, he might have actually felt affection toward the cop busting him? Yeah, busting for sure. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, guess I gotta try this stuff. No. Australian Pink Floyd. Let's open up the phones. Caller number 67 and 68. Caller number 67 and 68. Give us a call at 800-520-1K5, 800-520-1534. If you're caller number 67, caller number 68, you will be going to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum Theater next week on August 14th. Give us a call at 800-520-1K5, 800-520-1534. Caller number 67. Caller number 68. So don't think just because you called in early that's going to help you out. You may want to lay back in the cut for a while. Call like maybe next hour. That's about the time we'll get you. Caller number 67, caller number 68, and the phones have just exploded. 800-520-1K5, 800-520-1534. If you would like to be our guest, you and a guest at Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum Theater next, I think that's Tuesday, whatever the 14th is. The 14th, Tuesday, the 14th at the Orpheum Theater. You can go courtesy of KFI. Caller number 67, caller number 68. 800-520-1K5, 800-520-1534. Why is it looking at me like that? Do you think that we can't count to 67? Is it the phones are blowing up? No, it's one of the hottest tickets in LA. I understand that, you know. Caller number 67, caller number 68, yeah, the phones, they just exploded. People were waiting. Yes, I would like to go myself, but I don't have the benefit of going and taking tickets from the prize that is set aside for prize that has for listeners. That would be caller number 67, caller number 68. I can't partake in the tickets. I can't partake in the ecstasy and do any of that stuff. Wasn't making a joke. See, you laughing at the stuff that wasn't even funny. That was just an observation. It was a statement of fact. They just don't do that. It's just how far. I don't know what he's hoping to. Well, I haven't done it, but based on this conversation, I think I need to add it to the bucket list. Yeah, I have done it. And get a little liberal with those. Yeah, that was it. He was just making a statement. Bucket list just means I want to do it before I die. Be the real builder. Now it's just like a knee-jerk response. It's like, okay, someone finishes a sentence, let me give them
took the rep shot because I can't always be wrong. I guess we just see what happens from here on in. Caller number 67, caller number 68. If you'd like to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum next week on the 14th, you and a guest. 800-520-1K5, 800-520-1534. And at the top of the hour, I'll be joined on the show by Chad Christopher and the director of River of Grass, which is coming up at the Holly Shores Film Festival next week. And also on Friday, we'll give away some tickets for you to see it at its screening at the Holly Shores Film Festival. River of Grass, next up on Lake with Mo Kelly, KFI 40, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you missed it, we got it. KSI. KUST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. Fast News is the local film biz. And Mark Rothschild, KFI 24-hour newsroom. Billy Beerbass has signed off on streamlining the permit processes for local film and TV shoots. He says it's part of an effort to boost local production efforts. The city and county's film partner, Film LA, said last month that on-location filming fell by 12.4% year over year from April through June. Some hospitals in LA County will have to report when they track down unpaid bills. The new county rule is an attempt by the Board of Supervisors to better understand how medical debt is accumulated and collected. Public Health Director Dr. Barbara Ferrer says one goal is to learn how to keep people from falling into debt in the first place.
We're going to have to figure out, in particular for those people who are most vulnerable, what we know about those cases that may help us understand how to make the systems work better.
Hospitals in the unincorporated areas will be required to report to the county every time they go after an outstanding bill. In downtown LA, Michael Monks, KFI News.
The California Attorney General's office has declined to pursue any criminal charges against former LA County Supervisor Sheila Kuehl over allegations of political corruption. Prosecutors also declined to file charges against Patty Giggins, the director of the nonprofit Peace Over Violence. This comes after a nearly 2-year investigation into allegations Kuehl, a longtime friend of Giggins, helped steer a series of no-bid Metro contracts to the nonprofit while she served on the Metro Board of Directors. Three men from LA are accused of robbing a pharmacy in Riverside, as allegedly stole prescription drugs, money, and personal property from employees who were taking off in an SUV.
Our investigators were able to determine the license plate of the suspect vehicle, so they were able to identify at least one of them first.
The Riverside police officer Ryan Railsback says that guy was arrested with a 15-year Corona in June. Police then arrested another guy last month during searches of their homes in LA. The third guy turned himself in the next day. Prosecutors in Riverside County are asking for clues from the public to help identify a woman's killer from 1988.
The cold case sat dormant for decades until forensic genetic genealogy ID'd the woman as Jackie Danette Ebel.
The family had no idea what happened to her. She just disappeared one day. And that's a very painful and certain experience that the family has to go through.
Riverside County DA Senior Investigator Ebony Cabinet says Ebel lived in Long Beach and Bellflower, but her body was found in Paris. The 25-year-old was white, about 5'5", 130 pounds with auburn hair, plus several tattoos, including a horse and flower, the name John, and a Harley-Davidson Eagle. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The water of the Great Barrier Reef has been warmer in the past decade than in some 400 years.
Analyzing coral skeleton samples, lead researchers from Melbourne University found that ocean temps by the reef were largely stable before 1900, and things began to change upward.
BBC Sun River says things really jumped up from 1960 to the present day. It says if the trend continues, researchers warn the huge system off Australia's northeast coast may not survive in years to come. And Britain has mobilized about 6,000 specially trained officers in response to violent rioting and disorder throughout the UK. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says over 400 people have been arrested so far.
100 have been charged, some in relation to online activity, and a number of them are already in court.
London's Metropolitan Police Service says it would do everything in its power to protect the capital. Far-right extremists have been clashing with police for a week over the identity of a person accused of stabbing 3 girls to death in Southport. The suspect was falsely identified as a Muslim immigrant. Sunlight weather from KFI, some patchy fog tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s. Mid-70s in the beaches, low to mid-90s in the valleys and AP, and up to 100 in the Inland Empire. Well, like that Friday, and then a couple degrees warmer for the weekend. It is 70 right now in Orange, 70 in La Habra, 70 in Sherman Oaks, and 70 in Compton, Fort McKay. And please seek help if you have a gambling addiction. We have a crash on the 110 in downtown LA.
That's heading southbound just before the 110. It looks like it's just been cleared out of the 2 middle lanes, so you're driving slowly recovering as you're making away from Normandy. And if you're
Traveling on the 110 heading northbound, stall right at the 110 has been cleared from the right lane as well. Traffic is recovering from Alameda. If you're on the 210 westbound in Arcadia between Santa Avenue and Baldwin Avenue, road work going on there has the right lane off limits. That's set to reopen for you at 5 in the morning. Traveling on the 5 heading southbound Santa Clarita work zone from Cal Road to the 14 has the 2 right lanes coned off. That's set to reopen at 6 a.m. As you make your way on the 60 heading westbound in Chino, that's right at Central. Got a stalled car there that's partially blocking the off-ramp as you're slowly crawling from Mountain Avenue. And road work that's on the 57, that's in Diamond Bar, heading southbound from Pathfinder to Tonner Canyon. Right lane off limits there, set to be open at 5 a.m. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Hey there, folks.
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Perry every single day.
Yeah, T from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. I'll tell you what's happening.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games. We're going to get
Listen to Amy and TJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, or your free iHeart app, and search Amy and TJ and start listening.
KFI AM 640 and iHeart radio station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. KFI AM 640 is later with Bo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. The Holly Shorts Film Festival is a short film festival based right here in LA. Since its establishment in 2005, Holly Shorts has grown into a premier platform for independent filmmakers worldwide. As an Academy Awards qualifying festival, its prestige and influence make it a key destination for filmmakers the world over. In addition, it's celebrating its 20th anniversary this year as the festival begins tomorrow, August 8th, and runs through the 17th. Which brings me to the short film, River of Grass, which is based on true events and also tells the story of a troubled young soldier's reckless behavior upon returning from the Vietnam War, which threatens his family's illegal business in the Florida Everglades. River of Grass will be screening at the Holly Shorts Film Festival on Tuesday, August 13th at the TCL Chinese Theater. And joining me right now is the writer and director of River of Grass, Derek Bagger. Derek, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
And I'm also joined by writer and co-star of River of Grass, Chad Christopher. Chad, we've talked offline for a little bit, and I'm glad we finally got this conversation together. How are you tonight?
I'm doing very well. Hopefully we don't have any fires or earthquakes. It's been a busy week for you.
No guarantees, but Chad, let me start with you. You've had a long career as an actor, and I'm sure that writing has also been your passion. But if you had to choose, which is the more difficult door to kick open in Hollywood, working as an actor or as a writer?
Oh, goodness. I think as a writer, I started acting as a child actor, so it was a little bit easier for me to get into that as a child actor in New York City. But as a writer, for me, that's been a little bit more of a difficult road to get into. But with my background in Florida and Everglades, and then I am also a retired police officer with undercover narcotics, I have a lot of good stories to tell. So I was fortunate enough to team up with Derek, and then the two of us with our other producing partner, John Block, we were able to create this wonderful story.
Hey, Derek, a similar question to you, since Chad directly references you. You two have had a long and successful television career, and I'm sure that informs what you do as a director. But has the industry become more accessible because you have folks out here who can shoot shorts and movies on an iPhone? What has technology meant for you and what you do as a director?
I think technology has definitely helped the way to making creating art easier. I think in terms of the business as a whole has
create something. And I think that we're at a kind of crux in Hollywood where you really have to be a multi-hyphenate in order to make it in this business. And that means whether you're directing, writing, producing, and acting, doing all of those things, it's important that you're able to just kind of go and just create, so that way you just kind of find what avenue you can fit in it.
Hey, Chad, you mentioned that you probably have a lot of stories to tell, given your history as a police officer and having, connection to the Florida Everglades. But we also know that there have been a number of stories about the Miami and South Florida drug trade over the years. But I don't know if there have been many from the standpoint of its origins or connection to the Vietnam War. Why did you and Derek decide to go to this period in history to tell this story, which is based on true events?
Well, I wanted the origin aspect. How did it all really start? If you look at the Florida Everglades, you go all the way back to Prohibition, and Al Capone had a small little island where he was hanging out things and his booze and stuff. So Florida Everglades got a lot of history of criminality happening as it so remote. For me, I wanted something. We've seen a lot of these shows and movies and stuff where it's modern day technology. I wanted something where we are seeing somewhat of the police officers or law enforcement are behind. They don't know how to catch up yet because this is all brand new and they don't have the technology yet to listen in on phone calls and sat phones and all that kind of stuff. So it was more of a cat and mouse game that period of time. And I also really, Derek and I also, as well as John, so like 1969 is just such an amazing time period, and with all of the things happening politically in 1968, and so many things are happening, it's just a weird moment right now. So we just, and I think Derek will also chime in on this, it's a great era, it's a great time, and we wanted to tell a story that hadn't been told yet.
Derek, with that in mind, Chad brings up a lot of what was going on in America at that time. It's complicated, it's convoluted, but you know that this is a short, and you have limited amount of time as far as exposition and just being able to tell this story. How did you approach trying to tell what seems to be a very complicated story in a very short amount of time?
I think it's picking an aspect of kind of an emotional journey and exploring that. I think that for short films, you're asking the audience to be extra intelligent because they have to kind of make their own assumptions in terms of backstory, in terms of certain things that you can't get across because you have a limited amount of time. So it's really about exploring a scene, taking that scene and doing the best you can to explore it, expose it, showcase it to the audience, and then along the way, you hope that the audience creates certain things for your central characters based on the journey that they see in front of them that kind of are the larger arcing things that aren't necessarily on the screen that they sort of can assume based on what they are seeing. And that just makes it kind of, interesting and sort of fun. It's really about exploring an emotional feeling and hoping that you can achieve that journey. And I think that we've succeeded in doing with this short.
Chad, I'm listening to everything that Derek says, and that sounds pretty complicated. You're both writers, you're filmmakers, which means that you have to make some editorial decisions. I call it chopping off appendages because you have to whittle it down to a manageable amount of time. How difficult was that process to make these decisions where you're maybe cutting dialogue, you're cutting scenes, you're maybe even cutting big portions of the story that you originally intended to tell?
Absolutely. There's always going to be projects and times where you're going to have to cut a scene that you love that it's just like, oh man, but it's just for one reason or the other. It's not working. Maybe it's audio, something happened, there's a glitch. But for me, what hurts the most is when Derek decides to cut my scenes because he's the director.
Firstly, if you just tuned in, I'm speaking with Jack Christopher, who you were just listening to, and Derek Backyard, as we are talking about River of Grass, which is going to be screened at the Holly Shorts Film Festival on Tuesday, August 13th at the TCL Chinese Theater. More about River of Grass in just a moment. It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, LBU Mark Bronner, and the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
LAPD says it can enforce the city's rules against house parties and short-term rental properties. A responsible hotel ordinance in effect July 1st, but LAPD says they don't have staff or funding to deal with it. NASA says chances are growing that two test pilots who flew the Boeing capsule to the International Space Station in June may have to switch to SpaceX for a ride home. They say it's still possible the astronauts will return on the Starliner next month, but if it has problems, they could be stuck till February and have to hitch a ride on a SpaceX capsule. And authorities in Austria say they've arrested two suspected extremists, one of whom may have been targeting a Taylor Swift concert for an attack. Now let's check the freeways.
Southbound on the 5 in Santa Clarita got a work zone that has the two right lanes closed off until 6 a.m. And that's in between Cabo to the 14. As you make your way on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, just after Vermont Avenue, things start to slow down for you there. It's going to stay slow until you reach the 110. And if you're traveling on the 110 heading southbound in Elysian Park from Stadium Way to Sunset, right lane closed off until after the Dodger game for traffic control. Watch for some slowing as you approach Academy Road. Southern California's only airport traffic reports. Pedro Moreno.
Hey there, folks.
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Mary every single day.
Tea from Mary. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. I will tell you what's happening.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games.
Listen to me, TJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, free iHeart app, and search TJ and start listening.
iHeartRadio is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Globally, about 1,000 plants we depend on for food and products need to be pollinated by animals, including coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Help stabilize the declining honeybee population by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and testing. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Oh, hey, you. It's Nicole Larkin, New York Times bestselling author, the only financial expert you don't need a dictionary to understand, and now the host of the new iHeartRadio daily podcast, Money Rehab. So here's the deal. I'm going to rehab your wallet so that you can
get your financial life together once and for all. Because we all have money problems, and the biggest mistake we make is not admitting you have a problem. Find Money Rehab on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to your favorite shows.
From films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's Big Sue with the Week in Hollywood History.
August 5th, 1962. One of film's most enduring sex symbols, Marilyn Monroe, is found dead of a drug overdose at her home. She appeared in over 2 dozen films during her 15-year career, winning a Golden Globe for Some Like It Hot. August 6th, 1926. Warner Brothers releases Don Juan, the first feature film with synchronized music and sound effects. It utilized the Vitaphone sound on disc system with audio played from a separate record, timed to the start of the movie. August 7th, 2018. Constance Wu and Henry Golding star in Crazy Rich Asians, the first big studio film with a primarily Asian cast. It becomes the best-grossing romantic comedy of the 2010s, earning $175 million in North America on a $30 million budget. August 9th, 1930. Animated 20s era flapper Betty Boop makes her debut in the short Dizzy Dishes. She appeared in 90 theatrical cartoons till 1939, along with spawning a comic strip and TV specials. August 10th, 1948. The American Broadcasting Company signs on its flagship New York City TV station, cementing its status as a national television network. It had begun operations 4 months earlier as an offshoot of ABC's longtime radio network.
That's the Week in Hollywood History on iHeartRadio.
Finally sent her to Mexico to clean up that mess, and she just didn't want to do it. Well, what do you think's going to happen if she becomes president? I see zero indication that she would do anything to make it more difficult to come illegally into this country.
John Combs.
She is a really, really bad choice.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and if you're just tuning in, I have 2 guests on the line with me, both Derek Maggard and Chad Christopher. We're talking about their new short, which is River of Grass, which is screening at the Holly Shorts Film Festival this coming Tuesday, August 13th at the TCL Chinese Theater. And let's pick it up right there. Chad, talk to me about River of Grass, where we pick up the story, what is happening.
We first see our returning Larry, our youngest member of the Johnson family. He's just now coming home from war. His mom's literally picked him up in their, I forget what Derek and I rented, but it was a beautiful, like 1967 truck. He's still in his uniform, so he's literally just coming home and seeing his family for the first time. And Derek, you want to kind of take it over from there? You can go further describe the scenes.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Larry comes home, and really it's about his sort of reintegration with his family, feeling out the family dynamics, as well as dealing with PTSD, which is a very kind of complicated and nuanced thing, especially in our story. I think the PTSD it's not just because of the fighting that happened. It's also because he lost someone very important to him in his platoon. So it's a very complicated thing. And then I think he's also kind of finding his way now that he's back home. His father has passed away. His father passed away while he was gone. What do the family dynamics look like? What does this place in his family look like? How do I deal with this PTSD that I don't really understand? And kind of, it sort of just kind of unfolds and unravels from there.
Cover head in the camps.
Let's get something straight. Now, I know you went to war. That's admirable. When it comes to this business, you don't know shit. When you were out playing catch with Daddy in the yard, I was the one that was looking over at the swamp. I was the one that picked up those
and like, wow, I want to see that, and they have a chance to see that on August 13th at the TCL Chinese Theaters as part of the Holly Shorts Film Festival. But beyond River of Grass, when their jurists see the film, or people see the film, potential investors, distributors, is there any real likelihood or possibility that someone could see your short or someone else's and say, look, we need to tell more of this story and build it out to a feature-length film?
Oh, absolutely. And Derek and John, our other producer partner, writing partner, and myself, we have a feature we've written, and we are in pre-production. Derek is going to be the director. We're working with our wonderful casting director, and we're talking with some people to get them on board. We're working with investors. Derek Magyar, Flying Lessons, his production company. We're making this. It's going to be a great drama, but action, airboats, alligators, drugs, swamps. Our kind of film, or at least the kind of film I like to see.
Hey, Derek, let me put it this way. I don't want to assume. Are you going to be in the theater when River of Grass is being screened? And if so, are you listening for audience reaction? Are there certain cues and you're hoping that certain moments will go over and you'll get an audience reaction? What is going through your mind on that night, do you think?
I'm always terrified, anxiety, that's part of it, but overall, I'm excited, and I think that this is a short that works really well on all cylinders. I think that we really created something where you're really able to follow the arc of our protagonist, who is Larry, and really follow this sliver of the journey that he's on. And I think the audience will really feel an emotional connection to him. And if they feel that emotional connection to him, and they feel the turmoil that he's going through, that makes them say,
Chad, what's the process to get in Holly Shorts or any other film festival? We hear about the film festivals, and I think lay people kind of sort of understand their role and importance. But what can Holly Shorts do for you, this movie, and others beyond, obviously, if it were to be picked up or financed?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, just the opportunity for the exposure to be able to have a film that Derek, myself, John, so many people worked on. We did it first half of COVID, second half of the union strikes, and everybody got paid. So just the fact that we have a film that was accepted into a festival, it is the Holly Shorts, as like you mentioned, qualifying Oscar. So it's just a great opportunity. Derek is the one that actually put this all together with his wonderful publicist team that he can talk a little bit more about. He was the one that actually was able to get us into the Holly Shorts.
Yeah, I think that we wanted to premiere the film at a festival in the U.S. that we thought did the film justice. And Holly Shorts is an incredible festival that's put together by a really wonderful group of people. I have a friend who actually premiered his film at Holly Shorts, and his film ended up winning the Oscar that year. So, I think, I don't expect that kind of thing. It's certainly a wonderful festival to be able to be a part of and be able to premiere our film at.
Well, all I can say is we will be pulling for you. We will be rooting for you. And I'm talking about River of Grass, which will be screening at the Holly Shorts Film Festival, as you've been hearing, on Tuesday, August 13th at the TCL Chinese Theater. In fact, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets so you can see River of Grass on this Friday during Name That Movie Cult Classic. I do want to thank my guests. You just heard the voice of Derek Magyar, who is writer and director for River of Grass, and also Chad Christopher, is writer and co-star of River of Grass. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on this evening. Thank you for your work. We're definitely pulling for you.
Thank you, Mo. I appreciate your time. I always love listening to your show. And you are entertaining, informative, and you keep everybody up to date about what's going on around the world. So we thank you.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure to be a part of this, and we really appreciate your words and your encouragement, and keep doing what you're doing. I think it is really important. We're living in turbulent times, that's for sure, and actually this movie is a reflection on that. So I really hope that people come and check it out and really get to kind of converse afterward about how it kind of connects to actually what's going on today, which is actually pretty interesting.
Well, Thank you, gentlemen. And we'll be checking out to see where all this leads.
Thank you, Mo. Appreciate it.
It's later with Mo Kelly. Camp by AM 640. We're live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the Camp by 24-hour news.
A $9 million bond issue will be on the November ballot for voters in the LA School District. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says a lot of infrastructure needs to be addressed.
Many of our students are learning in old, outdated classrooms, buildings, while some schools have already been updated and modernized. That contrast, that difference, must be rejected by all of us.
If approved, property owners would see around a 2.5-cent additional charge for every $100 of assessed value. 3 guys from LA are accused of robbing a pharmacy in Riverside.
The 3 allegedly ran into a pharmacy with masks and gloves on. One of the guys allegedly had a handgun.
They robbed not just, some prescription drugs and money from the pharmacy, but they actually robbed the 5 employees.
Riverside police officer Ryan Railsback says police were able to use the license plate information of the getaway car to track down one of the robbers from June. He was arrested on the 15 in Corona. Police then served search warrants at the other 2 guys' homes in LA last month. One of the guys was arrested during the raids. The other guy turned himself in the next day. In LA, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
President Biden says he isn't confident a peaceful transfer of power will take place if former President Trump loses the election. He told CBS during an interview that people weren't taking Trump's past comments about a bloodbath if he loses seriously, saying you can't love your country only when you win. Trump made the comments back in March, saying later he'd accept the results if it was a fair, legal, and good election. This comes after Trump was charged with trying to overturn the 2020 election. And the NCAA says former University of Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh had contact with recruits and players while access was restricted during the pandemic. They claim Harbaugh engaged in unethical conduct, failed to promote an atmosphere of compliance, and violated head coach responsibilities. Harbaugh left the national championship to coach the LA Chargers. U of M has already received 3 years of probation, a fine, and recruiting limits. Some light weather from KFI's and patchy fog, later lows in the mid-60s overnight. Sunny tomorrow, highs in the mid-80s, mid-70s at the beaches, low to mid-90s in the valleys and AV, to 100 at the IE. It'll be about like that Friday, and then heat up a couple degrees for the weekend. Right now it's 73 in Burbank, 69 in Orange, and we're heading to a crash on the 60 in South El Monte.
That's heading eastbound right before Santa Anita Avenue. That's taking away the 2 left lanes, and the drive starts to sack up pretty heavily right at San Gabriel Boulevard. Arcadia 210 westbound on Warsaw from Santa Anita to Baldwin Avenue has the right lane closed off. That's set to reopen for you at 5 a.m. And some more road work. This is on the 710 heading south at Long Beach from Long Beach Boulevard to Del Amo. Right lane is closed there. That's scheduled until 6 in the morning. And Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino. 2024 iHeartRadio News Festival presented by Capital One. September 21st, T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, streaming live.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
See, Father, ready for longer, bright, brighter. All the side effects, all the repercussions we will give corporations direct access to our brains.
From iHeartRadio comes a mind-bending new original sci-fi thriller. You see, the plan is not just to launch a new product, but to launch a whole starring John Wick.
An absolute software platform that feeds directly to the human brain.
It's a safe application with one very simple benefit. You never have to sleep again.
Trance, something happened. These subjects were totally changed, damaged, and several people already dead. You could remember my group. Something happened to me. To all of us.
We all have a multiple version of ourselves. Sometimes it just takes the right stimulation to bring out the best one.
Something else is taking over. Something small and strong. is asleep. Has no freedom. Someone that is filled with pure hatred for the rest of us. For all weaknesses. For all humanity. Tomorrow's Monsters. From iHeartRadio, Flint Picture Company, Psychopia Pictures, and Upper Room Productions.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
Nicholas Galantina has seen a star rise in the past few years following all procedurals in the rom-coms The Idea of You and Red, White, and Royal Blue, and now it's taking him to the planet Eternia. Yep, the 29-year-old Brett has snagged the role of He-Man in the upcoming film reboot of Masters of the Universe. In development since at least 2019, Noah Centineo and later Kyle Allen had previously been set to follow in Dolph Lundgren's footsteps for the 1987 version. But as the project moved from studio to studio, Alan Seed was hired on for the part. Co-production with Mattel, Laura last year's top-grossing Oscar winner Barbie, this new reboot of Masters of the Universe is due out in theaters next summer. Nicholas Galantine's recent hits, The Idea of You and Red, White, and Royal Blue, are both streaming on Prime Video. Alright, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
KFI AM 640.
iHeartRadio station.
More stimulating talk.
John Wick fan. John Wick 1, 2, 3, Chapter 4, Parabellum, whatever. I don't care what the names about. I'm a fan of John Wick. I did not like the Continental at all. That abomination prequel. I don't know why they did that. I didn't make it to the end of it. It's going to be well. And I bring that up because there is going to be a John Wick 4 sequel series. Not a movie, but a series. And it's supposed to be the High Table, which promises to combine new and old and thrust the Wick universe into a new age. It didn't say John Wick. It said the Wick universe. Like the Continental was the Wick universe. And I don't want to give it away, but John Wick at the end of 4 went off into the wilderness. You know, like the Wick universe isn't quite as fun without Wick. Yeah. I think. Oh, I know. No, look, they're doing a series on Wesley's character. Which one? The blind guy. Oh, Donnie Yen. I'm sorry. Yeah, they're doing a series on him. They're doing a series on the ballerinas. All of the Russian ballerinas that we were introduced to in 3. And this series hopefully will bring back a lot of the characters that we saw throughout the John Wick universe, just different side characters that can take it to another. Yeah, look, I know the concept. It's like the Matrix without Neo. No, but this is. I watched Donnie Yen read the phone book. This is not as bad as I thought. No. But it's not his story. He's just one of the characters who will be featured in the story. It'd be different if it was his breakaway standalone story. Individuals who are looking to take Wick's place as, the Baba Yaga. Who's going to be the next Baba Yaga? See, that doesn't interest me. What does interest me, that it's going to be written by the Old Man co-creator, Robert Levine. I like the Old Man. Yes. So that's new season coming out on Hulu in just days. But I don't know if that is going to be this. No, I can't believe some producing. So it's not like he's not someone. No. I don't need him to produce anything on screen because it's John Wick. I think someone else can kill as well as John Wick. I don't know. Obviously, this is supposed to take place after John Wick 4. So it's a sequelization, moving the story forward. I don't care about the high table. I care about John Wick. I want to know what happens to John Wick after that. I know supposedly he's in the ground. I know that Commons character to come back. Didn't he come back at one point? No, not yet. Okay. But still, so they bring him back. So they bring back the guy that
We killed with a book in the library. 7'5".
That was such a great fight scene.
It's a great fight scene, but I don't know if that sustains a TV show. Look, the hardest thing about these TV shows is when you have everyone except the person everyone wants to see. You know, it's almost like when you had the movie Gotham, the TV show Gotham. You had everybody except Batman. And the show suffered because why are you calling it Gotham? The only person who really care about Gotham is the King Crusader. It's nice that you have a young Penguin. It's nice that you have a young Catwoman and all that. But if it never gets to Batman, then we're just looking at a young, kid that's eventually going to grow into Batman. I don't care about a young Bruce Wayne.
I want to argue with you, but I watched the first couple episodes of Gotham and it was like, yeah, I can live without this.
Can I live without it? Now, Tuala liked it. I don't know why he stayed with it for many seasons.
I couldn't do it to the end. I watched it till he became Batman in the end.
And that's when the series ended, when he became Batman.
Yeah. But I thought to myself, to me, this is a great series because you need to know what actually drives a man or young man beyond just being mad and angry, but what drives this individual to put on this cape and gown and go out at night and fight bad guys. What goes into the Penguin? He's not just some dude who likes fish. That's not what that was.
I liked how they gave the characters backstories. I didn't like how they all knew each other and they dealt with each other on some level. Bruce Wayne and what's her name? Selena Kyle. But they were just his kids.
His kids, not his kids, but they're giving that backstory. They were always familiar, but all of the rogues in Gotham, they all know each other. That's not.
But it's almost like, I want to make a comparison here. It's almost like Sony Spider-Man universe. You have everybody except Spider-Man.
Okay. Yeah, that's bad.
You know, if I'm going to be tuning into the John Wick universe and never get to see John Wick, it's not as interesting. Not to me, at least.
If there's good killing, but under the high table, you're not going to be.
No, because that's just any other killing TV show. It's like, what's the Bourne Identity without Jason Bourne?
Well, we all saw that awful Jeremy Renner.
Yeah,
that made without him.
That was bad.
Okay, not quality. Case in point.
God gives away with one hand, takes with the other, whatever. However that saying goes, we might be getting another Keanu Reeves Constantine movie.
Now, that is something I've wanted to see since the very first one.
Absolutely.
I don't know how that movie managed to not get a sequel immediately.
Yeah, it's long overdue.
It was well done. It was well acted. It was not overly special effects. It was the guy who played the devil, can't remember his name. He's a character actor. He's actually Russian in real life, and he's really good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that Keanu Reeves has absolutely nothing in common with the Constantine that we know from every other form of media is no big deal. It was just a great movie they built around it.
They could have called it Stan instead of Constantine. It would have been fine. Stan, the Demon Slayer. And it was just well done. And they never came back to it for all the other movies, which did get sequels. I have no idea what they did. And Keanu Reeves was still a background star when that movie was made.
Peter Stormare,
that's right. Yes.
Doug Martin, right there, they are doing it's leaning heavier into the words going to be rated R. And DC was inspired to do it, surprisingly, after the success of the first Joker, because they were worried about would Constantine work as a rated R film. So, like, PG-13, they think that pushed people off from not going to see it. But now they're like, oh, wait a minute. People will go and see a rated R film from DC. Let's do it.
Did they ever give up on that rated R Spawn?
No. As far as I understood, he was actually talking about it at Comic-Con this year. It's moving forward, still has Jamie Foxx attached. So, yeah.
Jamie Foxx, interesting.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx is awesome.
One thing is they still bring back Michael Jackson as far as I'm concerned. You know, his house it was in. I don't know. Going back to John Wick, the high table, they need to atone for Continental.
I never finished it. I saw the first two episodes and said, get this trash back.
And you would think I'd be more inclined to see John Wick on the
the high table because it's a sequel that moves the story forward. I don't really care for prequels because I know that there are real stakes for the main characters because they gotta live to get to the stuff that we already know happened. So that takes a lot of the fun out of it for me. But I'll need someone to watch this for me and give some high marks before I go donate my time. Oh, and real quickly, while I'm thinking of it, I saw this Mel Gibson movie today, and I think it's called Caller on the Line, where Mel Gibson plays this radio host, this shock jock radio host, and I think I saw it on the Max app. And I don't want to give it away because it's a thriller and there's some twists, but as radio people, you have to see it. It's not good, let me tell you this, but you gotta see it all so I can pick it apart on air. I want you to sacrifice the time. I think it's called On the Line, but it stars Mel Gibson as a shock jock radio host, and this is what I knew was going to be bad. He's a radio host in LA for this radio station, which is 100.3 on FM. Not a podcast. That's important. Because every other word out of his mouth is profanity. He's dropping F-bombs and everything. It's like on the air. On the air. Every type of profanity you can imagine. And he's doing it on 100.3 FM. This is supposed to like KALT or something. This music station. They have Kevin Dillon from Entourage on it. There's some people in it, but they can get him. Yes, he was available. And there's some other recognizable faces, but it's an interesting concept about the crazy caller to the radio station at night. And that's all I'm going to say. You ought to check it out. It's good, man. It's bad because you're laughing like, it can't happen. It can't happen because you're listening. Well, I was watching it through a radio professional's eyes. Like, you just can't cuss with impunity on the radio, dropping F-bombs. You'd be off the air in 5 minutes. But they do it in this, and there's some other outlandish, unbelievable things. Worth your time. I'm surprised your first clue that it was going to be crap wasn't that it starred Mel Gibson. I'm looking for this. Okay, On the Line. I've seen Yard, Monster Summer. Yes, called On the Line. It came out in 2022. Oh, I'm looking for 2024. It says, a provocative and edgy radio host must play a dangerous game of cat and mouse with a mysterious caller who's kidnapped his family and is threatening to blow up the whole station. Yeah, I see it now. There's some parallels. Did someone already kidnap his family in another movie? Yeah, that's a recurring motif. Yeah, that's what Mel Gibson does. But just as radio professionals, I want you guys to check it out. Give it some time and tell me what you think. I'm asking you. Okay, all right, this is rough. Yeah, I don't know if I owe that to anybody. It's rough. I said it for the favor. I didn't say that you owe it to anyone. I'm saying it'd be great for you to review as a movie critic. Can we play some greatest hits of his real life stuff if we do a review of it? Yes, we can. Yeah, I mean, we probably can't play any of that in the year either without you get paid, but yeah, you can. That'd be all please. Yes, it would be. Yeah. It's like we'll check in with George Norrie when we come back. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now we're running the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A magnitude 4.4 earthquake is hit about 19 miles south of Bakersfield. It hit a little after 7 p.m. It was followed by a couple aftershocks that could be felt near the Grapevine and other parts of central California. A new report shows the number of monthly abortions in the U.S. has gone up slightly in the first 3 months of 2024 compared with before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Just under 99,000 per month compared with 84,000 in the 2 months before the Dobbs decision. And magician David Copperfield has been sued for trashing and neglecting his penthouse in Manhattan to the tune of $2.5 million in damage, which includes a rooftop pool that burst and flooded the apartments below. Now let's head to a crash on the 60 in El Monte.
That's heading eastbound right at Santa Anita Avenue. It's going to be taken away the 3 left lanes. Your drive is heavy as you come up to San Gabriel Boulevard. 101 heading southbound in downtown LA right at Mission. Got a crash there that has the 2 middle lanes blocked. You'll see traffic standing up right around Benson Way. And a work zone on the 57 northbound in Fullerton from Yorba Linda Boulevard to Imperial Highway. Car carpool in a left lane off limits there. That's set to reopen for you at 5 a.m. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
Hear all the exciting moments on the free iHeartRadio app, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What is it that you thought your brother did for a living?
Well, I knew that he was, for the most part, I had a feeling he was in the business of gaming.
That is William Michael Bulger, or Billy, as he's usually called. His 18-year reign as president of the Massachusetts Senate is still, to this day, the longest tenure in history. Once his historic run was finished, he became the president of the University of Massachusetts. He has also received his Doctor of Jurisprudence from Boston College Law School, and he has more than 20 honorary degrees from a wide variety of esteemed institutions. And despite all of these accomplishments and accolades, what William Michael Bulger will most likely be remembered for is something that is largely out of his control. It is the one thing in life that is out of everyone's control. Family.
Feeling like you had time to do that.
That is James Bulger. You may know him better as Whitey. Billy's story would never be complete without Whitey, and vice versa. But there are more people involved than just the two brothers from the Old Harbor Village Housing Project in South Boston. To examine the lives of the Bulger brothers, one must examine the brutal deaths of 19 relatively unknown souls. This is a story about evil incarnate. This is Dirty Rats.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Grateful Dead is lining their archives again with a new box set on the way. Titled Friend of the Devils, April 1978, the collection consists of 8 previously unreleased shows from that month in Florida, Atlanta, North Carolina, Virginia, and West Virginia. All told, it's 19 discs of material from the iconic band, though with a limited run of just 10,000 numbered copies. A preview of the first single, U.S. Cruise, is posted on the Grateful Dead YouTube channel, and pre-orders for the September 20th release of Friend of the Devils, April 1978, are being taken at dead.net. Fine. And that's what's poppin' at camps on iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of streams.
Here's two popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at #8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to #6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to #5. And landing at #4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at #2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
How many times do you think AI is going to eliminate? And what do you do with someone who's in their 50s and has no experience? I don't think there's an easy answer this way. Not at all. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI 640 Lakewood will kill it live. Everywhere the iHeartRadio app. Be sure to check out the podcast later on tonight at KFI640.com. or whenever you use to download your podcast. And in a few minutes, we'll have Coast to Coast AM with George Norton. He joins me right now on the line. Good evening, sir.
Hello, Mr. Kelly. We've got a great show tonight. The numbers lady joins us to tell us about numerology, what our numbers mean, and then later on, we're going to talk about super consciousness. Coast to Coast.
All right, then. Hope to hear from you soon.
See you soon. That was a good movie, buddy. Mel Gibson.
Oh, you saw it. So, without giving it away, what did you think of his portrayal of the shock job?
Somebody needed to tell them the laws of radio.
It's like, you can't do that.
I think they thought they were doing a broadcast.
Well, they thought they were on Sirius XM, and I said, no, that is a broadcast station that they're supposedly portraying. It's like, no, that would never happen. But
I'll tell you what, though, the industry has changed because we have guests that we have to beep sometimes.
Oh, you too?
Because they think they can get away with it.
We have callers when we do our Friday night game, and they will call in, and we tell them, don't cuss, no, get on the air, and they'll make a mistake, and they say, oh, whatever, and it's like, look, we can't cuss, and we catch as much as we can, but if you're listening over the stream, you're still going to hear it.
Absolutely. There's some things I want to get close to say.
And you're pretty straight-laced. I mean, I know I'm probably pretty offensive to you, and I appreciate you tolerating me.
Well, I have to.
I told you. I love you too. So, before we get out of here, to all of you looked up the movie On the Line with Mel Gibson. It came out in late 2022. No one had ever heard of it. It's on Netflix. You can check it out right now. I didn't even see this online. I used to watch this, but the trailer is actually very intriguing. This trailer, it sucks you in, and now I actually have to watch this. It is actually a really, really good trailer. And the way that it's tense, and I can see if this is a podcast or a satellite show that they're doing, then this is perfect. This is supposed to be terrestrial radio. It's terrestrial radio. It's tough, but still the setup is great. The setup is great. And I'm going to play the trailer so we know we're all talking about at the same time. And it looks believable. It looks believable to me. All right. Settle in, relax. Give me a call. This is On the Line.
We're expecting your calls. Talk to Elvis live on air and tell him about all your issues and problems.
It is the greatest radio host. Okay, we got Gary on the line. What say you, Gary? Gary, you with us?
I'm going to do something really screwed up tonight.
You know?
No.
Does the home belong to someone you know?
No. It belongs to somebody not very nice.
And I'm going to take out his whole family. Gary, what's that?
I'm bringing him to the house.
Hey, Gary, stop waiting. Come on, wife hurt his family. I mean, they're innocent. You better than that, Gary. Tell me calmly. Where exactly are you?
I'm at your house. Honey. Tonight, I've gone out of my way to make sure you spend the worst night of your life. See, I've created a game, and I think you're going to love it.
Still end well.
And I don't want it to end well. I don't want to die. We don't want to die. You gotta fight. That will be easy. No, I want you to kill me. So how about you tell us the truth? We're all listening.
Show yourself, Justice Number 7. So to Wallace, homework assignment, he's going to check out On the Line with Mel Gibson. It's not a new movie, but it's something that's new to us because it wasn't advertised, it wasn't promoted at all. We love movies. None of us had known anything about it. I saw this like Mel Gibson, radio host, shock jock. Let's see what this is about. I was flipping, and it came up on the stuff that we think you like, that kind of thing. Recommended lists. I said, okay, I'll give them 10 minutes. And it helped me for 10 minutes, and I started laughing out loud. As like George was saying, you can't do some of the stuff that they were doing, but I'm not gonna hold the movie to that because it's a movie, not real life. But it's interesting how they resolved everything, and I would love to get your input. So that means you would have to watch it to the end to understand everything. That's all I can say. I don't want to give it away. I'm gonna do it. Mark, with me. Well, if I can have a cocktail and one of those, I'll definitely watch it with a cocktail. I gotta have it out of one of those new Mo Kelly mugs, though. A mouthful of Mo, and then maybe I can deal with the movie. So I gotta make it weird. I didn't make anything weird. Yes, you did. I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me up next. Costco. Hey, I'm George North. My name's Explorer Live. Everywhere. The iHeartRadio app.
Emotional stimulating talk. It's more. KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 2 seconds can make all the difference. Mark Rothschild live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's new earthquake warning system has worked. Many people across SoCal, including this guy, knew a 5.2 quake was coming last night thanks to the system.
I was on my phone and then I got another article saying there was going to be an earthquake. And so I was like, I was just ready for it.
Mueller gave people around 10 to 15 seconds to brace and take cover. The USGS says the quake in Kern County had 28 aftershocks from 2.5 to 4.5 magnitude. The LA School District is asking voters in November to approve a $9 billion bond.
The district says it really has $80 billion in immediate infrastructure needs, but $9 billion will get the ball rolling on things like retrofitting old buildings, adding new HVAC, and improving green space. Superintendent Alberto Carvalho says it's unfair that some schools are already renovated.
And then you drive down the road 1 mile and you see a completely different world that I cannot explain.
If voters agree, the bond would add about 2.5 cents for every $100 of assessed value on a property in downtown LA. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The jury in LA County has found a man guilty of sending his 17-year-old son to kill rapper P&B Rock. Freddie Trone was convicted of 1 count of murder, 2 counts of robbery, and 1 count of conspiracy to commit robbery. During the 2-week trial, both sides agreed the teen walked into a restaurant in South LA in 2022 and shot the hip-hop star while he was eating with the mother of his 4-year-old daughter, stealing his jewelry. The now 19-year-old is charged with murder, but a judge found he's not competent to stand trial. A new study shows kids in LA County may be more likely to get hit by a car at certain times of the year.
An analysis of 10 years of CHP data by the Ryan Law Group focused on pedestrian collisions involving children 5 to 17 years old.
From July to August, there's about a 10 to 30% spike in pedestrian traffic-related accidents, and we attribute that to primarily the return of children back to school.
Lawyer Andrew Ryan says while data also shows an overall decrease in pedestrian crashes from 2013 to last year, he says the results highlight the importance of both drivers and students to exercise caution as kids return to school. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A federal judge in Boston has ruled Harvard University failed its Jewish students and must face a lawsuit over anti-Semitism on campus. The ruling comes after some students claimed they faced threats on campus after the October 7th attacks in Israel.
He said that the school may well have taken some steps, but he said it was more of a haphazard response. He's not ruling on the merits of the claims just yet.
Aaron Katersky says the judge ruled there's a legitimate allegation in the suit. Harvard says it has and will continue to address the root causes of anti-Semitism on campus. And Turkey has filed a request with the UN court to join South Africa's genocide lawsuit against Israel. Turkey's ambassador to the Netherlands submitted the declaration of intervention to the International Court of Justice in The Hague. The Foreign Ministry says no country is above international law, and it's important crimes committed by Israel don't go unpunished. Turkey suspended trade with Israel in May for its assault on Gaza. Turkey's president has also called Hamas a liberation movement. Southland weather from KFI, some patchy fog tonight, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, mid-70s at the beaches, low to mid-90s in the valleys and AV, up to 100 in the Inland Empire. About the same Friday, then a couple degrees warmer for the weekend. Right now it's 70 in Brea, 67 in San Clemente, 69 in Koreatown, 71 in Agoura Hills, and we've got a crash on the 101 in downtown LA.
This is southbound at Mission. The 2 middle lanes are blocking up stop traffic from Glendale Boulevard. In South Ilani on the 60 eastbound at Santa Anita Avenue, an accident has the 3 left lanes blocked. blocked. You've got stop traffic there from Paramount Boulevard. And in Whittier, on the 605 southbound at Rose Hills Road, an accident involving a bus. The two right lanes are blocked and stop traffic from the 60. A couple of work zones to be aware of in Cactus City on the 10 eastbound between Dillon Road and Frontage Road. The right lane is going to be closed until 5 a.m. Out to Moreno Valley on the 60 eastbound between Gilman Springs and Jackrabbit Trail. You got moving closures across various lanes till about 6 a.m. And in Hesperia on the 15 northbound between Ranchero and the 395, alternating lane closures until 9 a.m. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Line, and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In the 70s, as it was happening, a lot of us probably thought, gee, there's a lot going on. But looking back at a decade of violence, it was just crazy. It was a crazy time.
Most serial killers don't make any effort to involve media or investigators. They're very secretive. They don't really want attention. They almost want their crimes to go unnoticed. But the idea of committing a crime and then calling up the police and bragging about it, that's a whole other level of terror.
A man who wore a medieval-style executioner's hood,
With that, the police and that, the media, he seems to crave publicity. He sent letters and cryptograms to newspapers and the police. The subject stated, I want to report a murder. No, a double murder. I get it.
Here we are, 50 years after the first Zodiac. In today's world of forensics, old cases are being solved. We're talking about probably the most famous cold case in the last century or so in terms of its trauma and being unsolved. Who doesn't want to know how it turns out? From iHeart Radio, House of Forts, making it for TV. This is Monster, the Zodiac Killer.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
sequels, spin-offs, and reboots all the rage right now. Can you blame Eddie Murphy for going with the flow? And introduce the world to his latest project, Netflix's Beverly Hills Cop X Left, the fourth film of the action comedy series. Murphy spilled the beans that there's a fifth installment already in development. He also broke the news that he started voicing his role as Donkey in a fifth Shrek film, and that they're working on a spin-off for his character. Neither Netflix, who took over the Beverly Hills Cop franchise, or DreamWorks Animation, who produces the Shrek movies, and made any announcements about these films. Eddie Murphy further revealed he expected the new Shrek to be out next year. In the meantime, Beverly Hills Cop X Left is streaming on Netflix. Alright, and that's what's poppin' at Camps on iHeartRadio.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation or around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. And tonight, super consciousness. Here's what's happening. The grand opening of Earth's Coast Water Park was thrown into chaos when a chemical spill put 16 people in the hospital. Deadly gas swept across a pool of Great Lodge Water Park outside of Houston, Texas. Reconstruction including the sulfuric acid as the celebrations got underway. Fire officials declared a hazmat incident and 16 affected workers rushed into nearby hospitals with a convoy bed. Taylor Swift's 3 concerts in Austria were canceled after 2 men were arrested for plotting terror attacks at her shows in Vienna. The summer singer was scheduled to perform Thursday, Friday, Saturday as part of her tour. Then organizer
music shared on Instagram, we have no choice but to cancel the 3 scheduled shows for everyone's safety. My gosh. Egypt and Britain asked their airlines to avoid Iranian and Lebanese airspace amid growing fears of a possible broader conflict in the region after the killing of senior members of militant groups of Hamas and Hezbollah. Meanwhile, Hezbollah looks increasingly like it may strike Israel independent of whatever Iran may intend to do, according to 2 sources familiar with the intelligence. The Lebanese-based group is moving faster than Iran is and claiming that it is looking to strike Israel in the coming days. Howard Bloom, the author of the Lucifer Principle, with us. Howard, strange situation, isn't it?
Yeah, and we're waiting for the other shoe to drop. LeBron is lining up in stock. Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh was assassinated on July 31st 1 week ago. Iran's supreme leader vowed to avenge his blood and said that Iran would hit Israel with a severe punishment. The head of one of Iran's proxy armies, Hezbollah in Lebanon, added that there will be an attack of rage and revenge that will make Israel weak. The Hezbollah leader revealed that the attack will come from all of Iran's proxy armies in the Middle East, probably simultaneously, including Hezbollah in Lebanon to Israel's north, the Houthis in Yemen to Israel's southeast, and Hamas in Gaza to Israel's south. So why had Iran attacked yet? What's holding things up? Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah says the delay is a psychological ploy designed to torment the Israelis. He says the enemy now must wait. The Israeli week-long expectation of a response is part of the campaign and part of the punishment. It's part of the war. Psychological warfare, he emphasizes, is part of the campaign. On top of that, the holy books of Islam dictate strict terror into the hearts of your enemies by plunging them into darkness about when and where the awful attack will come. But there's more. While Israel is lining up its allies in the West, Iran, too, is pulling together its global allies. It is tightening its bonds with its fellow nations in the axis of evil, and it is tightening another set of bonds that we Americans don't know exist. Iran has been strengthening its ties to the biggest intergovernmental organization outside the United Nations, an organization of 57 nations, an organization whose members have a total population of over 2 billion people, 1/4 of the population of the earth. That association is called the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. From Sunday, August 4th to Tuesday, August 6th, yesterday, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation held what it called an extraordinary meeting in Saudi Arabia to hear Iran's case against Israel. The organization's 57 members squarely lined up on Iran's side. Even Saudi Arabia, a nation that until recently had been carrying out a hidden war against Iran, came out supporting Iran, calling the assassination of Hamas political chief and a military guest house in Iran's capital, Tehran, a blatant violation of Iran's sovereignty. The chairman of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, who is from the African nation of Gambia, said the sovereignty and territorial integrity of nation-states are fundamental principles underpinning the international order. Respecting those principles has profound implications, and their violation equally carries significant consequences. More important, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation's only nuclear member, Pakistan, pledged to provide Iran with medium-range ballistic missiles. But there was a hitch. Iran called on all 57 nations of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation to cut diplomatic and economic ties with Israel. The nations with those ties, countries like the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, refused to go along with this request. Nonetheless, the 57 nations of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation signaled their support for Iran's revenge, and they gave an Israeli lecturer on Iranian policy, Mayor Javadan, called diplomatic legitimacy for Iran's upcoming attack. But more worrisome than the Organization of Islamic Cooperation is Iran's other alliance, the Axis of Evil, a military alliance that includes Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, Syria, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. 3 member states in this Axis of Evil have nuclear weapons. On Monday, August 5th,
Russia sent its top general and head of its security staff, Sergei Shoigu, to Iran with promises of advanced weapons. The weapons Russia is providing include Sukhoi Su-35 fighter jets, advanced air defense systems, and advanced radar systems. All weapons that can make Israel's most potent arm, its air force, useless. However, Vladimir Putin is laying down a line. He says these weapons must not be used to kill Israeli civilians. So why is Iran making a proposal to spread? Waiting for what the Iranians call Iran's punishment. Iran has needed time to line up its allies and to ensure that its next move is not just a Middle Eastern problem, it is a global problem.
We report on keep following up with reports. U.S. stocks wavered Wednesday, giving back earlier gains as investors tried to recover from the week's bruising losses. The Dow fell 234 points after gaining more than 400 points earlier in the day. John Sherman Bowles is with us, the author of the coming financial crisis. John, it's still a little skittish out there, isn't it?
It's skittish, George. I think this is, frankly, however, a buying opportunity. I don't think the market's going to continue down in terms of a real setback. I think it'll bounce back, at least in the short term. Longer term, the country's got problems with a $35 trillion national debt, George. The interest on that debt was hundreds of billions of dollars a year. The Treasury is about to renew a bunch of bonds at a higher interest rate. So, and particularly, this scene is governed by politics. If on the slight chance that Kamala Harris wins the presidency, the market will take.
Think that big time, you think?
Yes, I do. I mean, she's very anti-business, and this all sides she's got as a vice president is, three steps to the left of the mouth they talk.
I have to watch what happens next. Not sure. Up next, the numbers lady, Liz McCants, joins us later on tonight. We'll take calls with her, your calls. She'll give you a little reading. Next on Coast to Coast AM. You're probably careful with your personal information, but what about the other places that have it? The doctor's office that mixed up your files. They have your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service as your payment info and last three addresses. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport info. Your information is in endless places outside of your control. Any one of them could accidentally expose you to hackers and identity theft, lack security, breaches, or simple mistakes. LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second and alerts you to primary threats. If your identity is stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it, guaranteed your money back. Plans covering up to $50 million for stolen funds and expenses. Mistakes happen. Don't let not having protection be one of them. Save up to 40% your first year at LifeLock.com with promo code George. That's promo code George at LifeLock.com to save up to 40% from it. In these crazy times, there is peace of mind and security. But think about this. You're not financially secure while your eggs are in one basket. Gold and silver are excellent ways to diversify your savings. Do my friends at Virtual Group. You can own physical gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. Fixed coast to $98.98 and receive a free no-obligation info kit. This is one thing you can do to secure your family's savings. Again, fixed coast to $98.98.
Suffer from headaches, general inflammation, or arthritis? Millions do, while taking traditional drugs engineered to treat symptoms and create ongoing sales. Introducing an novel iPod-sized device using pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Magnetic frequency therapy from Vive, whose founder happens to be a rocket scientist, not a sales scientist. Eyewitness study data of 10 lives now for only $249 at NoDrugTherapy.com.
And And welcome back to Coast, George Norton with your numerologist. Wes McCants with us has been studying numerology for more than 2 decades. Her unique method is based on the Pythagoras number system, which is more than 2,500 years old. That's the Pythagoras system right with us. And she wrote a best-selling book, Guinness as Your Number, which has become a go-to book for people eager to learn all about numerology. Miss McCants, the numbers at Coast to Coast. Hello, Glennis.
Hi, George. How are you?
I'm fine. How you been?
It's been a minute. A lot's happened since we talked last.
Lot. Too much?
Too much, yeah.
For the new people coming to the show, don't understand numerology. Give us a brief.
And I will say on that note, so often I run into people who know nothing about numbers. So, yeah, that's ultimately true. In this case, it's a science of numbers. Pythagoras is a system that I use. It is 2,500 years old, and the belief is that everything has vibration. So that means when you're in a building, you can feel vibration. It could be the name of a book, that's vibration. But most importantly, people. When you meet someone. And that's why sometimes you meet someone and say, oh, I'm really enjoying this person. Or you meet someone and say, wow, I feel a little bit drained. That's all vibration.
Now, this is a world number of 8. What does that mean?
Well, it explains how insane, I don't want to say insane, but it really has been crazy. George, everything that took place in July, talk about upside down, right?
Upside down.
Yeah, but that's energy. So here's the thing about 8. I always say if you trace the number 8, it can make you feel a little crazy because it goes round and round. But the good news is it means you can also course correct. Like if you're on the wrong track, you can fix it. And that's what I encourage people to do. But going back to July, when we dealt with the former president, there being an assassination attempt, and then the sitting president suddenly not running for the second term. I mean, this all happened in the month of July, which is 7. And 7 represents test of faith. How many people do you feel or believe has been tested right now by what's happening?
Lots.
Tremendous, right? I mean, this is affecting everybody in the world. So this time we're dealing with the 8th month, August, and then the world number 8. Double 8, meaning we're going to be a bag of popcorn. There's going to be no double on the world stage. But there's some good things happening too, right? We witnessed that. So I'm going to just jump in and say one thing I've been really excited to see is the Olympics. And when people pulled up, we have 94 awards, medals. We're number 1, which has been really something to see because you know what that means, George? And I always teach this. If you keep your focus and don't let everything else get in the way, you can achieve whatever it is you really want.
Well, that's true. And some of these Olympic competitors are doing whatever they can. They're pouring their hearts out to win.
That's right. And what I noticed when I looked at some of the patterns, like I'm just going to give you a couple ones because these are people that have blown the audience away. Katie Ledecky is a swimmer, and what she did, she was doing the 1,500 meter. When she finished and looked up, no one was there. She was 10 seconds ahead of the person in second place. So when I see that, George, I'm like, okay, what are her numbers, right? I want to look at it. Numerology blueprint to understand how could she achieve that. Well, sure enough, she has a 1 like that. 1 is very competitive, is strive to win. She has a 1 density number, again, wanting to be number 1. This year, she's in a personal year of 1. So it's like saying everything aligns for her. You see?
If she had come to you before the Olympics, you had done a reading. Would you have told her the same thing?
I would have been super excited for her knowing that the energy was perfect. And yet, there was times she did not win gold. There were other meets I think she won a bronze in one of them. One of the meets. But that's also the energy, right? You can have things strip you up a bit, but there was no doubt in my mind. With that kind of lineup of the 1-1-1, she was done a really great job. But here's what's powerful. People know where you are. You know, it'd be like if you were flying and all of a sudden you don't, it's when someone goes into the ocean because they thought they were going up and they went down. It's the same idea. So she dropped out. She got a lot of criticism for it. So when she came back, all eyes were on her. She's a 7 lifetime in a personal year of 7. And so again, it lined up for her. This was her time. And if you watched her, she won 3 gold medals and a silver medal. Those are the ones I witnessed. I don't know if she's won anything since then. But to see her joy, when you see someone who's been through so much, it turns out she was in a foster care program from age 3 to 6. I didn't know that. So she's been through so much. And then it turned out her grandparents ended up adopting her and raising her. So I really love the inspiration that we can learn from people. By the numbers.
By the numbers. You talk about destiny. What are they?
Oh, well, the destiny number is awesome. And I'm going to teach you yours tonight because it's just so appropriate. Here's why I love numerology. It's like playing a detective, and you're just trying to understand the person that you want to know about. And sometimes when you break down the numbers, it's an aha moment. And that's what I found with you. So your birth certificate name is John, excuse me, I love when I say John, George Ralph Norrie, correct?
Sure, tell everybody my middle name.
First of all, I love the name Ralph. It is such a good name. So here's how it works. The Pythagorean number system, you've got letters like A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. So when I break down your name, I'm doing that. Like the G is 7, the E breaks down to 5, the O is 6. So when I add it straight across, first of all, I give 3 numbers. The third number is going to be your destiny number. But do you know what yours breaks down to, George? 911. Who do they call for help?
911. They call me.
They call you all the time. And when we were at Conscious Life Expo, I saw you. Even when you tried to go to an elevator, people ran to you, wanting a little help, a little advice, a little something. That's 911. So that means you came through that way. This isn't something you became. You were always feeling a little bit of a need to say, okay, what's up? Let's fix it. Let's just do something differently. That's 911. And so your destiny number breaks down to 1. And what does that mean? Striving to be the best of what you do. And notice how you don't compete with other people. You just compete with yourself, correct? Right? And you do it all the time. Like I feel like on a subconscious level, when you're finished with one project, you're thinking, okay, what's next? That's coming from your destiny.
And I always wanted to be better than the other one.
That's right. That's right. And it also means if you get high praise, you're also thinking, yeah, but I can do better. Like, I got to kick it up a notch. I got to do something. That is 911. So for everybody, we all have a destiny number. And what I'm going to do tonight, I'm going to put the Pythagorean number system, like just the letters and the numbers so they can see it. When they go to numbercity.com, they just click on Facebook. I'll make sure that's what they see. And your guys, wonderful people on your website, can post it as well. But what this will do, they can just add up all their letters, reduce it to 1 digit, and get to a destiny number. So as I've stated, you're 1 destiny, and then we go to the number 2. If you have a 2 destiny, no matter what's going on in your life, you are destined to have love. In some way, you must. Like, that's part of your purpose, is to have a connection. Now, some people, maybe they've been unlucky in love, so maybe it's something else, right? It's a passion for their business. Maybe they're helping people in need, but that's their 2. And number 3, they need to motivate and uplift other people. That is part of their destiny. And that also means earlier in life, if they're a little too serious, as they get older, it becomes more joyful. The destiny number 4, seeking knowledge. They have the strong need to know, and once they can learn it, they want to teach others. That's their destiny. So it's really common, George, when I read someone, it's not, they'll say to me, oh, I'm a school teacher, or I've written a lot of books, and they have a 4 destiny. So that was part of it. The number 5, freedom. They want freedom and adventure. They feel trapped, they're not going to be happy. So that means, again, if I tell someone early in their life, and they're frustrated because they never go anywhere, I say, as you get older, it is your destiny to get out there and do things. And the ones who don't, they get lost in books. You know how you read a book, sometimes you just fall into the adventure attention. That's what they do. The sixth, I always say destined to be either in charge of a company, but also a parent. When I meet a sixth destiny that didn't have kids, there's a sadness there. They often say, I really wanted that, but it didn't happen. And like my mother, she's a great example. She had 11 kids, George. She had 6 destinies.
11 kids.
Yeah, I'm number 9 out of 11, and that's what she felt called to do. Like she just was not going to be complete if she didn't have all those kids. That's a 6. And then number 7, destiny means, let's say, what I would say, doesn't have to find a basic faith to believe in because they are skeptical and they can't have someone tell them what to believe, but it's their destiny to find it, to just get the answers. And then the 8 destiny, this is more about financial stability. So if they struggle with money early on, they find a way to have financial security later in life. And also they have to watch for the health issues. If stuff goes on, it's like if your destiny is 8, you find a way to heal. Like I've got to heal my body. I got to do something to make it better. And then 9 destiny, this always means humanitarian. If they don't make a difference, they are not happy.
We're going to come back in a moment with more with Guinness McCants, the numbers lady, right here on Coast to Coast.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
August getaway specials now at Terranea.com.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by iHeartRadio, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It's not what I thought the end would look like. There are no bodies in the streets, no burning cars, no wars of zombies speaking of survivors. It's almost like the world went to sleep and never woke up. It's the Army. They got bunkers and burrow in the ground.
They don't close them up.
I mean, you can't be 100% sure it's sleep, right? It's just crazy.
So if you start to get drowsy, you have to tell me. Got it? If you not off once, that's it. It's over. Dave? 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 Are you sure you're okay? Dave?
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman, Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on Netflix on Hulu remains number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, our top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Saturday workouts.
Hey girl, thanks. You almost done? 2 minutes or so. Meet you outside.
Then brunch. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel that lights a star. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday, my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that when all the things you are. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with Guinness Weekends. The numbers lady will need your birth month, day, and year. Just give that to Tom and she'll run with that, and we'll come back in a moment. We wait to hear what she has to say about our presidential and vice presidential candidates. Right here on Coast to Coast AM. Tom Danheiser is with us to talk about the Paranormal Podcast Network.
We invite you to listen to the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. If you're looking for podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained, you're at the right place.
Greetings from Podcastville. The church is brought to you by RidgeWallet.com. Listen, tremendous. The Ridge is a minimalist front pocket wallet that helps you reevaluate your everyday carry. Launched by a father and son team and funded by Kickstarter in 2013. The Ridge is a front pocket wallet designed to let you ditch your bulky wallet. It's slim, RFID blocking, and lifetime guaranteed. Do me a favor right now. Go to ridgewallet.com/church and use code CHURCH and get 10% off today. Today, I'm going to give you 10% off because I'm in the mood like that. Go to ridgewallet.com right now. Use code CHURCH. Number 2, the savages of the supplement world on it. The other day, I went up to Roby's new podcast. They gave me those coconut chocolate protein, fucking little num-nums that they're out of. There's a reason why they're sold out. You know why? Let me tell you. They're fucking delicious. That's why. I've been living on the omega-14s on the road. I even take on the plane with me on my sleep apnea plane. I replace whatever piece of shit snack they give me with an omega-14 fucking protein bar. Listen, I live on that alpha brain. I live on the shroom tech. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is, you want to get your head together, go to honor.com right now and press in church, boom, and get the party started. They'll deliver it right to your house. 10% off on the Great Press Church on the way out. And you help me out, you help Hannah out, you help everybody. All right? Kick this fucking mule.
And I said, I'm going to get you every inch of my life. And I said, now I finally know what that means. I never knew what that meant. And suddenly it came to me, I'm going to give you every inch of my love. I had no clue.
I'm going to give you dick out of your fucking eyeball. They were the most sexual innuendo band that you ever, like, you know, everything. Their blues just makes you want to fuck. When you were a kid, this song made you want to fuck. You had nobody to fuck. You walk around frustrated. What fucking whole lot of love. Nobody wants to suck my dick. You know what I'm saying? Everybody sucks Led Zeppelin's dick. Nobody wants to suck my dick.
And we're back.
Rootin' in the house.
What's up, my friend?
Oh, always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah.
The mouthpiece is still working. I still use it. It's effective as fuck. We'll talk about that later. But now, about a month ago, I see some people bleeding from the fucking head. You know, you open up Facebook, you see some guy bleeding with his bare knuckles, and I'm like, oh, we're going back to Charles.
Yeah, hard times, buddy.
I'm going, Jesus Christ. And all of a sudden, you and I speak on the phone, and you tell me you just got appointed the president of the, what is it?
WBKFF, the World Bare Knuckle Fighting Federation.
Well, yeah.
It's Casper, Wyoming. We're located in Chicago, but Casper, Wyoming is right now, I believe, one of the only states that legalizes it. Bare knuckle.
So all the fights have to be in Casper.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they're in Wyoming.
I've done comedy in Casper thousands of times.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, so anywhere in the state of Wyoming, you can bare knuckle.
That's it. And, you know, I think, well, you know, it's frowned upon, right? A lot of people, they think, oh, there's going to be blood all the place, or people CTE. But actually, I did a Google search, because before I said yes to them, I said, let me give me a day. Let me think about this. And I started Googling, and I could not find a test that said otherwise. If you Google, is bare knuckle boxing safer than boxing? Every test will say yes. And the reason is that, like hard times, we were just talking about hard times. You remember the bald guy who would catch all the punches on the forehead, right? He was leaning over the whole time. And that's what happens. You're going to break your hand. Like in the 1800s, when boxing was bare knuckle in England, they realized that if somebody defended his title, and anybody broke his hand in the process, he couldn't defend his title for the next 6 months. So the promoter goes like, man, we got to figure something out. Now, we all know this about mixed martial arts. We went through this, but a lot of people still out there, they believe that the glove is invented to protect the head, but it's not. It's to protect the hand. That's why they invented it, because people broke their hands. What is bad about that is that normally bare knuckle fighters, they hit about 40-50% of their power hitting the head, because they do not want to break their hands. So they focus more on the body, and they hit less hard to the head. So CTE-wise, it's actually safer than boxing. Boxing, you have a boxing glove, you can just hit as hard as you can. And trust me, if you hit bare knuckle something and you hit the boxing glove something, the power, the impact is going to be the same. Only with the glove, it's going to be much harder, because you're not going to break your hand. Now, of course, it will penetrate more with a bare fist, but that on the face has nothing to do with it. Yes, you're going to get lacerations. That's the thing we're going to have a problem with, but that's about it. We have plastic surgeons. We didn't have normal doctors. We didn't take normal doctors. We have plastic surgeons at the event, 2 of them. So if somebody gets cut, you know, we have plastic surgeons to stitch them up and make sure that it almost doesn't show. Crazy, right?
What do you think as a fighter? If you were still fighting, would that be something you'd be like, that sounds like 100%. Terrifying? Okay.
100%. I truly believe, because I just did another interview, and they said, you think, this is more like the guys in MMA who didn't fight for a long time, and they want to come back now, and they want to do bare knuckle boxing. And I said, well, the bare knuckle boxing would have been there at the time when MMA started. I think a lot of those guys would have actually chosen bare knuckle boxing. No takedowns, no nothing. You can clinch though. You can hold, and you can uppercut. You know, almost like dirty boxing. You can do that as well. So yeah, once we get over that hurdle, once people see it, once you start watching bare knuckle boxing in England, it's huge in England right now. And actually, Julian Lane, you know, I want to bang that guy, you know, from the Ultimate Fighter. He went to England. He beat the bare knuckle champion there, who was 18 fights undefeated, and we have him on the card as well. So I'm super stoked about this card. It's going to be great, and I think we're going to see fighters using different strategies. You know, it's different than MMA. It's a different distance than MMA. The punches penetrate easier because there's no gloves. MMA is tiny gloves. It also penetrates easier. But boxing, of course, bigger gloves and Thai boxing. You see, so it's harder to penetrate. Now, yeah, every punch is probably going to slip through. But you're going to have to pick your shots. Because if you punch me and I just lean over and hit the top of my head, it's night-night to the head. You know, you're going to break your head. And that's why they go 40% to the head.
You know, it's funny when we started the conversation. This is why I love you to death, because right away you started with CTE.
Yep.
Right away, that seemed like that was your biggest concern. You didn't look at money. You wanted to. You really cared about.
You know, I don't want to do something that I'm going to feel bad about later in life. You know, I thought, what if some people started dying? And, you know, because the first thing, and I already knew this. Somebody told me, no, boss, it's actually safer than boxing. But you know, you hear that, but you don't really know. So that's why I said, let me Google a little bit. Let me play around with this tonight, and let's see what happens. And then you find out that it is indeed better than CTE.